All right, I think this is on. Great. Good morning. I'm Felicia Marcus, the chair of the board, and today is Tuesday, September 20th at 9:08 a.m. Sorry for the late start, and the meeting is now called to order. To my left is Vice Chair Fran Spivey Weber. To her left, Dee Dee Diadamo will appear at some point shortly. To my right, board member Stephen Moore. Mr. Howard, do you want to introduce the folks that are assisting us today?
Yes, to my right, Eric Oppenheimer, Chief Deputy. Speaking over in the corner here is Michael Lawfer, Chief Counsel, and Janine Townsend is assisting the board.
Great, thanks. For those of you who don't join us all the time, I do need to go through the emergency evacuation procedures for the building. It's pretty simple. Just look for the exit nearest you, and if you hear an emergency sound, go to it with your stuff, with your friends. Proceed cautiously out of the building. If you need assistance, we'll find someone to help you or find a protective corner for you. Pam always says vestibule. She always talks about a protected vestibule. It's really hard to say for me. I'm not sure I know what a vestibule is. Yeah, exactly. And we gather at the corner of 10th and J, and if you want to stay with us, you'll know when the all clear comes. You obviously can go wherever you want to go, but if you're so inclined, I'll pay you back for a double espresso if you go to Starbucks, which I can't do. Meetings being webcast and recorded, so that it means a couple of things. One is when you come up to the microphone, it's kind of an art. You need to get close enough that you're sure it's picked up, not just for people in the back of the room, but for people on the audio webcast, but not so close that it pops or there's a static sound, because sometimes folks are trying to record it and it's really tough on them. And perhaps the most important item, at least when Tam's in the room, is to take anything that might make noise and make it quiet or turn it off. That's with that. With that, we're on to the public forum. The public forum is the part of the meeting where anyone can come and speak to us to an item that's not already on the agenda for a few minutes, and we have a few speaker cards, always an interesting and important part of the meeting. We also have two elected officials who asked to speak to us and just couldn't be here till 11, so we're going to take the unusual action of reopening the public forum just for the two of them at 11:30 this morning. And with that, I'm going to turn to, I'll give you them all in order so you all know what order you're in. John Rubin from the San Luis and Delta Mendota Water Authority, followed by Patrick Higgins from the Eel River Recovery Project, followed by Bob Gore. And are there more? Yeah. And there are two more. All right. One is, after that, we have Wayne Western from Hammond's Ranch, followed by David Asti from Southern California Edison. And why do you need to explain one of them?
Well, what I was going to explain and give the chair an option, we have one gentleman who was here for the UC Davis Ag Economic Drought Impact Analysis. Mm-hmm. However, as I can't recall whether you've announced publicly, because I've been
said
speaking
that part yet.
over here. Unfortunately, because of Secretary Ross, we're not going to be able to take that item until after lunch. And he has driven up from Clovis. So we have the option of either having him address the board as part of public forum or technically opening that item very briefly to receive his comment. It's an informational item so that he can then travel back and not have to wait for Secretary Ross to come after lunch today.
Okay, sure. We'll figure that one out, and I'm assuming that's Mr. Western. Okay, great. You'll help me with whatever the better, we should open it and close. Okay, we'll do that just for I like keeping the integrity of our issue items correct, so thank you for keeping me on my toes. Mr. Rubin, hi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was hoping to discuss with you some thoughts that I had after reading a quote that was attributed to you, Madam Chair. Recently, I read an article in which you talked about the problem, one of the problems that we face, particularly within the Bay Delta, is not a science issue or an ecosystem management issue, not an engineering issue or technology issue, but an ecosystem management issue. And when I read that, it caused me to have a number of different thoughts. I think there's many different ways you can read that statement. But as I read it, one of the points that I thought you may be conveying is that we cannot presume that any one person or one agency has all the answers to the many problems that particularly the Bay Delta faces. And I note that within the Bay Delta, we have established a very rigid, a very kind of exact set of objectives, oftentimes measured to the CFS, the cubic feet per second. And this is done in a highly altered system from a chemical, a biological, and a physical standpoint. And after going through some of that, I thought there may be two actions that could be taken that might improve decision-making in this multiple stressor system with these significant unknowns that exist. Mm-hmm. First, we might be able to develop a deeper understanding of causal mechanisms by which water or flow affect fish. This is something that was recently identified by the Independent Science Board in its Fish and Flow report. But the call that the Independent Science Board made is not something that's new. Looking at history, you had back in as far as 1996, maybe even earlier, that's the earliest I could see, the the Interagency Ecological Program making a similar call. And then you see 15 years ago, Wim Kimmerer, a well-respected scientist in the Bay Delta, making a similar call. He has a report. In his report, he questioned the amount of water and the efficacy of outflow. He recognized that there was science underlying relationships, flow and abundance relationships, but he questioned how much water might we dedicate for outflow and whether the flow will provide intended benefits. And he said to answer these questions depends on mechanisms of response and the biology of the species being managed. There's a second thought that I had, and that is given the uncertainties, the multiple stressors facing the Bay Delta, we can improve transparency of decision-making. Decisions are often made without clear definition of science, and particularly its limitations and uncertainties. Thus, we often do not understand or appreciate how policy considerations influence decisions. At this point, within the Bay Delta, it's difficult to assess the efficacy of regulations intended to protect fish, aquatic species. What we see is species continually declining in spite of increasing regulation. Those in the regulated community see something very different. Those in the regulated community are realizing very significant real impacts. You'll hear later today the report from the UC Davis talking about the impacts of drought within California, and those impacts are real and those impacts are severe, but they pale in comparison to the effect of regulation. Regulation have caused the water supply of nearly 2/3 of California, about 1/3 of irrigated agriculture, the largest contiguous wetlands west of the Mississippi, to have an unreliable and inadequate water supply, inadequate supply to meet the demands. Studies show that the regulations that have been put in place have impacts in the order of 5 times greater than what the UC Davis report shows the drought has caused. We could be more explicit about underlying balance of risk and benefit to fish, wildlife, and to people. And in particular, we can be more explicit about the likelihood of the identified benefits and harms being realized. Increased transparency in decision-making can help us achieve those objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Interesting. Part of my point in ecosystem management is not to say it's exclusively important, but that the key is for people to actually listen to legitimate concerns of people on all sides, which means folks who advocate for fish and wildlife understanding the very real impacts on folks in agriculture and other water users, and folks in agriculture and other water users understanding the very real impact on fish and helping to try and figure out how to bridge the gap versus just talking points at the extremes on either side. And transparency in discussion, decision-making is all a part of helping that happen. But it requires people to make a choice that they're going to try and figure out how to solve a very real problem of balance versus just being more clever in their talking points. So.
Hi, John. I appreciate that you noted several reports that should be part of our process anyway and likely are. And so I think it'd be helpful for you to send us a letter. You noted an independent, the flow and fishes report, an IEP report, and then the Kimmer report, to just send us a letter giving us a synopsis, a link. It's something that we probably have access to, but there are so many reports out there, so I for one, would find it helpful. And then just curious, I think that this is something that will come up as we dive in deeper on phase 1 and 2. But what would you say in response to an argument that some would make that despite the fact that there's all this additional flow that's been provided, that the fisheries haven't shown much of a response? What would you say in response to an argument that some would make that, well, you need even more flow?
The science that I've read, and I'm not a scientist, and so take that for what it is, in a highly altered system, dedicating flow may not provide intended benefits just in the absolute. And what you need to be looking towards are the mechanisms that the kind of the biological functions that flow may provide. And I don't see that we've done that, and it doesn't appear from the science that I've seen, the articles that you've asked for, Board Member Diadamo, that we've identified. Frankly, there's only one circumstance that I'm aware of where there was a flow abundance relationship, and the scientists evaluated mechanisms to see what may cause that flow abundance relationship, where the mechanism was identified. The example is split tail. There is a flow abundance relationship. There was a significant actions taken to benefit the split tail, increased releases from reservoirs, reduced exports by the Central Valley Project, State Water Project. The mechanism that was identified had nothing to do with the releases from reservoirs or exports. It had to do with the amount of floodplain habitat provided. And it's an example where releases from storage may not influence the quantity of floodplain habitat. There are other actions that could be taken to provide benefit for the species and without the significant costs to the communities that depend on that water.
Thank you.
Mr. Higgins? Hi.
Thank you, Chair Marcus. Members of the board, for allowing me to comment here in public comment. I am Pat Higgins, Eel River Recovery Project Managing Director. And I'm here to engage on information that I provided for you in a packet. And we recently completed a project that the board mandated to both support citizen monitoring in the Eel River and to provide outreach and technical assistance to cannabis farmers to reform their activities to be more in harmony with nature, if you will. And I provided you with a copy of that report at a previous board meeting. And it was highly successful. We imprinted hundreds of growers. We went to 70 cannabis farms, and we collected data. And that was a requirement of the board as part of our grant. And those data, however, clearly indicate that we have a lot more to do in water conservation and also in pollution prevention. And so as and this is the third largest river in California. This is a wild river. You have information in your packet that documents the resilience of the river. We have tens of thousands of Chinook, as many as since the 50s. We saw hundreds of thousands of eels this year. They resurged for some reason. The steelhead, despite 4 years of drought, are everywhere within the watershed where there is water. But therein lies the rub. We're also in a cultural transition, and there's the green rush continues, and it's a paradox, but we're also in a water crisis. Creeks are drying up that were perennial. The places in Salmon Creek, for instance, where we have pools and they're full of fish and full of frogs, but if we go back through a drought cycle and we don't change water use and water practices, then those last expressions of fresh water will once again diminish. And we're now at about a third of the flow of the South Fork eel at Miranda over a 75-year average in a average water year. And what that's manifesting in is toxic algae, and there's a handout that you guys have there also. This was unknown in the eel prior to 2000, and now we see it extending its range where it's acute and severe and likely to, dogs die, and it's a risk for human health. And so more work needs to be done. So based on our phase 1 findings, encouraged by the North Coast Regional Board, we now have before you, and the North Coast Regional Board staff is advancing to your staff here in Sacramento, a phase 2 outreach project. And now this also supplies scientific baseline information for the river. We talked about the importance of science. The North Coast Regional Board really appreciates our efforts in that regard because it also helps with TMDL compliance. What we would do in phase 2 is we have engaged the foremost authorities and the practitioners of watershed and restoration and best practices is our shorthand for it. And we'd go to another 100 cannabis farms. We'd have 5 model farm tours where people that are coming into compliance, their neighbors could come and see, and we would have demonstrations of every technology that needs to be embraced. We'd have best practices centers in Willits, Laytonville, and Garberville where people could drop in. But most importantly, the waivers require that people work together to get the flow problems and erosion problems resolved, and that's not happening. So we would take 3 subbasins and devise plans and engage at the watershed scale and create a little bit of a competition for people to come forward for an amazing opportunity to have the best in the business for free, to help them work with their neighbors to get the water storage, to seasonally forbear, and also the big problem is roads. And, we need to really storm-proof the watershed, or in large flood events, our water supply will be buried. We're in one of the most unstable places in North America. So we can help with waiver compliance. We can help with State Water Board water rights requirements. But you've got a lot of staff on the ground now, and they're doing a good job. But we have this trust within the watershed and a different avenue on the culture, and so it's really needed, and it is an emergency. People's water supplies are drying up. They're having to drill wells or buy water that's trucked. That's not a sustainable solution, and so we believe that this is covered by the governor's executive orders on drought, that it could be funded on an emergency basis, and there's a great deal of political support, and that'll be coming to Felicia's desk, and then you guys will be CC'd. Not bad, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty good timing, really. Win a prize for that.
So stay tuned. I'll get you more information. But this is a huge and magnificent watershed, and it's really on the cusp. And as we go into legalization here, we're either going to get it right, or we're going to have a big problem going forward.
I have a question. First of all, thank you for your efforts. Local efforts, I think, can be much more effective than, a top-down approach that oftentimes is used. I had some questions about monitoring, in particular the time-lapse cameras and the automated temperature sensors. Are you employing them currently?
Yes, and that's right now this year we have probably a total of 100 water temperature sensors, and we're photo documenting flow conditions where creeks dry up. The time-lapse cameras are really, really interesting. I'll give you one creek for an example. In Chemise, it's in eastern Humboldt, east of Garberville, and last year it dried up between pool units, but the pools were still stratified and supported steelhead. This year, it's got water on the surface. So now there was two things that went on. It rained more, but also there was an island mountain bust out there that was rather notorious, and a lot of people changed their practices, kind of got religion. And so now we can actually document that creek being back on the surface. And it's also, it's up on our website. The flood flows missed it by about that much, basically enough to turn the camera sideways during peak flows. So you see this creek, and you turn it into a movie. And so it's like going, going, gone. In future years, we want to go going, going, gone, turn off that water. Forbear, it's time. And so we want to have these in strategic locations and work in these same watersheds, because the people in Chemise just got a notice that said, you're on notice. You better get a permit. And now we want to get in there and help them, because it just creates confusion. And oftentimes it creates a dynamic where people that are conscientious actually sell out and get to a higher bidder, and people that are less conscious because they don't want to deal with the regulation. And we want to be able to be a bridge and say, it's not that bad. You're in compliance already. So at any rate, don't get me started. Tell you everything I know.
And then cost.
Huh?
Cost.
This project is more expensive. It's because of setting up the drop-in centers. It's about $650,000. But you're spending millions in terms of your staff efforts, and they're likely to lead to less success than if you add this ingredient, and then it piggybacks with your existing efforts.
And 600,000 over what period of time?
It's over a period of about a year and 6 months.
Thank you.
And it's more information if you need it. Thanks so much.
Thanks a lot. Bob Gore?
Morning to you all. Bob Gore speaking.
Oh, I see what it's about. How nice of you. Whatever it is going to be about, but the category is nice.
Speaking as an individual.
Yeah.
Briefly in regard to the prior speaker, it sounds like an ideal interagency venture, in my humble opinion, and based on another client. Recognizing staff members in the context of today's agenda items wouldn't do them justice. So let me say this. Over the past year, as the State Water Board continues to accelerate its historic and needful efforts, staff excels in being responsive to stakeholders in program, funding, administrative, legal, and other matters. We have civil and productive exchanges, even though we profoundly and perhaps eternally disagree in some matters. The benchmark of this praise comes from my perspective as the husband, son, and father of state employees, and also the survivor of some tough times at corrections, Caltrans, and during this decade of drought. Well done to you all. Thank you.
What a nice thing to do. Thanks. And now we have Mr. Wayne Western from Hammond's Ranch. So we will momentarily open agenda item 4 in recognition of just how far he's come, and so and our last minute change in the schedule. Thank you for coming to join us, Mr. Western.
Chairman Marcus, Board, thank you for listening to me. It'll be brief. I just wanted to discuss, after reading the UC Davis report on fallowing, kind of give you our situation to relate to this whole thing. The last 3 years, we've fallowed between 40 to 50% of our acreage. This report that it's got 77,000 acres have been fallowed due to the drought.
It's this last year as opposed to the preceding
16,
years.
yes.
Right, yeah.
The supplemental deal just came out a couple weeks ago. There's no way that the fallow ground we have can make up almost 3% of that number. I can drive either direction in my truck for an hour and find 77,000 acres that are fallow. What it does, I believe, is underscores significantly the fallowing that is happening due to regulation. I don't believe the same event that causes the San Luis Reservoir to turn into mud puddle status can fallow just 77,000 acres. There's more going on. I wish you guys would take a look at that. The economic impact from fallowing due to regulation far outweighs the economic impact from a drought, if that's 77,000 acres. And it really should be considered.
Right. Their report does specify that it's just due to drought. I remember asking the question because I thought the number seemed low, and they were explaining that it was just the addition to drought as opposed to fields that would be fallowed for a host of other reasons, including
Yeah, and I'm
regulatory
not
decisions.
disagreeing with that. I believe that's probably right.
Yeah.
But it just really sticks out at that point then, if that's what we're going to believe, the hundreds of thousands of acres that lay fallow on top of that, that must be from some other reason. And that we need to consider that. Things are changing down there.
No, absolutely. The impacts are significant, which is not to cast a judgment on the regulatory decisions for protecting fish and wildlife, water quality, or whatever it is, but impacts are real. As I was saying earlier, I think people have to recognize reality and deal with it with respect to all of the different interests as opposed to either ignoring or dismissing one or the other. So
I'd like you to
agree
know
with
too, you commented earlier about growers. I know I follow the media and stuff too. Not recognize an impact on fish. I very rarely meet any other growers that do not recognize there's an impact on fish. What we'd like to recognize is that maybe the answer is not always to send more water to the ocean.
But
That there's got to be something else out there.
Well, there's a lot else out there. I agree. The interesting, and when I say it, I have to say when I'm talking about people, I'm generally not talking about growers and folks in ag because my engagement with people is different. It is sometimes the advocates for them that go to an extreme. But if you talk to a farmer, you're going to get a much more sensitive, common sense reaction to the holistic nature of nature
I agree. It's
than
just
you
like
do when
advocates on
you
the
talk
environmental
to
side.
some people who claim to speak for folks in ag. So that's why I tend to prefer talking to farmers.
What would be really nice is to cut all those people out and have us all sit at a table and figure this thing out.
Yeah,
that'd be the best thing to do.
I agree.
Can you tell us a little bit more about yourself?
Yeah.
What water district or districts are you in? How have you coped? What opportunities have you had with groundwater or transfer, other ways to deal with the challenge of inadequate surface water supplies?
We farm in Panoche Water District, federal contractor south of the Delta. So ground zero
Okay.
for this.
Right, and creative approaches to problems too.
Yeah. I mean, we're kind of limited on our choices, and I've been out there for 22 years on the west side of Fresno County. Farming is a business, just like somebody owning a store or something. I mean, if something like surface water goes away, you got to find another way to try to stay in business and hope to ride through a time period where surface supplies will return. That's what is going on with groundwater. Us personally, we have not added new wells or anything. We have some wells that we had for a long time. Never even hardly operated until the last 3 years. We do some permanent crops, very little trees. It's actually mostly wine grapes, but we try to cover those with whatever we can. And then past that, row crops completely depend on the water we think we're going to get. Back when we had some water, we had acres of tomatoes and we had cotton and melons and all kinds of stuff. And now you're basically down to having to idle most of that ground to get enough water to keep your permanent crops alive. It's the only thing you can do to stay in business. But by doing that, we used to employ 175 people. We're down to 35. And all that product that we used to produce that ends up going to processors, being trucked there, and ends up in grocery stores, it's gone. But it's coming from somewhere. It's just not coming from an American farmer anymore. And that's going to increase. And I believe that the American public enjoys a safe food supply grown here in our own country rather than where we're headed. But it's affected us greatly. So we're just trying to skim by year in and year out right now. So even this year, we had 2 years of 0% allocation. What we've really had is 3. We were announced a 5% allocation, which San Luis Reservoir has 77,000 acre feet of federal water in it right now. Shasta has 2.9 million behind it. We rely on that water. The San Luis Reservoir got down to 10% capacity this year. By far the lowest reservoir in the entire state of California at that time. So, but it's not a farmer versus fish, north versus south. I don't meet anybody down there that takes that point of view. There's got to be a way to figure this thing out. And for me, to you guys, the answer cannot be continually, we just need more water to flush out to the ocean. With the amount of water we're flushing the ocean, we are going to be in some sort of a drought forever, no matter what the rain and snowpack does.
Yeah, this isn't the time to have a longer discussion about it, but it's certainly not as simple as that at all. And in fact, in the last couple of years of the drought, the first few, we dramatically slashed fish flows because it was so bad, and we lost 2 years of fish. So it's a little more complicated than the talking point of just sending it out to sea. It really just is. But I'm happy to have that conversation at a subsequent
Please understand,
time.
we're losing towns too. All due respect.
It's really hard. I totally agree.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming down here.
And we'll tell Secretary Ross you were here.
Yeah, thank you. That's right. All right, now we're going back. We're going to close item 4 and go. Do I get points for this, Michael?
You always get points for how you run these meetings, so.
Yeah, I do not. These meetings are twice as long because I run them than they would be if someone else ran them. Our next speaker in public comment is David Asti from Southern California Edison. Hello, David.
Morning, Chair Marcus and board members. I'll keep this very brief. This is kind of a squeaky wheel subject that I have to admit doesn't even begin to rise to the level of the previous speaker's issues. But I want to repeat some concerns that I and others expressed during the April SACWIS meeting, the Statewide Advisory Committee on Cooling Water Intake Structures, or Sasquatch, as some people refer to it.
Just because it sounds better.
Because it's, yeah, right. So on Friday, September 2nd, board members and SACWIS members received a letter and a slide deck detailing the Mesa substation project issue. This is a critical subject, or a critical project for OTC compliance and for ensuring that we upgrade the substation so that we have the ability to, of course, integrate renewables and allow for the plants.
Is it in Mesa, the Mesa substation?
It's not far from our office in Rosemead. It's just down along the 60.
It's just in the city. Okay.
Just north of the 60.
Okay.
And so, again, to keep it brief, our ask, and by our I mean the ISO and SCE, because the ISO is now a party to this issue formally, is to help ensure the project stays on schedule for both grid reliability and OTC compliance reasons. And just thank you very much for that consideration. I have to note that the staff is working with me. They've reached out to me and they're working with me on this issue, but I just want to make sure it stays on the front burner because a lot like planning for retirement, it seems like a long way away, and 2020 seems like a long way away, but the project needs to get going, and so we've got some delays.
What is it awaiting from us?
To be blunt, the draft EIR has been delayed at the PUC. Again, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for the heads up. Next, we'll move to the minutes from the September 7th board meeting, and I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and I have to abstain because I wasn't there. And next, items 2 and 3 are uncontested. Do we have cards? Do they remain uncontested? All right. Good to see you all who are here. Would love to hear from you, but I suspect you'd rather have your item heard without being heard. Do we have a motion on items 2 and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you very much, Colorado River Basin.
Thank you. Yes. And thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, those carry. Thank you very much. Item number 4 has been moved until after lunch. So we are now at item number 6. 5, sorry. Oh yeah, that one. That was a Freudian slip on that one. I just wanted to ignore the drought for one brief moment in time. Sorry.
Good morning, Chair Marcus,
Morning.
Vice Chair Spivey Weber, board members. My name is Rich Sikowski. I'm an engineer with the Division of Water Rights. And with me is Diane Riddle, the program manager of the Bay Delta and Hearing section. So this morning we just have, we have 2 items. The first one is just an update on the emergency regulations request that was discussed at the last meeting, and just to review briefly. So on August 9th, the executive director received a letter requesting that the emergency regulations be promulgated, and the letter was from the Defenders of the Wild.
The smelt letter? Or
The smelt letter, that's correct. The Natural Resources Defense Council, the Bay Institute, and they asked for emergency regulations requiring DWR and Reclamation, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation, to provide summer Delta outflows for Delta smelt. So just as an update, on September 8th, the executive director responded by letter to those parties and essentially indicated that the board could not develop and adopt regulations this year in time to provide benefits for the September 2016 part of the season. But it also mentioned that before developing regulations, a stronger scientific basis would be needed, and a definitive determination for the fishery agencies is needed. It also mentioned that the board will consider a broad range of options for flow and non-flow actions, and that the board will engage in reviewing the emerging science, including the Resources Agency's Delta smelt resiliency strategy in conjunction with the fishery agencies. And of course, the letter concludes by saying the board is proceeding as fast as it can with the Phase 2 Bay Delta Plan update. And so that concludes that first part. The second part will be a report from Ron Milligan from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation concerning Sacramento River temperature requirements.
that was good timing. Now, did you filibuster by updating, or was that was a good update to give, but Ron just walked in at the nick of time.
Oh, I think
I was just going to say the choreography
Just
is
happened to be
impressive.
perfect timing.
Teamwork, really.
good teamwork. That's
we're
it.
really getting this coordination amongst the agencies down pretty well now after all this time. Good morning.
Morning.
I am flying solo today. Mr. Lehi with the DWR is not in the office, so I will take this opportunity to be much more CVP-centric in our update and not take up too much time. I know you have a full agenda. But there are a couple aspects of our collective drought management that I thought would be useful to highlight as we're getting here to the end of the water year. So I thought I'd hit a couple things more in the terms of, or in the context of updates, not anything that should be concerned in terms of alarms, but as we start thinking about how this year played out, I think this will be some useful information.
Helpful to get it in different, have it be this ongoing conversation, because the enormity of the issues is so great that when we try to do it all at once in just a few meetings, it's almost hard to absorb. So thank you.
It seems a lot easier to play the episode every, tune in every week as opposed to, try to catch up at the end, at the season finale. But here's a plot we've been talking off of for a while, but at least this is taking us almost to the end of the water year. This is the trace of Shasta storage. This is the quick refresher. The blue shaded area is kind of the average over a number of water years, the storage at Shasta, how that would trace. The dark blue line is this year. So as you can see, once we got some rainfall, good heavy rain in March, we got above the average line, and we've stayed there the entire season. Look to be coming in kind of close by the end of the year, but still above. We also had the light blue line, which was last year's. So as you can see, we're quite a bit higher than we were a year ago, which is definitely good news. And as we go to the next slide, this slide we've been talking of a number of times. This is just the stratification of the lake in terms of the cold water. Kind of typical in its trend, lots of warmer water at the top of the lake, but a pretty good sized volume of colder water this year. And that's...
Yeah, if we were going to compare it to last year, it would look awfully different.
Much different, and I think what you'd see both in the context of total volume of water and then how much of that really dark blue area is left at this particular point in time would also come into play. I'll show you another slide that'll help contrast that. This is a trace of just a subset of that data off of that other graph, and this is a trace of the volume of 49-degree or colder water within the lake. And the lighter green line was the trajectory from our June model run that we kind of built the temperature plan off of. And this is what we've been kind of comparing on a weekly basis as to how this 49-degree water was looking as a kind of a metric to see if we were burning through colder water faster than we might have otherwise with the plan. And been able to maintain a pretty good buffer of close to 300,000 acre feet of this colder water. To the point now where, gee, we thought we'd only have about 300,000 acre feet of this temperature water. So now we're coming into third week into September, and we've kind of doubled that. And there's a couple reasons for that. One is been slightly cooler temperatures, although this has been closer to a normal type of year. The model was built around some very warm ambient conditions that we'd seen, particularly in 2014 and 2015. And that is very significant. And
so just so I understand it, because it's the question that comes to mind. So does this mean that the changes you made in the model between last year and this account for some of the things that went wrong last year and that it seems to be working?
Well, I think that obviously this is not so much the model, but a model data assumption about what you input. You can input what you think is average ambient conditions. If you had perfect foresight and you knew exactly what kind of year you would have, or even month to month, you could input that and you'd probably get much closer actual results. But we made a conscious decision to be very cautious as it relates to the temperature management plan this year. And so we put in a very warm set of heating assumptions in terms of going through the season. So that would have required us to burn through the colder water quicker to maintain this, and that would have followed along this lower green line. Because we were able to manage the river to with a little bit warmer release, because we weren't getting as much heating as we were going downstream. We're able to basically save up cold water as you go through the season, and basically we're able to collect this up to this point in time. So it's not necessarily that it's, let's say, something about the model, but it's kind of the data set that goes into that, certainly.
Remind me when I know it leads into the commercial salmon issue, but what's the season for temperature control?
Well, I think the key for us, the key component for temperature control is into October, and particularly for winter run, which we've built this a lot around, to the point in time that they're actually eggs incubating in the reds, that you keep the colder temperatures there.
Right.
Once the fish emerge, there's a feeling that they could tolerate slightly warmer water because they could find some refugia. So the really critical part is to get to sometime in October with your coldest cold water. Now, a lot is done trying to map out the reds as to when they were formed, giving some ideas to how long, given the temperature of the water, the eggs would reach emergence. So interesting enough this year, we've seen some late forming reds, and they happen to be in some shallower water. So we're having a lot of discussions about how to manage the timing of those. And it's possible that those may need to have colder temperatures all the way till the end of October into November. Now, at some point, you get to a place where it's not going to be that difficult to hit the colder temperatures because you just don't have that kind of heating in later October, November. So then it's a question of, do you have the right flow? You don't want to dewater these reds. And we're having an interesting discussion as to you want to keep your winter run reds flooded up, so to speak, but you don't want a lot of fall run fish coming upstream and then spawning at the higher edges of the river and say, gee, we really need to get these flows down, and then you lose some of those. So the timing of this is, going to be a very delicate question. So certainly on our weekly coordination, we're spending a good deal of time on this question as we go forward. If I take this one more, I'll skip this one slide for just a moment. Just go to the temperatures. This is, we've kind of built a fairly extensive daily report on temperatures for Sac River off of our website. This is just a tracking for here in September, and this is just the page that's showing the average temperatures. We also are tracking daily max temperatures. And, the colored lines represent average water temperatures at key locations within the Sac River, all the way from just downstream of Shasta Dam down to Balls Ferry. We were targeting 56 degrees daily average at Balls Ferry. We've been here for quite some time, able to be well below that, and have been actually trying to target some very much colder temperatures just downstream of Clear Creek, and trying to stay within a daily max average of around 55 degrees. So again, these are daily average numbers, not the maxes. We've also, to kind of help illustrate how we're plotting this, and I think this is contributing to us being as efficient as possible with the cold water pool, the dark dashed line, the black line, both in the solid and kind of shadowed going forward, are the projected air temperatures on a daily average at Redding. So what we see is that by looking at that forecast and trying to trace that, we can kind of anticipate if we need to be a little bit colder in terms of a release temperature or configuration at Shasta, anticipating 2-3 days ahead and being able to hit those temperatures. So if you see the green line, which would be the more direct changes to things that we had done to track temperatures, you can see that we made some conscious decisions to cool that water off and leading up to into the higher temperatures of yesterday, and then some corresponding decreases in temperatures in the river. And now our next move is to think about, do we try to warm that water up a little bit, given we've got a few days of cooler temperatures ahead. So by working that around, we're able to stretch this pool out as best as we can. So if I go back a slide, which is just our schematic of the control device, where we stand today is we have all the lower gates, the pressure relief gates that are right at the elevation of the penstocks. Basically, those 5 gates are open, but we have been toggling open one of the middle gates here recently, and days where we needed or could use slightly warmer water, and then tap into some of the warmer water, warm that a little bit, and then when we have, let's say, some warmer days come ahead, close that middle gate. Haven't used the side gates at all this year. Best guess as of today is we may be able to get through September without even touching the side gate, and then think about how to deal with that in October, which would be pretty well ahead of the schedule that was in the temperature plan as well, going back to June. So this is tracking very well. Overall volume looks good. But this isn't without some other effects within the system, and I just wanted to touch on those a little bit. Primarily because we kept to some fairly modest releases at Keswick through the summer, just to also make sure we were very gradual in the use of the cold water pool. If we take a look at the storage at Oroville for the year, same kind of pattern with a pretty sharp increase in storage gain in March into April with some above average storage, but then to be able to balance with a more modest release pattern at Keswick, the Oroville Feather River releases had to be a little bit more ahead of what you would typically see. So we've gone from above normal.
With the healthy allocation.
That also is the case.
60% is different than 5 or 20.
It is. So that has kind of crossed that line a little bit. So the state was putting some significant water in, obviously, into the system. They're above where they were a year ago, but certainly a bit below where normal would be. And then a little more exaggerated would be Folsom, where back in the February, early March, we were actually doing some flood operations here. That little jagged area there is where we had some spikes in flows, where we're making some flood releases. But then once we got into the June timeframe, we had to rely pretty strongly on Folsom to help with our Delta CVP operations. And as you can see, we're obviously, again, not as low as we were a year ago, but are coming in below normal or an average number for this time of year. So what you've seen as kind of result as we get to the end of September is more water in a relative sense sitting in Shasta at this particular point than you see in Oroville and at Folsom. And as we move through October, November, depending on how the season looks, we're probably leaning on Shasta a bit more for our collective Delta operations for the two projects and trying to help even out our COA, balancing with the state. So it depends on which lake you're at. We get an earful about Folsom, and then the state does about Oroville, about, gee, how much has dropped and how stable Shasta's been. We hear a bit about it as it relates to Trinity as well. But
do you show them a snapshot of San Luis when they do that?
They usually, similar people say, and look at San Luis. So, and speaking of San Luis, that's the next slide to see showing how well coordinated we are. San Luis Reservoir, as it's traced this year, is, I'll point out the red line here is actually last year. So we've been below the storage level at San Luis from a year ago at any particular time, the whole season until just recently, where we've been able to do some catch up, and actually you would see total storage at San Luis actually surpass where it was a year ago. And when we were at the lower rung of storage at San Luis back around early August, we've done quite a bit to over double that since that time. So we've turned the corner from the low point, and are starting to gain storage there on a collective basis.
What's the split state federal?
Well, that's a good question, and that's actually our next slide. This is.
It's taken us 4 years, but we're there.
We are so in tune. This is a kind of running plot of that same 2016 storage as to how much was the state share in San Luis, and how much was the federal. And as you can see, a lot of the increase that we've had since August 1st has been on the state side. They've had some pretty strong pumping that they've been trying to catch up and make sure they can meet some of their obligations going into the fall, partly because they know in October they're going to be having to reduce their releases on the Feather River to create some stable fishery flows. And we've had a run here of some drier falls, So they're trying to get their water while they can. On the CVP side, we anticipate, because of this flow stability question we were talking about on the upper Sacramento, we anticipate having higher flow releases on the Sacramento going into October and potentially into November. So we anticipate, even with a dry fall, we're going to have some water in the system that's credible to our pumping, that we're going to be making some of our catching up probably after the state has dropped off. So in terms of just the natural progression of timing, now's a good time for the state to take the water that they're releasing, and then we'll catch up with our releases as we progress into October, November. But this is kind of the tracking as to how those relative shares look. So CVP is still trying to catch up, and we are kind of moving to a season where, unlike the state, we are making plans for deliveries to refuges south of Delta. So part of our pumping will be going towards making refuge deliveries as well. So not just a pure storage scenario. One other thing, just as and we'll probably talk about this a little bit more as we talk a bit about this year in retrospect. Again, a year with fairly high tides in the summer. So we've had quite a bit higher outflows than might be considered the minimum. Particularly in July, we had some struggles with high tides and salinities in the interior delta, so in the northern delta or western delta. And so we've seen pretty high outflows during that period, and that's kind of persisted both through July, August, even into September. So we've not been running at the minimum outflow objective, certainly. And that has taken up some of the relative amounts of water that have reached the delta. A lot of that's had to go to the salinity management. So can't fully explain this in terms of just the higher than anticipated tides. Again, this last summer, we have seen it the last few years. I don't know if it's related to the warmer than typical conditions just off the coast.
Because, yeah, the water expands, yeah.
So that's a possibility, but we have seen just some, particularly at the high tides, just a good, it's only a half a foot to 3/4 of a foot, but that's pretty significant when you get to these higher tides.
And are you anticipating that this is not going to change?
Well, I think that it is something that we probably need to think into our planning from maybe a water allocation planning standpoint, is that we can't be too optimistic about how tightly we can run the outflow. I don't know. If it is related to these warmer conditions off the coast, we are trying to figure out what's up with that. Is that a long-term shift, or is that something that is just coincidental with these temperatures? Certainly other parts of the Pacific change in temperatures, El Nino being a great example. What we have seen, just to kind of look out at least for the fall, is last year we had the strong El Nino. We were hearing over the summer a very definite trend to La Nina in the Western Pacific. That seems to be moderated a bit, that cooling of the water isn't quite as fast as they had anticipated. So now we're anticipating more of a neutral condition going into at least into the early part of the season. So the latest and greatest could go either way in terms of
50,
our
50.
next.
I'll take those odds compared to
Yeah.
what we've been through.
Well, we've seen it kind of all over. So we don't know for sure, but obviously things don't always track with some of these longer term. Once you get 6 months out, it's kind of hard to say what's going to happen. So we're anticipating, like I said, some planning around a drier fall, just in case, in terms of tracking our reservoir storages going into December, and then be prepared for whatever we get. But we do at least have some better positions in some of our reservoirs, and as I said, Shasta's pretty well positioned now to kind of help carry us for a time here in the fall, and hopefully we get a really good transition from the winter run to fall run spawning.
So yeah, I'm getting that and then I know I have a couple comments here that, or questions that the trick is then getting your water out before the fall run set their eggs and then trying to keep it at a doable level throughout their development season.
That's right. And last year, this was more challenging because we had late spawning winter run, but some early fall run come in.
Then
so
you're stuck at...
Yeah, we were kind of crowded at the intersection there. Hopefully, this will be a little more manageable. Last year was even more difficult for the fall run because of the low storage levels. We were trying to transition to a very low, the minimum releases at Keswick through the fall, just to conserve storage. This year, we anticipate being at a higher level, just as a base flow that we can maintain, given we're coming into the season a little bit better. And that should take some of the edge off of this from a dewatering standpoint.
Well, thank you very much for the thorough report and all your efforts this year. And I was struck by how you've adjusted in terms of your assumptions on air temperature, lessons learned, and gave yourself more of a margin of safety this year in your operations. And maybe the sea level rise or thermal expansion of the oceans or whatever's going on there, and the increased outflow demand to manage salinity, perhaps going into next year you'll do some similar adjustments in your assumptions, so that we continually improve our ability to forecast and not have unforeseen outflow burden and that sort of thing. So I'm hoping that's the case. I actually have a question about water quality. This year, it's not just in these systems, but we've seen an increase in cyanobacteria in reservoirs and in rivers and streams. And it's interesting in this system, this is a high level statement, but we saw problems in Lake Shasta with respect to antitoxins, and that was a system that had, it was a large volume of water in the reservoir, but we also saw problems in San Luis Reservoir with respect to cyanobacteria and blue-green algae harmful blooms, at a low volume relative to the historic record. And I know that's a challenge, and I was wondering if you had any observations you wanted to share about, is our operations affecting this at all, or are there other factors that may be dictating these problems that we're seeing?
Well, it is interesting because we have seen this kind of spread around, not just, places where we had higher storage, lower storage, streams or branches of rivers, upstreams of our reservoirs, inflows into Shasta, seeing some things that we typically wouldn't see. So I don't know if this is a bit of a hangover from the previous year or a couple of years of drought. It'll be interesting to see how this trajects, but it has been pretty widespread, and it's something we need to keep an eye on. And what's interesting is, as more from a layman's standpoint, you would have thought the last couple of years with lower flows that this would have been more prevalent. Yet this year, when we had some relatively cooler temperatures and a little more water in the system, we're seeing it even more so. So I don't know if it's a multi-year accumulation of things that come into play or not. It'd be interesting to see how this goes into this next season.
I'm interested in, and maybe now's not the right time, maybe at the end of the season when you come back, sort of a lessons learned. But I all along have favored the most amount of flexibility as possible so that you can turn those dials depending on, whatever factor you need to deal with at the moment. And my sense is that in developing the temperature management plan, keeping in mind that it took a lot to get that plan put together. So I understand, there were a lot of agencies involved and a lot of, the focus was on the fish. But with those conservative assumptions on temperature, my sense, just in looking back, was that the assumptions maybe were not as conservative on other limiting factors that could have prevented the movement of water south, which may have contributed to getting down to that low point over at San Luis. So I don't know if you feel comfortable commenting on it right now or not, but other factors, meaning the issue on what's going on in the ocean, and then also flows, decreased flows coming in from the San Joaquin, limiting your ability to move water. And as I recall, there were, I don't know if it was this year or last year, higher assumptions on the amount of water that could be picked up in the transfer market and moved.
Yeah, I do think that definitely as we look at, let's say, the efficiency of moving water across the delta, as we kind of progress through the latter part of summer into early fall, I do think there's some things that the projects can kind of learn and think through. Last year was interesting because we did have the barrier, the salinity barrier at False River, and when the barrier was removed, because we had very low inflows into the delta, there was, you take the barrier out, some salt moved in, and we were kind of stuck there in flat-footed waiting for something to happen because you really couldn't do much from a export management standpoint. It is interesting that, again, this year we saw very low flows on the San Joaquin River through the summer, on the order of 2 to 300 CFS, which are really low. And I was even, prior to a few years back, you'd say, gee, I can't even imagine what those type of flows would look like, particularly when you think that the Stanislaus was releasing a couple hundred CFS of contributing to the flow. So just upstream of the confluence, there were times there was very little water in the San Joaquin River. By contrast, let's say flows at Freeport being in the 15,000 to upwards to 19,000 CFS range here at times, that's a very interesting hydrodynamic situation where you're trying to then export water across the delta. And the cross-channel gate in the channel is only so big, and you're not getting a lot of contribution from the San Joaquin, so just the flow of water through the delta and how the salinity gets picked up is an interesting area where we saw much more difficulty at Jersey Point in terms of salinity as opposed to Edmonton, for example. Edmonton, well, it depends on the year, but the number of years is kind of the more difficult one to balance and figure out how to make that work, but Jersey Point was far more difficult and challenging this year. And part of that had to do with just the dynamics of the higher tides early. I do think our heightened sensitivity about the temperature plan in late June, early July, that was on the table to say, gee, let's put another 1,000 CFS of release from Keswick to deal with the very high tide we had around the 4th of July. So you kind of had to work with what you had, and we had the tides come up pretty much. So then we had some salts that were into the delta channels a little bit, and we were trying to work around those as we went through. Now, if we had known where we would have ended up at Shasta and the Coldwater Pool there, we probably may have had a little more flexibility to have done something earlier on and make it a little bit easier to challenge our challenges as it relates to the salinity. But we didn't know, and given the previous couple of years with the winter run, that was just not an option. So I don't know. Every year is a new challenge with particularly Delta operations, but this is one of these years where the really low San Joaquin and the lack of a rebound really from a drought, just getting from critical dry to dry within that basin, created an interesting dynamic where you would say you just can't put more water to the delta from the Sacramento side with very little on the San Joaquin and think that that just equates to some greater pumping. And we've been trying to work with our stakeholders to say, well, you're doing better with the temperature plan. Let's just amp that up some more and get some more water to the delta and pump it. Well, you've got to the point where Freeport's already getting up to 20,000 CFS and you still can't get to full plant capacity at certain tides of the tide cycle. So it's just one of those things where I do think it'd be interesting for folks to realize that the challenges of how narrow things get into the summertime period, particularly with the San Joaquin at low flows, and how the tides can give you a range that you can't just go in and say, gee, operate to the minimum outflows and throw as much water as you can on the Sacramento side, and you should be able to pump away.
I'll turn I have a question about that, so don't let me forget.
One comment is from some of the recent climate data that's coming out, particularly on sea level rise. There's been a steady rise on the East Coast and not so much on the West Coast. However, the prediction is now that will change and will change rapidly. So keep those tides in mind, because at least the climate folks, the international climate folks, are thinking that we will start to see the West Coast rise much more quickly than it has in the past.
I'm sorry, I've got one more. I forgot.
No, keep going.
Okay, could you go back to that state-federal slide? So how much of the federal share is CVP contractor water that was carried over? And also, how much were you able to move in through transfer?
Well, this year, I'll answer, maybe I should take it in the way that you asked it. A great deal of the water on the federal share was water carried over from previous years on the CVP. A lot of that was transfer water from last year. And I think if we go back to the previous episode of our stories where we had a number of transfers from the Sac Valley CVP settlement contractors, that we moved the water later and to kind of mesh that with the releases of last year's temperature plan. That certainly came to the CVP south of Delta after the growing season. So a good chunk of that water was water that was built up over time going into last season. So as you see into January, February building up, that was building that water back into storage. So a great deal of this federal share of water was water from the CVP contractors that they had banked up from previous year. Now, we didn't have a lot of transfers this year, actually very minimal. Some water from the Stanislaus Basin was transferred in for the CVP, as well as some Yuba Accord water that we're still working into the system. So not a lot of new transfer water, but we still have some books to settle within the CVP south of Delta going into next year to, as a number of folks not knowing how the next year was going to be, we're planning on carrying water into next year as well. So again, as we work with our Shasta releases and this kind of shifting, knowing that if there hadn't been concerns with cold water pool and management of for winter run, we probably would have made higher releases in July. We kept those down, so we're kind of taking some of that water, making higher releases this fall to kind of catch up with our accounts as we go into the fall.
But on that carryover, you have to pay it back to the contractors. In other words, it wouldn't be available for an allocation in next year, right?
That is true.
Okay.
So
You need a good winter to make that happen.
well, we need a good winter, and as I said, some of this is a shifting of water we might have if we had hit this with kind of a more neutral situation with our species of concern, then we may have moved some of this water earlier, and then this borrowing question wouldn't have been as acute. Now we're in a situation where, yeah, we did borrow water, previously stored CVP water under some transfers, and now we've got to repay that, and part of that repayment is with water that we might have released this summer, but now it's coming out in the fall. Now, if we do get hopefully we get a good winter, but we're probably coming into the season. Obviously, Delta smelt's going to be a a lot of eyes towards how the fall midwater trawls turn out. So that's, even with a good winter, we're going to be looking at what's the movement of delta smelt. So hopefully that cooperates as well. And brought up earlier is, you know, some healthy flows on the San Joaquin River would sure help this equation out, both in the wintertime, getting to the spring, and then helping us out in the summer, because these really low San Joaquin flows, both from operations for the biological opinions as well as what we saw salinity-wise, really do make it far more difficult to move water from north to south.
I mean, it's all very, I wish everybody could understand just how complicated it actually is and all the dials. Yeah, just a quick question. I think it's not really a question so much as a musing, which is, I think there are a zillion of these issues that are complex, and they're in a little bundle that just, you know, one of the suite of little knobs and dials and things that you have to calculate in, and frequently in the dialogue, it is just human. It's hard to understand everything that you know, or everything in the suite of agencies have come together to try and deal with. Obviously, that issue of fall run, winter run, and flow is one sort of bundle of challenges and issues. But the one I was thinking about was when you were explaining the issue of tides and the issue of salinity, the issue of flows wasted out to sea that people talk about, which are actually meant for salinity control, not for, you know, giving a water slide ride to some fish. It's about maintaining the salinity, but for salinity control, that water couldn't be exported or used in the Delta for human drinking or for agriculture, is a big bundle of issues that folks just don't understand. They're not willfully ignoring it. They just don't understand that is such a huge magnitude of water. Also, one of the great benefits of the projects having been built in the middle of the last century, the ability to deal with that. So my question was really whether, as part of this sort of trying to get us all in this together to understand more of the complexity, no one will ever understand everything you do or everything the suite of experts from the projects and the fish agencies or our office understand, but to understand this salinity issue. Have you all, with the state, done any of those little video graphics like you did with particle tracking, where you can see in these different scenarios, like the ones you were, I was just thinking, if you had a scenario that people could just play over and over again, and 5 flavors of those scenarios that are very real world things you have to deal with, that might help people understand the salinity control issue a little bit better than they do. Because otherwise it is kind of hard to envision why Jersey Point, why not, where the San Joaquin flows come in and the interplay. It seems like you've done it before with particle tracking, should be able to.
Yeah, actually, well, one would think, given, although the guts of the model, something like particle tracking or DSM-2, where you just kind of inject particles and just see where they go, because it could be fascinating just to see how it works. We've had some interesting scenario that we could do with that, and with some additional animation might be very telling. And it's like kind of like dropping ping pong balls in and kind of see where they end up. But you're probably right.
I have to admit, although would they need a permit for dropping all those ping pong balls?
Well, rubber ducks maybe, or.
Sorry.
So I think that's really a good point. I think that our example of the salinity barrier with False River coming out, just how did that look in terms of the salinity field, waiting for that next. A lot of folks said, gee, why don't you put that salinity barrier in every year? Well, it's kind of like taking out a loan before payday, having the barrier in. It's great while you're trying to do some summer operations, but when you take it out, it's a long ways. You're waiting for the next rain to come to be able to do something. And last year we saw a good period of time where exports in the fall were very low. And partly because of that salinity, we talk a lot about starting gate in terms of salts, and Last fall, coming after the False River barrier came out, really our starting gate needed a lot of push to be able to get back up and running again. And that's why we're a lot more optimistic about this fall, because our salinity, although we've had some struggles, we're probably at a more traditional place right now going in, and with a little bit better anticipated flows at Keswick going forward, if we can just get a few more typical storms, I think we'll be up and running and have a much better fall. And I think that will certainly help coming into San Luis. This period is going to be pretty critical for us.
Other questions?
Well, just in follow-up, I mean, I agree. It is so complex, and it's easy for folks that are suffering to say, hey, that water's going out to sea.
Of course.
And I think that your discussion today really highlights how you just didn't have that option anyway. But there is, I recall John Lehi had a chart a couple of months back where it showed what that amount was. I think it was really due more to the biological opinions, where the water, it wasn't an issue of the water being needed. Perhaps the water could have been captured. It was more of an issue of, entrainment or other issues that were being addressed under the biological opinions. And in that instance, you could put some figure on, not wasted water, but because of course the water that's out there could have, serve multiple purposes, but in terms of the water that could have been captured.
That's important too.
It's the complexity is such because it's not on and off. Obviously, these events that push the salinity quite a ways out, or X2 position quite a ways out to the west, take time to come back in. So you do have this opportunity that you can kind of live off of that really good situation. But it only lasts so long, and then you're pretty much where you would have been anyway. So that's where it's kind of nice to have these storms spread out over time. So then it's kind of out there and kind of keep pushing it. Instead of one great big one, it's great for, a month, but then it's going to start creeping back in and you have to deal with it. So it is incredibly difficult, and as many years as we've been working with this, each one has its unique set of dynamics that come together, and it's a whole new challenge. And we appreciate the flexibility of working with the board staff and the board and the fishery agencies about how can we, piece this together, because nothing is like what we may have modeled, 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
Thank you. Very good.
Great.
Thank you all. Anything else on the? All right. So enough for now. Mr. Howard, now item number 6. Thank you all for joining us.
Yes, we have a series of fee-related items. The first one is our core.
Before we start, do people want to take a quick break before we start into these? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
4 fee-related items. Up next, the first one is our core regulatory fees. So this is the Division of Administrative Services takes the lead on this. So John Russell will be presenting this item along with his staff.
Good morning, Chair Marcus and fellow board members. My name is John Russell. As Tom said, I'm the Deputy Director of the Administrative Services. With me today is David Ceccarelli and Ryan Wilson of the fee unit, and our attorney Phil Wiles, and they'll be doing other parts of the various fee presentations. Before you today is a consideration of a resolution adopting emergency regulations for our core regulatory fee structure. Those are our water quality fee structure schedule. The item in the staff report discussed in quite a bit of detail the proposed changes to the core regulatory fees, but I wanted to go over briefly a few notable changes, and we'll talk about those in a little bit of detail. In general, staff isn't proposing to raise fees again this year for most of the programs for the third year in a row, and that was by design. We looked at our revenues and our expenditures, and we were able to, we believe, manage the reserve to help us offset some of those marginal fee increases that we would have needed otherwise. Just as a little bit of the fund condition summary, again, this is all in the packet, but our anticipated revenues this year for the Waste Discharge Permit Fund are approximately $124.6 million. Our anticipated expenditures, however, are $127.5 million, and then if you do the math, there's a resulting shortfall of about $2.9 million. And again, this is a good example of us we're not proposing to raise fees, we're just proposing to make up for that with our fund reserve, which right now is really healthy. So I'll go over a few of the changes. A couple of these are going to turn out to be a little bit more controversial than I had thought. The oil and gas surcharge fee, we've met with the stakeholders, primarily 3 stakeholder groups: WISPA, which represents the larger oil producers, SIPA, which represents the sort of medium-sized producers, and IOPA, which represent the smaller fee payers, and we've been meeting with them for the last several months. What we had heard was our existing 3-tier structure, which we adopted last year, was not very equitable to the smaller producers. So we met with them, tried to come up with a more equitable schedule for everybody. So on that, we're proposing to change from the 3-tier structure to a fee that's based on the actual number of barrels of wastewater discharge, and that would have a minimum fee of $500 and then a per barrel fee to go along with that. We did get 2 comment letters late last night. They weren't timely, but one's from WISPA and one's from Chevron. They represent the largest of the oil producers, and I anticipate that they'll be speaking to you in a minute. But overall, most of with the change to the per barrel fee, most of the fee payers will be going down, and there will be 1 or 2 fee payers that will go up significantly. And we see this in a lot of our fee programs where it's not a homogeneous group of people. It's very small fee payers, and what fits them doesn't necessarily fit a very large fee payer. If this were an environmental data set, we would do an outlier study and throw out the outliers. But obviously with fee payers, we can't do that. So we come to the best compromise that we think we can. One of the issues that they will bring up, though, or that they did bring up in the comment letters was, should we be giving a discount for recycled water use to incentivize recycled water use? We don't do that in any of our other fee programs, for example, our wastewater treatment plant fees and things. We do not do that. We incentivize recycled water use in those areas through the use of low-cost loans. So that was something that we were uncomfortable. We did hear from the fee payers on that. We were uncomfortable at a staff level making that determination. We think that's really a policy call from either Tom or the board on how we should address that.
Well, it doesn't make your job, it doesn't give you less work to do.
No.
So we still have to cover the fee. So it's a nice thing, but it doesn't deal with that core. I'm sure people will talk about it. I'm not quite sure how you make that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it is a zero-sum game. All of our fees are that way. If one group of fee payers goes down, another typically has to go up.
Right.
A couple of the minor changes that we did: confined animal facilities. We are implementing a 0 to 49 tier per animal for poultry, goat, and swine. We did that last year for the dairy group, but we're implementing a similar 0 to 49 tier that wouldn't have to pay fees. Stormwater, again, we're collecting.
A lot of large goat. Do we have goat That's
We have
the
a
new
fee
one for me.
schedule for swine,
Yeah, I know that.
goats, and poultry. Region 5 is just about to adopt a general order for poultry, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't
those
think
are
we
good.
have any orders in the state for goats or hog production, but we are
Really
prepared.
Interesting. Should have asked about that.
Stormwater, again, this year we're collecting more revenue than the expenditures, so we're proposing, again, a one-time 6.4% fee reduction for MS4 construction and industrial permit fee payers. There's a change which Phil is probably going to have to talk a little bit in more detail on. We had changed the definition in the irrigated lands regulatory program from, we changed the definition for the acreage upon which the fee is based from irrigated to cultivated. We understand that there's a further change probably, and that was done to better reflect the existing discharges. And I should say, this would probably be a good point to add that all of these changes that we do them hand in hand with program. This isn't David and I sitting around saying, what can we do to make things different. This is really, we go to some of the changes program says, some of the changes stakeholders suggest. So we're always right there with program when we're doing these things. So Phil will talk just a minute about that.
Good morning, board members. Phil Wiles with the Office of Chief Counsel. This issue is, you'll see it on the proposed fee schedule on page 13. It relates to section 2200.6, which is the agricultural discharges fee. The change that we're talking about, I should start by saying it doesn't address or affect what types of agricultural operations are required to pay a fee in the first instance. We leave that up to the regional boards. If they choose to regulate only certain subsets of agricultural operations, that's up to them. This fee regulation is really just trying to establish what the fee is, the amount of the fee for dischargers that are regulated by a regional board order. So in some cases, the regions are only regulating irrigated lands. In other cases, they're regulating dry land farming. In some cases, they're regulating pastures. We're not talking about those choices. We're continuing to leave that up to the regional board. What we are talking about is we have a provision in our existing regulations that essentially says that at some point in time, if you have lands that were in agricultural production and then you cease that agricultural production, the regional board's oversight costs over some period of time will diminish to the point where they're low enough or maybe even zero so that we don't need to collect a fee from those acres that are no longer in agricultural production. The way that we had established that previously was to say that if the lands are not irrigated for a period of 5 years, then at that point, those acres would no longer be subject to the fee. It was pointed out to us that that doesn't make complete sense for lands that were never irrigated, where there, for example, is dry land farming. And so what we're proposing to do, and we've actually proposed a series of different revisions, and I think we've now settled on one, which is to expand not just lands that have not been irrigated, but lands that either haven't been irrigated or otherwise cultivated for a period of 5 years, that the fees would no longer apply to them. So in many ways, it's a relatively small change, but we're not proposing anything substantive in the sense that which lands would be covered by a fee or the period of time. I mean, that's up to the board. We do think 5 years makes some sense, but we're not wedded to that. But so the change, let me, if I can, since we're talking about it now, would be to footnote 1 in 2200.6. And we have a change sheet addressing it, but we also just received a comment this morning from a regional board, which I think makes some sense. And so what we're really proposing as of this moment is to change footnote 1 so that it would read, as used in this section, the acreage on which the fee is based refers to the area that has been irrigated or cultivated by the farmer or discharger at any time in the previous 5 years. So it currently reads, has been irrigated. We would be adding or cultivated.
On this issue, I had asked for an analysis of excluding lands that don't have access to surface or groundwater, and we never got that. So I'd
Yeah,
like
I
to.
can give you a brief update on that. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to present right now. We were having trouble. We had obviously the larger UC Davis study that said 70,000 acres, plus we understand there's other acres that have been taken out of production due to regulatory requirements. But the problem we were having in the fee unit was translating that big picture report down into the individual effects on individual coalitions or fee payers. So what we're doing right now, we met yesterday, I think it was, with the Friant Water Authority to, at Board Member D'Adamo's suggestion, to get some input from them. We met earlier last week with one of the 15 coalition members, or the person who runs that coalition in the Central Valley. And then in early October, we're going to go down to the stakeholder meeting that Region 5 has with all of the coalitions. So we're in a data gathering right now, and we hope to come back to you in maybe a couple months with some sort of a more firm proposal on how we can offer some sort of fee relief to people impacted by not having water for agriculture.
When are the fees due? If you came back in 2 months, would it be within enough time for this next cycle?
Yeah, so we would have enough time. Our fees would not go out till February of 2017. So we have about 2 or 3 months to come back, give you the proposal, then be able to adjust our fees at that time.
Okay, so can we acknowledge that in the direction or something? Just you guys can think about the way we can acknowledge that in either direction to staff or whatever. Good. That's important to have. That's good to be able to have that conversation with Drought.
Yeah, the initial feedback we're getting is that there will be some additional work on the part of the coalitions. We obviously don't want to have the coalitions charge a larger fee to do more work to collate this data for us, which would offset any fee that the individual fee payers get. So we did want to talk to the coalitions to see what data they currently have and how we can build on that.
Well, the issue is isn't the issue to find how to find that sweet spot that we recover the costs that we have to have. I mean, it's hard to do year to year because we still have to do the work and yet acknowledge the fact that folks for a period of time aren't farming. So hopefully good minds putting their heads together can figure out a proposal that may not be perfect but could be good.
Right.
Just a point of clarity, the change sheet number 2 that I have doesn't have those exact words that Mr. Wiles read.
That's
out loud.
correct.
So this would be a third change?
Or technically speaking, this would be a 4th change.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's just making
The
a
4th
mental
time's
note.
the charm, but we're waiting for the 5th time too.
Okay. I get that. This is an exercise in refinement. And we're trying to get program staff to weigh in on this too, in terms of the amount of work that's done relative to sites that may or may not irrigate. And just for another point of clarity, you know, why would we regulate dry farm land? It's because they rely on rainfall to some extent, perhaps, and it's more of a stormwater management issue on agricultural lands. Could you give me a little technical explanation?
I'm not sure if we have any program staff in the audience, but as I understand it, not seeing anybody, as I understand it, some of the regions have determined that there are discharges, probably primarily surface water discharges, but also pesticide application, nutrients, et cetera. But also depending on the type of dry land farming, much of it is actually done in areas where there is significant precipitation and the moisture is held in the soil over the dry season. And so I certainly am not the expert on this. I should probably not be talking right now, but I would say that there's probably a potential for groundwater impacts as well.
Right, and that's the point here that I wanted to emphasize, was just that there is a potential for discharge of pollutants from dry land farming to surface waters and groundwater, and that's why these lands are in our program. It's called the ILRP, the Irrigated Lands Program, but it includes other agricultural lands besides those that are irrigated. So it's important to be clear on that, I think. Thanks.
So that leads me into the largest change to our fee structures, and that's the Water Quality Certification Program, which also used to be known as the 401 Certification Program. If you recall, last year we changed that fee structure itself from primarily an annual fee, which wasn't covering the cost, to an annual fee plus an ongoing yearly fee that we thought would help cover some of the ongoing costs that this program is incurring through the life of a project. And also we indicated to you that, as is typical when we change the fee structure or we come up with a new fee structure, it's likely we're going to have to come back to you with some tweaks, some changes, and that's the case here. In this particular program, we're anticipated to have a revenue shortfall of approximately $2.5 million. If we collected all of that this year, it would be an approximately 32.4% increase in their fees. We're choosing not to do that. We're going to make up part of it again with the fund reserve, but we are proposing to increase the fees an average of about 20% this year, and I'll go through some of those fee increases really quickly. We're proposing to raise the cap on fill and excavation and dredging projects from $90,000 to $120,000. This will require a small number of large projects that would exceed the cap if increased by 20% to pay a fee closer in line with what their staffing costs are. Again, we're not a fee-for-service program, but there is some equity. We would like the fee payers to pay something approximating the staff costs as a program as a whole that are going into that particular segment of their fee structure. We're going to increase the acre fee and decrease the linear fee. Again, that's to bring the two fees closer together. There was a comment letter that we received that said there's some disparity between the per acreage fee and the linear fee. My understanding from program staff, is that linear projects, gravel mining in a stream bed, those linear projects involve more staff costs in oversight and things than do, say a rectangular acreage project. There's more things to consider when you're working on these linear projects. So the linear fee still is a little bit higher, but again, the staffing costs to oversee those linear projects are a little bit higher than the per acreage. And finally, we're going to implement an annual fee for low-impact discharge projects and emergency projects. Initially, we thought that the initial application fee would be enough to cover that throughout the life of the project, but it's turning out as staff are working on these, there is some ongoing staff time needed. So we're adding an annual fee for those for the life of the project. So those were the changes. I wanted to talk about, briefly, we talked about this the last 3 years too, is the resource reallocation projects, where we're changing away from assessing fees on the historical budget to where staff is actually working on them. After this year, that'll be complete, and our fee structure should line up pretty closely with where staff is actually working. Now, there will be some minor, that's one of the things that the Water Board prides itself on, is being nimble and agile. Mm-hmm. So there might be some deviations as things pop up in the future, but we will be fairly closely aligned. So as I said before, we haven't increased fees for the last 3 years. Next year, however, we probably will have to have a modest increase, at least to cover staff compensation costs. That'll probably be in the range of 3 to 6%, but as usual, we're going to look at our revenues and expenditures throughout the year, and we'll come back with a more detailed proposal on that. And I should have, there was a comment letter on the water quality cert one. I went over their primary concern, which was the disparity between the linear and the per acreage cost, but they also said, it was from the Santa Barbara County Flood Control District, and one of their main points too, was that we're a public agency. These projects we do are a public benefit. Philosophically, the board doesn't give discounts to public agencies doing the work. That would flow into almost all of our programs, wastewater treatment plants, just about any publicly owned entity that pays a fee. So historically, these projects still have staff costs to cover, so everybody gets to share in the
Well, and public projects aren't the only one that have public benefits.
Right. As a geologist, I could
Think
make a
about
pretty
mental
good case
silos.
that, the gravel miners themselves are providing
Right.
civilizations based on gravel. So
I
like
hope
I
the
said,
people from Tykert are listening in for that.
so we are continuing. Another thing that the board was very interested in was us increasing our stakeholder outreach efforts. We've been continuing those this year. We're going to continue in the future to have the 3 larger meetings after each iteration of the governor's budget when that comes out, early February, early June, and early August. We're transitioning a little bit, at least this year, to the point where there wasn't enough controversy to actually bring people to those meetings. There was a healthy participation on the web. We webcast them all.
Okay.
But what we are finding very useful is these focus stakeholder group meetings where we go to individual stakeholder groups and either they have an idea for changing the fee or a program does. Some examples of those are the time we spent with the oil and gas stakeholders this time, and we spent quite a bit of time this year with the industrial stormwater group. They're thinking of changing from a flat fee to a fee based on per acreage at their facility. Again, those discussions haven't led anywhere yet, but we are having those discussions fairly actively. Next year, we're probably going to be talking again with the confined animal facility stakeholders. We're looking at the per animal fee structure right now is based on a federal report that's 15 or 20 years old. We're looking at maybe leveraging some of the research that UC Davis and others have been doing and going to more of an animal weight equivalent. Again, that's just a heads up where we may be headed. How many chickens equals 1 cow in terms of waste production and management and everything?
You are just going to know so much interesting stuff by the time
I know.
it's over.
So like Phil said, lastly, we unfortunately, and I do apologize for this, we have 4 change sheets now.
Oh, good.
One of the changes was in the oil and gas. We had changed from produced water to discharged water. That was at the request of the stakeholders. Some of the water that comes out of these wells is re-injected right away. It doesn't get into our discharge realm. It's actually regulated by Dogger. Another of the changes was we had a typographical error in the land disposal fee, and we had down $50,510 for one of the categories, and it really should have been $20,510. So that's just a typo. And then the last one is we're changing in the ILRP from harvested to irrigated, or I'm sorry, it's probably irrigated. The change now is probably from irrigated to irrigated or cultivated. And I think that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for all the time you guys have spent over the last couple of years talking to people, along with some of my colleagues who've gone to the outreach meetings. I think that's all to the good. I mean, it does take multiple conversations to figure out if you can find a way to make it work and to help people understand. So turn to my colleagues for any further questions, knowing that they've labored at trying to help with this, which I appreciate because I have not been able to do those. And we have a few speakers, so I also want to get to them.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to thank you for the presentation and the efforts to follow, our direction to really meet with folks to create more transparency in this program. And, I also don't want it to be unnoticed, the milestone that you stated we've reached in terms of getting more toward resource alignment, and that's an effort that's been going on for several years. And I think board member Tam Dodek, who isn't here, was important in that process. So she's out there. Thank you, Tam. And on that note, we've really tried to emphasize our looking at performance standards within our programs. And could you briefly mention how our annual reports help with communicating resource alignment goals and creating more transparency in how fees are spent towards staffing and contract resources?
Yeah, we have spent, I don't want to say a considerable amount of time, but we have spent some time discussing the performance report with stakeholders, how they use it. We have been emphasizing the performance report as one of our primary means of communicating, what are our inputs, the resources that we spend versus the outputs, what do they get for those resources spent. And a lot of our conversations, frankly, were focused on how can we make the performance report more user-friendly. Right now, it's a lot of data, and how can they go in and pick out things that we needed. So Eric Oppenheimer met with us and them, so some of those conversations were productive as well.
Well, I should jump in on this. Thank you for doing that. I know you spent a lot of time one-on-one with Emily Rooney, Roger Isom. I continue to hear frustration with the user-friendliness of the performance report. So just anything you can do to continue having, I see nodding of heads in the audience. Yeah, I think that's a good tool in concept. We just have a little further to go, and it's great to have a tool in one central place that can be used for a variety of different purposes, this and others. So I think we just need to stick with it. There's some folks out there, I know in the ag sector, that are willing to spend more time with you all on making suggestions. I know it would be quite involved, so it's something that would probably take a several year period, but thanks for sticking with it.
All right, let's hear from our public commenters. We have three. First will be Suzanne Noble from WSPA, followed by Stephen Arita from Chevron, followed by Bob Gore from CEPA, or on behalf of CEPA. Hi.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, Chair Marcus, board members, and staff. My name is Suzanne Noble, and I am the Vice President of Production Regions for the Western States Petroleum Association, also affectionately known as WSPA.
Sorry.
I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the board today on the proposed revising of fee schedules, more specifically, of course, the proposed fee schedule changes to the oil and gas surcharge. The report, or the staff report, only notes two changes being proposed for the oil and gas surcharge. And that's for the current fiscal year, of course, and the method. And those changes are a % of a cent multiplier per well of produced water discharged. And the second is a minimum surcharge amount to be put in place of only $500. What the staff report doesn't state in the oil and gas surcharge has had an existing maximum surcharge amount, which is currently $13,500. And now the surcharge fee method being proposed today is without a maximum. And this is, of course, a huge issue to WSPA and its members for a number of reasons. So this isn't just increasing the cap, it's eliminating the cap. Some of our concerns, the proposed surcharge fee method, obviously, which eliminates the maximum surcharge amount, simply only redistributes the fee burden to the larger producers, as was mentioned earlier. And with this new fee charge amount as proposed, there will be astronomical increases in fees charged. And for an example, or a couple examples of that, when looking at the fee differential for just one WSPA member, the new fee method will equate to an increase of 306% for that one company.
Can you give me numbers? As opposed,
yes,
because 300% of a small number is still not astronomical.
So take the maximum, which was $3,500 for that one company. That is being increased to $228,000. So it's a $214,000 increase. Now, if you take the two largest increases, also WSPA companies, and you combine that, you would end up having to cover nearly those two companies alone 56% of the fee. That's over half of the overall fee burden under the new method. And if I'm doing my math right, there's 65 facilities currently being listed by staff. 9 of those 9 of those 65 facilities are being increased. And if you add those 9 up, it's $528,170 out of the $616,000 of the surcharge. So I also want to point out, as was mentioned earlier, is that the new fee method being imposed also does put a severe penalty on beneficial reuse, which is a bit of a incentivization on such activities. But also, I want to mention that WSPA requested during several of the stakeholder meetings or the discussion with staff that a credit or a discount be incorporated within the proposed fee schedule method for those who recycle produced water. Also, I want to point out that there were several options that were provided to stakeholders that reflected different fee structures based on WSPA's input, and none of those options were noted or actually even mentioned in the staff report. Another point is the new proposed fee method, it can provide significant reductions for smaller producers, but it also has to include a balance or an equitable manner to commensurate with actual staff workload, which currently, as proposed, does not. As a regular course of business and administrating WDRs, staff conducts annual site inspections. They review quarterly monitoring reports. They periodically do updates for WDRs requirements to meet basin plan objectives. And if you're looking at just 2 companies paying 56% of this surcharge, are they spending 56% on only those 2 companies? We think and believe that the staff time expended on these activities is not commensurative of, with barrels of produced water discharge. It's looking at the number of facilities regulated. Also, we would like
a little more, but don't go
okay,
long.
I'll wrap it up. The workload for staff administrating the permits does not significantly differentiate on the amount of volumes discharged. Staff must review, as I said before, each report submitted by each discharger and conduct site inspections of each regulated facility, irrespective of the amount of produced water discharged. Therefore, the proposed fee schedule for the oil and gas surcharge fee is not currently presented we believe, in a well-balanced or equitable manner, and we would want to respectfully request that the board defer action on the fee proposal changes for the oil and gas surcharge and work with stakeholders to revise the fee schedule to ensure that the fees are actually distributed in a manner that is fair and equitable. So again, I would like to thank the board as well as the staff for their ongoing interest in this committed effort in looking at a balanced surcharge fee for the oil and gas sector. And I want to thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I'll want to ask questions, but why don't we wait and hear from all the speakers before we do, and then we have another one. Next, Mr. Arita, followed by Mr. Gore, followed by Trish Geringer from the Ag Council.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Stephen Arita. I'm with Chevron Corporation. So I'd just like to start by saying and emphasizing that we certainly support the WDR program, the goals, what it needs to accomplish. We certainly support and we recognize it's an important program for the Water Board. And, we are more than willing to pay our fair share equitably within the program itself. So I just want to emphasize those things. It's really important. However, as noted by Suzanne Noble's comments, frankly, we are struggling to try to understand exactly how the fee structure came about, or the proposed fee structure that's before you today. As Suzanne noted, if you look at the numbers, basically what what I guess staff is really saying is that over half of staff's time for next year or next fiscal year will be paid by two companies, basically. At least that's how I see it. And, it's over 56% of the fees is now going to be borne by two companies, ourselves and CRC. While basically reducing the fees for over 80% of the other operators. Now, I understand that you guys are working through this process and the stakeholder process, but as noted by WISPA, and they've been part of the process, there were other suggestions and options to try to bring balance to that process. Again, we're all here and we're willing to pay our fair share. Unfortunately, the way the fees are structured, over half of the staff time is basically being covered by two companies. And I guess, as over half the staff's going to be working on two companies next year, I mean, I guess you could look at it that way too. WISPA noted that there were suggestions made during the stakeholder process of other options that really weren't even reflected, at least from what we read in the staff report. We think that's really important. That should be addressed, or at least considered, a cap. There was also the reference made to some type of credit if an operator recycled reclaimed water. I realize that there's still work related to that, and I understand that. Again, we're willing to pay our fair share of whatever work is associated, and the staff allocation is appropriate. But again, it's something that also from a policy standpoint, certainly the board and staff should consider in the longer term, because there is a benefit if there is a possibility of recycling and reclaiming water for the obvious reasons. We were just hearing the report on the drought and updates and stuff. So I think that's really important. Something
it's undeniably important. It's just not something that makes a difference in us setting fees. So we're all for recycling in all kinds of forms.
Right. And I'm here.
Your other argument is a better argument for following.
And I'm saying here, whatever works associated with that, we understand that, and we're not saying that we shouldn't necessarily. But again, I think it's really based on resource allocation, work-related staff time. So in that regard too, I mean, it was really encouraging to hear that staff's talking about the resource allocation program and the efforts to really put staff work time related to the projects itself and what needs to be done. That's very encouraging because frankly, when we look at the fee proposal that's before you today, I mean, I have to go back and look at what is the work related. What are the items that need to be addressed for next year? And, Suzanne talked about the program elements, site inspections, reviewing, monitoring reports, and all the type of program requirements that have to be done. We recognize that. But I think really you need to look at it on a facility basis rather than just strictly on a per barrel basis, because each facility requires certain levels of work. And I think that's in line with the efforts of resource allocation rather than just a flat rate fee. I think it's more appropriate, at least from what I'm hearing from staff, is what they're trying to look at. And along those lines, I mean, it's just, I have to think through. So in terms of the work that's required, in March of this year, Central Valley Board gave their report out, and among the issues that they had to address and look at from the Water Board's perspective is that they issued, they've noted 49 cleanup and abatement orders were issued. That's going to be work that's going to be required to be done. We're not in any of those. So we tried to do the best we can and what's right, but we're not in that level of work. We've made every effort to, and this is really no secret, we made every effort to get away from discharging into ponds and sumps. And hopefully our expectation is we have one facility that we still do that. And by the end of next year, 17, we hope to be out of all of that type of activity. So, I mean, again, we're trying to do what's right. We comply as much as we have to and require to. It's just very frustrating, Madam Chair, that when you look at this fee structure, is it fair and is it equitable and is it really looking at what needs to be done and who's those people that should be looking at? So we respectfully request if, the board and Madam Chair, that relook at this section and base it on really what the work is really necessary. Thank you.
Mr. Gore? Thank you, Mr. Arita. Mr. Gore, followed by Ms. Geringer.
Again, Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of the 550 members of the California Independent Petroleum Association, who are mostly small and medium employers. CIPA expresses its gratitude to administrative and program staff. They invested significant time to fully understand and resolve for this fiscal year what is relatively a small fiscal matter, but one of great financial impact during a difficult time for independent energy producers. CIPA fully supports this iteration of an evolving oil and gas discharged water fee. We will continue to work with staff to refine the surcharge in the coming fiscal year. For regulatory consistency and simplicity, CIPA strongly supports an equitable surcharge simply based upon total volume with no maximum. Again, for consistency and simplicity, there is a minimum, which actually overcharges the mom and pops, but is necessary. There is one factor omitted, as my colleagues referred to this year, that would be consistent with the administration's and the State Water Board's laudable and progressive drive for conservation, a credit for recycling. It's more than a zero-sum game. Well, how many of you remember the Moody Blues?
Which movie?
The Moody Blues.
Oh, yeah, sure.
They had a remarkable song called A Question of Balance. Well, in this case, it's appropriate that the board consider a question of policy balance. It's a recycling credit rewards a profound goal the administration's pursuing. It's not so much where does the fee come from? It's a matter of encouraging, and this is a slight misnomer, but accurate, new water in any forms that's valuable because it's in the thousands of acre feet. Recycling incentives are under consideration in many forms, and CIPA will continue to work with the state and regional boards to develop a reuse credit. Thank you very much, and I'll be available to answer questions.
Thanks a lot, and you've made George Kosterka very happy. Oh, there you go. Ms. Geringer. Hi.
Hi, good morning, board members. Tricia Geringer with Agricultural Council of California. And our members are about 15,000 farmers from throughout the state, all farmer-owned businesses from the very north all the way down to the south. And we just wanted to say initially, thank you very much for we appreciate the fact that there are no fee increases for our members this year. Our organization has been engaged in the fee process since you moved to a 100% fee-based system, and we appreciate you've taken into account our thoughts and views when you could. And thank you very much also for the workshops. I know they were mentioned. We hope we can continue those. The stakeholder workshops are really important for our members, and we hope to and will be engaged there ongoing. Since it was brought up, we wanted to mention Board Member Moore and Board Member D'Adamo mentioned the performance standards and transparency, and we wanted to hit on that. Ag Council certainly wants and would like to still continue to better understand the budget process here at the Water Board, and to the extent that you're able to share that information, it would be greatly appreciated. We know that the performance report is the place for this, and it's been helpful in talking about the inspections and that process, but we would hope to have more illumination as to the budgeting process in a way that translates to the fee increases, and we'd like to respectfully ask that there potentially be room for a tab in that performance report regarding future budget expectations relating to the program. So this is along the lines of what we've discussed in the past.
Yeah.
So just something maybe to consider for the board. Also, with respect to the...
We might spontaneously combust if we did that. I don't know if we're allowed to, but I get why you'd want it.
Exactly. Yeah. The performance report, we know the purpose is to measure performance, given the name, and of the various programs being executed by the board and the regional boards. And we believe this is certainly an innovative tool, and there isn't anything else like it among your sister agencies. But the measurement of performance is permits, and those permits that are issued and the number of inspections. So if we would like to see something on perhaps environmental successes, other success stories that you can include, we think this is an area that's perhaps lacking at this time. And also this correlates with the cost of compliance efforts that had been undertaken in the past a few years back that we were involved in, and we would be hopeful that perhaps this is a place we can embark on that mission connected to environmental successes with the board if that's feasible. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you for all the time you and Emily Rooney have spent on this. We really do appreciate it. Did you?
Yeah, I think those are good comments, and sometimes there are issues that are maybe outside the performance report. What's driving change? What's driving improvements? Just looking at irrigated lands, what's the role of the coalitions? We're talking about that as part of the order, but where we see very active coalitions, we see improvement, at least in surface water quality. We've got the numbers on that, not yet on groundwater quality. The Dairy Quality Incentive Program, Assurance Program. I'm confusing it with EQIP here. And the decrease in the number of violations. So some way to, maybe if you can't get exactly what you're looking for out of the performance report along the lines of what you were talking about, maybe helping to brainstorm with our staff about, how we can capture not just success stories, but, actually by the numbers.
Thanks. Helping us think this through. Do you want to respond to the comments of Mr. Rita?
Yeah,
even just to understand the conversation, because it's
and
the bottom line and how much time people are working on and the options they presented.
Yeah, and to be plain spoken about it, WISPA was in all of our stakeholder meetings, but frankly, we couldn't get their opinion one way or the other what they were thinking. I was actually expecting the smaller producers to show up today because, as Mr. Gore pointed out, there is an equity for the very, very smallest of the producers with the minimum. So we did discuss as I said before, we discussed the recycled water use. Again, we believe that was a policy issue that we didn't want to impose on one fee structure. It would flow out into the other fee structures. So we really needed a policy decision on that. The various proposals that we had, we did have 4 or 5 proposals. Typically, we don't put those in the staff recommendation. We don't come to you with a grab bag of things and say, choose one of these that you think you like. We consider it. We come to you with what our proposal is. It may change from the dais, but typically we come to you with one option. So again, at the risk of being a little bit rude, I'm surprised that we got these comments from WISPA late last night. We're certainly willing to talk more about it in the future. As they did indicate, the universe will be changing again a little bit this year, while Region 5, when they pass their general order for these, there will be another 50 plus facilities coming into the universe. There's about 65 facilities right now. So we're always willing to consider it, but ultimately that is one of the drawbacks of using a per unit fee type structure, is that if you're a large producer, you're going to pay a lot. If you're a smaller producer, you pay a lesser amount. It's just the mathematics of it.
But in terms of fairness or perceived fairness, to have 2 suppliers, albeit large, supplying more than 50% of the fees, is that true, or is that
that's again how the mathematics of it works out. And one of the proposals that we did have a cap on it. The other stakeholders, particularly CIPA, said we do not want a cap, even though some of their members would have benefited from the cap, on the logic that they are used to not having caps on their fees. They pay a lot of dogger fees, and they said we're used to this one kind of fee structure, and rather than complicate it, and I may be generalizing that, but that's at least my takeaway from our stakeholder meetings.
Let me ask the same question a different way, because it's less the percentage. In terms of the amount of work, I don't think you need to get it down to the penny at all, and we'll hear a little bit of that in the transformation we did in the drinking water fees. And I'm not a fan of it having been the penny because it changes every year. It's not something you know. But in a ballpark of the amount of work, given that the large producers are doing a lot of stuff, so we do spend a lot of time with them, how out of the ballpark is it? Because it is possible that small guys take more time, sort of unit per unit. But again, we're trying to find a balance of a simpler fee structure than one that's totally tied. But I don't have a sense of, it could be, is it 25% of the work or 30% of the work? Again, it's going to change from year to year.
Yeah, and I don't have those numbers, but I think I do agree with WISPA that probably those two facilities, we're not spending 50% of our staff time on it. Again, that's just the way that the per volume flows out of that.
If I can help a little bit.
Sort of looking for a ballpark here.
Sure. I'm afraid that my understanding is that staff sat down with the oil producers, and also with the program staff. And this is not an area where we've got really detailed information about how they're spending their time. Unlike some of the other programs where we've actually concentrated some effort, like the Dredge and Fill 401 certification program. They actually went back and did a pretty thorough review of how they spent their time, and staff came back and proposed pretty significant revisions a couple of years ago to reflect that sort of fresh take about which types of activities they spend more staff time on. So if I can, first just a couple of things. I think everybody's talking about it the right way. There needs to be some kind of a reasonable relationship in terms of the allocation, and it's based on staff oversight time. Somebody had mentioned that the larger producers are not currently subject to any cleanup and abatement orders. I just want to point out that the staff costs for overseeing compliance with cleanup and abatement orders is a different funding source. It's not from the fees, so that's not really particularly relevant. If you look at the board's fee schedule, you will see many, many different attempts to come up with this sort of a reasonable basis for allocating the fees. When I last counted them, there were over 100 different sort of fees depending on what kinds of waste were discharged and whether you're big or small. Is it how much you dump into the landfill, like a tipping fee? Is it just the type of activity you engage in, like the industrial stormwater? It's thread or complexity. There's a lot of ways to sort of unravel maybe the different ways, the different options the board has to allocate within a given program.
Mm-hmm.
There's
tipping fees were always my favorite when I was in the local because you pay by weight.
Right. It's a volumetric or
it really should be volumetric. Yeah.
Yeah. So
that's hard to assess. So you got to do the best you can do.
Right. So I mean, there are a lot of other things that the regional boards take into account, not just how many facilities are there, not just what's the volume. They're looking at things like spending their time on facilities that have a greater threat to surface water because of they're undersized, or they have a greater threat to groundwater because they're unlined and there's high usable groundwater in the area. So it's much more complicated than just to say it's going to be the same types of cost for each facility. They really do prioritize their work. And since we don't have really detailed information that would lead to a really careful, more nuanced fee schedule, certainly the board has discretion to ask staff to go and get that information and maybe even make some changes now if you think this doesn't appear to be right. My view is that on the face of it, it's one rational way to create the fee, at least for now. It's still on a per facility basis. The result is that the discharges that have higher volume discharges pay more, no question. But that doesn't change the fact that it's at least a rational basis, the volume, and we could do better, I'm sure, but we really don't have a lot of information to base a better allocation today.
Yeah, some of the data that Phil was just talking about, we actually did talk to program, primarily Region 5 staff, and they just did not have it. And again, in the big picture, you're probably going to hear this from some other fee payers later in the program, but we're funding a program as a whole. We're not doing a cost recovery where you're just directly billed based on the hours of work at your particular site.
Right. There is and we've had this discussion in other contexts, there is a benefit to us having a well-run program that can move where it needs to move for all of the regulated entities within a unit, whether you need time on your own or not. That there's an underrated value there. Are there other questions? I have a thought, but I'll defer to others if they have a thought. I think given what you've said and what we've heard, it is always better to have an articulable basis or sense of where we're spending our time. So I would like at least some sense of direction to go ahead and do this now, but to not just then assume it for the future and to spend some time. I'm not a fan of timesheets to the minute, but some way of coming back to us before next year, in this process with a sense of where people are spending their time and think they need to spend their time so that you can have a more articulable basis for it. And because I can see it multiple ways and be able to have that conversation before we come back next year.
I think that's perfectly agreeable to us. That's one of the beauties of the emergency rulemaking process that we're using to set fees, is that we can go away, take direction, go away, do a little bit of study, come back to you within a relatively short time.
I agree. And on the policy issue of recycled water, as a huge, gigantic fan of recycled water, I think the value of using recycled water is accruing today to those agencies to those entities that choose to use it. It's cheaper water, and it will continue to be cheaper water, even though it will be more valuable over time. And so I would not want to give a discount for recycled water.
Okay. So with that direction, I'm looking at Phil as to whether you need to say something or whether it's good, clear enough.
It can just be oral direction to staff, or if you'd like, we could put it in the resolution. But I think we hear the message pretty loud and clear. It's not something different than what we've done before. And
it's on that to-do list on the whiteboard or whatever that John looks at every morning and every evening before he leaves. All right. All right. Do I have a motion?
So moved. With the 4 change sheets?
Well, there are 3 change sheets, and then we have additional information read into the record by Mr. Wiles, and then the typographical errors, which I'm not clear whether they were all reflected on change sheet 3. I think they were. So really, it's just change sheet 3, and then the correction on page 14 into the footnote of change sheet 3 that Mr. Wiles read into the record for croplands that have been irrigated in the last 5 years, cultivated or irrigated. The other thing was there was the direction that Ms. Diadamo suggested with respect to the further engagement with the irrigated lands coalitions and looking at how to address lands that have been fallowed as a result of drought over the last year. That
or just as fallowed in general.
Right.
Because of
my caveat was due to a lack of availability of surface or groundwater.
Right.
So hence, I think it is still tied back to drought, although you want to push it out broader to also...
it's tied to regulation also, okay. Yeah. I mean, and then it gets difficult for us to parse it out.
It doesn't even have to be due to regulation. If the land's not contributing to the problem, it shouldn't be. If we don't have to do work, then we don't.
Yeah, I'm just saying I don't see a need for us to distinguish what the reason is. Right. If there's a lack of water availability, regardless of what the reason is.
Yeah. So that can be handled the same way as direction to staff. You've already heard Mr. Russell say that they're engaged in that effort and will be going down and meeting with the Friant stakeholders. And that would come back to the board during this fiscal year. They'll be exploring options. And I'm comfortable that staff's got that message. We certainly appreciate that water's unavailable regardless of what the reason is. And so that would be the package that would be part of the motion that I believe Ms. Spivey-Weber was proposing to make.
Yes.
And if I can, just for clarity on the change sheets, we still do have change sheet 1 and 2. Change sheet 2 has the change from...
on the number.
Well, actually, it's change sheet 2 is the produced versus discharged for the oil. That's 2200A. And change sheet 1 really only affects the staff report, so it's not that important. So total is change, just for those keeping score.
All important.
Change sheets 1, 2,
3 plus.
3, but only the portion that deals with the typo to the table for threat and complexity. And then the change to the footnote that I read into the record, which is changing it to irrigated or cultivated.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Carries. Thank you for illuminating those issues, and we will continue. This is an ongoing, as you heard from the other arenas, an ongoing conversation where we keep at it. All right. I'm going to suggest that we take a break because we didn't take our mid-morning break and our 11. Oh, there are our 11:30 speakers, so we won't take our break until after they've had a chance to speak. Hello, Assembly members. You are welcome. We were just going to take a break in anticipation of you coming, but I told everybody in advance that you'd be coming in at 11:30. So please join us. Thank you for coming. So we're reopening the public forum for a special presentation that we had notice of before the meeting began, as I said this morning. Morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you for accommodating us this afternoon and providing some time for some additional public testimony. Assemblymember Olson and myself are here today to discuss 3 matters of business. First, for the past few weeks, we've been collecting signatures from our districts on a petition that calls for mitigation of the adverse impacts of our communities from any proposal to increase flows from the Merced, Stanislaus, and Tuolumne rivers. We, in fact, have with us today to submit for the record over 3,100 petitions that have been filled by our constituents asking for, in fact, that mitigation. Second, drinking water agencies and groundwater agencies in our areas, school districts, and others who are going to be affected incredibly by this proposal want to have opportunity with your staff to discuss in detail the assumptions, data, and other factors that went into the 2012 report, as well as those that are in the new 2016 report. We have asked for these kind of meetings a number of times, and we have had some water board staff down to our area, I think on one occasion, but we'd like to ask for more in-depth individual discussions with individual districts and local agencies and stakeholders. We certainly find it difficult, and people in our community find it difficult to understand how we've arrived at some of these assumptions without first meeting with the local stakeholders who in fact have most likely a better handle on the actual data that I think you're going to need to make the appropriate decision in this case. We've asked for your staff to set up those meetings. We've encouraged you to follow through.
No, we're already talking about how to come up with an array of meetings that we can handle and do both with us and with the staff. So
very good. Thank you. Third, if the water board has agreed to meet with the affected parties, which you've indicated that you have, then we want to make sure that we don't treat the entire region as one, but in fact deal with the different communities. The Merced watershed, differs from the Tuolumne. I think we need to conduct meetings in a fashion that takes into consideration the nuances of the individual areas. So we would request that you hold hearings in the major cities of each of these rivers to give each community an opportunity to demonstrate the impact the report will have, in fact, on their unique economy. We also want to make you aware of a local development. A concerned community coalition has been formed to help in the discussion, which consists of representatives from our counties, our cities, our schools, businesses, farms, and others. We have a representative here today with us who, after Assemblymember Olson, will share a few words on behalf of the coalition. We want to submit, their statement for inclusion in the record. And to summarize, we would ask that you accept these petitions as part of the official record. We'll leave those here. And we would like to ask that you extend the comment period. This has, I think, been 4 years now to get this update. We have now 60 days to review a 2,000-page document that has incredible impact. In fact, we had a staff member of the board in our district use the term regulatory drought. I think the discussion point there was that after this horrendous drought that we've been subjected to and the horrendous economic impact that's had on our region, as we seek to find balance with habitat and find the right number for the flows, we're basically extending that period of drought into the foreseeable future if we're not careful. And that's what we're encouraging here today is how do we strike balance? How do we look at predators? How do we look at restoration of the riverbeds? I mean, there are other methods than just water. And in fact, I think there's a strong argument that just water alone has not been effective in previous circumstances. So we need to look at some balance that's not going to just be an absolute disaster for our community and our economy going forward. That's what we're here today to encourage the board to consider and to take into consideration those comments of our community. So with that, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Assemblymember Olson.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman, nice to see you.
Thank you. I too want to echo the comments that we really appreciate you accommodating us today and on short notice. As the board knows, Assemblymember Gray and I have been very active in this issue over the last 3 to 4 years, and many of the local leaders in our community have been even more active than we have been. And so it's been a challenging few days, to say the least, when the SED came out last Thursday, and we've discovered that perhaps we're still reading through the entire 2,000 pages, but it appears that the proposal from the community's perspective has gotten worse over the last 3 to 4 years rather than improvements. And so it's been very frustrating because many of us feel that the last 3 to 4 years of work on this in trying to engage the board and the staff in a very positive way has been meaningless. Nevertheless, our community is committed to remain at the table. We want to be engaged. We want to be part of the solution process because we do believe that balance can be achieved, and we believe balance is important. Of course, we want to increase fish populations, but we just don't want to do so at the expense of our region's economy, at the expense of our region's quality of life. As the board knows, our region struggles. We have some of the lowest educational attainment levels in the entire state of California, some of the weakest economic outcomes in the entire state of California, and the one benefit we have going for us is water. It's the one thing that our community has been able to rely on as we seek to attract greater diversification to our community and opportunities for the people who call the northern part of the Central Valley their home. And yet even water has been a struggle, including in the north part of the valley over the last few years as a result of the drought. And so when the revised proposal came out on Thursday, it was shocking and saddening to many of us who think, how in the world is our region going to be able to give up double the amount of water that we release today? Especially when data has shown that flows alone are not helping to increase the fish populations. So we share the same goal. We want to see the Delta thrive. We want to see the fisheries thrive, but we're not convinced that the flows proposal from the board is the best way to achieve that. As was mentioned by my colleague, there are predation issues with non-native species. There are habitat issues, and we want to make sure everything's being looked at holistically because this will wreak havoc on our community if we have to give over double of what we're giving today out of our river tributaries, which means we're taking away from cities, we're taking away from irrigation lands, and it's going to be a real struggle. And then the other predicament that we would love to be able to work with your staff on is how do we meet the goals outlined in SGMA as we try to replenish our groundwater basins and make sure that they're sustainable long into the future if the main source for replenishing those basins is now being diverted. So lots of challenges we look forward to working with the board and your staff on, and we plead that the board and your staff please listen to our constituents. We are not being unreasonable. We have been at the table, particularly a few of our local irrigation districts. They have offered settlement offers, and we need them to be entertained. So again, just to repeat our asks, we would really appreciate 120 days instead of 60 days to review the 2,000-page document. We would greatly appreciate you meeting with our local agencies and already appreciate the board reaching out even to the county yesterday to begin setting those meetings up. And then we would also like to underscore the importance of having separate hearings for each of the 3 river tributaries, because it is not a one-size-fits-all approach that will work. They have different unique needs, different unique opportunities, and so we would ask that they be treated as 3 separate regions as we try to achieve this goal together. So again, thank you for our time. We will deliver all 3,100 of these petitions to you, and that is not where it will end. The petitions are coming in, they're flooding in every day. Thank you for your attention.
No, thank you very much, and for that setting up of the need to balance the conflicting goals and look at every opportunity. That is surely our intent, and hopefully we'll working together and having people to actually talk to each other. It will be complex, but a mix of all of those things, the multiple stressors, the multiple things, to try and come up with something. One of the things that we tried, it didn't exactly get carried, but we took great pains to say this is really hard and there is a huge impact on these communities. And so you have what the fish needs are, and the argument that the reason the flows so far haven't worked is that they haven't been enough, with the fact that there is a huge impact on the people who've grown and developed communities and farms and wonderful things based on having had that water. There's a real cost at taking it away, particularly since there are multiple things squeezing, and we need all the help we can get to figure out how to find, there is no sweet spot here, but how to find the best balance we possibly can without triaging one or the other, and that does take people coming together and doing the tough work of rolling up their sleeves. So thank you for coming and setting that tone. Hi, nice to meet you.
Morning. My name is Lacey Curiaco. I'm with the County of Merced, and I'm here representing the community coalition that has come together on this. And I'd like to share with you the list of organizations in our coalition. In Stanislaus County, it includes the City of Ceres, the City of Houston, the City of Modesto, the City of Newman, Oakdale, Patterson, Riverbank, Turlock, Waterford, Stanislaus County, El Concilio, the Modesto Chamber of Commerce, the Modesto Irrigation District, the Oakdale Irrigation District, Turlock Irrigation District, the Stanislaus County Farm Bureau, the Stanislaus County Office of Education, the Stanislaus County Regional Latino Chamber of Commerce, and in Merced County, it includes the cities of Atwater, Dos Palos, Gustine, Livingston, Los Banos, Merced, the County of Merced, the Greater Merced Chamber of Commerce, the Merced County Farm Bureau, the Merced County Office of Education, and the Merced Irrigation District. And I'd like to reiterate the request for the opportunity to meet with staff and discuss the technical assumptions in the proposal because of the impacts that this is going to have on all of our communities. Also, we have a statement that we'd like to submit for the record. Thank you.
Of course. And can you make sure, normally we do the blue cards just so we know how to get a hold of you? You have it. Okay, good. So that we're able to contact you too. And thank you for the offer of assistance. It's always, since we can't talk to thousands of people at once, it's always helpful to have folks bring folks together for the purposes of us being able to have those conversations. So thank you.
If I could just, in closing,
always,
one, we'd like some direction as to where we could drop these 3,100 petitions.
It is always the inimitable Ms. Janine Townsend.
We will make sure and send those right over. But in closing, I just want to say that the one component of the 2012 report, and this board's heard me talk about this on previous occasions, these significant but unavoidable impacts to our economy. That's the one thing that's just unacceptable, I think, to myself, to Assemblyman Olson and others in our community. We have a community with double-digit employment, a community where, while the rest of the state celebrates the end of the recession and the economy's growing and they're waiting for the next recession, well, we're still in it. And to be subjected to, permanent economic depression is just totally unacceptable. Without growth, we won't see those numbers drop. Without water, you won't see growth. And we have a real difficult challenge here. I believe there's a solution. There's a way to work together. There's a way to have mitigation. I carried legislation on this issue. I recall in a committee hearing at the Capitol being asked, well, what do you mean by mitigation? Do you mean money? And I said, yeah, I do, if that's what it takes. If we need to, if the state needs to make some investments in the Central Valley and the San Joaquin Valley to offset the impact of increased flows, and that's what we need to do. But we need to figure out something that doesn't just say to our communities, well, we recognize the significant unavoidable economic impacts. They are avoidable, and we should be working in collaboration to avoid those impacts. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. I want to turn.
Well, I just want to thank you for being here today. Thanks for delivering your message of concern, but also I'm hearing a positive message as well, that you want to continue to have the dialogue. And I just want to share with my fellow board members, I've been in several meetings with both of you and other elected officials, along with Chuck Bonham and others from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I can say these folks really roll up their sleeves. And so I know that you will be going through that report, you and your staffs, and look forward to hearing your comments, not just of concern, but where can we make adjustments so that it can work for the fish and for the communities. So thank you for being here today.
Look forward to working with you. Thank you
Thank you
very
for your
much.
time.
Thanks. Now, I know it's just right before lunch, so can we just take an early lunch break as someone who didn't eat breakfast? I normally can just keep going, but I can't. But not a long time, because we have other items before. I know well, we won't start the other one before 1. That doesn't mean we don't have to start it at 1. So how much time would you like? Is 45 minutes okay for folks to check their email and get something to eat? Okay, we will come back at 12:30. Thank you all very much. Sometimes we can power through if we take a 10-minute break, but I don't think so. We are back and reconvening at 12:40. Let me just give a bit of a preview on the scheduling. It's taken a little longer, I think, than we anticipated, but that happened. You can never anticipate, and it's important to talk things through. I just want to remind folks that we still have item number 4, which we moved till after lunch for Secretary Ross to join us. I don't know if she said she wouldn't be here until 1, depending on where we are in this item or the next. I have no sense of the timing. If we're near closure on an item, I'm sure she won't mind if we come to closure. If we're not sure or we're not near closure, I'm going to take a break to take Secretary Ross, because it's not common that we're able to get her in front of us, the least of which to be making the presentation to us. So just as a notice, if you're here on one of the next 2 items, we may be taking a break to hear from her. If anybody is, or 3 items, if there's anybody here, I know our internal staff on Lean 6 will be fine with that. For item number 10 on Lean 6, I hope you'll understand, it's kind of the family hold back. If we have folks who are here for item number 11, and I know some of them have traveled and will travel distance, they'll start showing up at 1, because we said it wouldn't happen until after 1, but they may be expecting at 1 and then have to drive home. I may take them before item number 10. I hope that's okay with folks. And so with that, let's move ahead to item number 7, unless I've missed anything. Okay, item number 7.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Ryan Wilson, and I'm one of the managers in the fee branch in the Division of Administrative Services. And I'm very pleased to bring before you today for your consideration a resolution proposing adoption of regulations that will establish a new fee schedule for our Safe Drinking Water program. Not only is the Safe Drinking Water program a very significant state program in that it provides oversight of about 8,000 public water systems in our state to ensure that the drinking water is safe for the 39 million people roughly that call California home, as well as the 257 million people that visit here annually. But it is also a wholesale change in the way that we fund the oversight for that program. We are moving from a fee-for-service model more towards a flat fee structure. The agenda item and staff report discuss a lot of the details of the regulations, but I'm going to hit on some of the high points. And we'll start off talking about the proposed regulations and what they contain. The regulations that we are bringing before you today have a fee for all public water systems that they will pay for an annual operating fee. Most of the water systems are what we would classify as community water systems, and they will be charged a fee based on the number of service connections that they have. We have a couple of other classifications, transient and non-transient non-community water systems, which will continue to pay an annual fee equivalent to the respective status quo fee schedule. These regulations also define a new category of public water systems, wholesalers, and it establishes a volumetric-based annual fee for these type of systems. And lastly, community water systems that serve a disadvantaged community as defined in the proposed regulations will be eligible for a reduction in fee. This reduction in fee is consistent with the human right to water law. Water supply, contaminants, cost of treatment and distribution systems, and the nature of small public water systems, especially in disadvantaged communities and many other factors, continue to have challenges in addressing the human right to water. And we believe that offering systems that fall in these disadvantaged communities a reduction in fees helps promote that goal of the Water Board. And many of our water systems in the state, actually a majority of them, over 63% of them, are actually small water systems. And it's many of these systems that fall within some of those disadvantaged communities and that need some of the most assistance from us. Just to go over a timeline of the regulation development, this is unique among some of our fee programs that we're bringing before you today, and that this is a regular rulemaking process where most of our other programs set fees through emergency regulations. And this program will set them through emergency regulations in subsequent years, but we were directed by the legislator the first year to come up with a fee schedule using the regular rulemaking process. And we initiated that process on April 29th with our first iteration of proposed regulations. And even before that time, we had a very robust process and communication with our external stakeholders in developing these fees. One of the things about this program being that it is existing to protect one of life's most crucial elements, and the water that everybody in the state drinks, provided for a unique collaborative process, because everybody at the table, regardless of their viewpoint on how we achieve funding for this program, we all have the common goal of providing safe, reliable drinking water for the state of California. And there was a very open and collaborative process with our stakeholders, and staff internally did a lot of work, as well as our external stakeholders, in analyzing data and coming up with potential solutions to how we generate funding for this program. And through the regular rulemaking process, after we initiated that on April 29th with our initial proposal, there was a 45-day comment period, and then we held a public hearing on June 22nd of this year. And we received many public comments, and one very common theme was what we have termed the water community option, which was a alternative proposal that was submitted to us by the Association of California Water Agencies, also known as ACWA. And many of our external stakeholders echoed in their comment letters that they supported that alternative proposal. And through internal discussions with staff and board members as well, we were directed to see if it was a viable solution to developing a fee schedule for this program. I'm going to put a slide up here while I'm talking about it. This is a comparison of our proposal originally and that water community option that I mentioned, and then what we're bringing before you today. And what we discovered was that we could use that water community option, and what we're proposing today is very similar to what was submitted to us. However, there were two main changes to it. One was our initial proposal had a discount for only severely disadvantaged communities, and the decision subsequently was made to provide the discount to communities that are considered disadvantaged as well. And then secondly, as best we could tell, although the water community option did include a discount for severely disadvantaged communities, it didn't account for the potential revenue loss as a result of providing that discount to severely disadvantaged communities. So as you can see in the side-by-side comparison there, what we did is we like I mentioned, we provided a discount for the disadvantaged communities instead of just severely disadvantaged. But then on the top tier for systems over 15,000 service connections, we increased that tier by an amount that we believe will recover the costs of providing the discounts to the disadvantaged communities. And I will caveat that with it is our best educated guess on what we think we need to set that number at to recover those costs. To get a more accurate picture, we'll probably need to get through our first year and see how many systems actually apply for that discount and are qualified for it. But we do know the number of severely disadvantaged as well as disadvantaged communities in the state, and we did our best to make an approximation for how many could potentially come in with a discount fee, and then adjusting that top tier amount to account for that revenue loss. So since we decided to make a change to our proposal, we had to go out again with another 15-day comment period, which we did, and received some comments, and I will touch on a few of those a little bit later. So the key differences between what we're proposing today and our original proposal is that water systems with fewer than 1,000 service connections are going to remain at the level they've been paying for several years. Whereas our original proposal, we had provided somewhat of a reduction in fees for some of the smaller water systems. And 2 additional tiers were added. And again, like I mentioned, we're extending fee relief to disadvantaged communities as well as severely disadvantaged. Next, the key differences between the proposed regulations today and what the water community option contained. I already touched on that. We adjusted the tier connection and we extended the relief to disadvantaged communities as well. We have a couple additional slides here just to illustrate the impacts of these changes. And this slide here shows systems of different sizes and how their fees are impacted versus the water community option and the revised one that we are proposing today. And as you can see, there are really no fee differences between the water community option and what we're proposing today for systems under 10,000 service connections. But since we adjusted that tier for systems larger than 15,000, you start to see some of those impacts as you go up the scale there. And then our last slide is the impact to our 10 largest community water systems within the state. And again, just as kind of a comparison, as we've gone through this process, not only with meeting with stakeholders, but a couple of workshops we've had here at the board, this is a similar slide that we have laid out to show those impacts. And so this is showing where we're at today and how it would impact our largest systems in the state. Lastly, it brings me to discussing some of the key comments, and I'm going to highlight a couple that we believe may be addressed today. However, again, because this is a regular rulemaking process, we are required to review and respond to all comments that were received during the 45-day comment period as well as our subsequent 15-day comment period. And staff is currently working on wrapping up what's called the final statement of reasons that will be submitted to the Office of Administrative Law. And that FSOR will contain every comment that we received and the Water Board's draft responses to those comments.
But do we need to see that draft response, or is your oral response today adequate?
Like I said, we're in the process of drafting, and I think once it is done, we will circulate it internally, and it also will be published for anyone to view.
Or for review?
For review. The comment periods are over at this point for the rulemaking process. If we were to, with the exception being if we made any more changes to it before we submit to OL, then we could potentially have to go out for additional 15 or 45-day comments depending on how significant of a change we're talking about. But if we move forward with what we have proposed today, the public comment periods are closed and it will just be our responses to what we received during those times.
And you're about to tell us your response to comments.
I'm going to highlight a couple of them that we think will be discussed by stakeholders that are going to comment today. There were several public comments, and we would be here for a very long time if we went through all of them in the FSOR, but was just going to go over a couple of key highlights.
If I could say, I think the only action that the board is taking is to adopt the regulations, to adopt the text, so it's not necessary that you approve the final statement of reasons in order to adopt the regulations.
So the first key comment is that some water systems are opposed to the volumetric base fee for wholesale water systems. And our response at this time is that no other viable alternatives were submitted outside of maintaining the fee for service, which is something that we've indicated going forward we're not going to do. So Water Board staff are committed to working with the water community to develop an alternative moving forward in subsequent years. But the regulations as proposed today do contain a volumetric-based fee for wholesale water providers. Another comment that we received from several local primacy agencies was that our discounted fee rate that we are providing to disadvantaged communities is below their costs of regulating the systems that they oversee, and creates a little bit of challenge for them because sometimes they base their fees off of our fees, or their customers may be looking and saying, why is the state charging a lower fee and you're charging me something that's several magnitudes higher? And the comment that we received and the suggestion for overcoming that issue for them was to provide some sort of financial assistance to LPAs that may be located in severely disadvantaged or disadvantaged communities. And staff are currently analyzing how to effectively provide such financial assistance. We don't think that the regulations are the mechanism that's used to appropriate funding.
We need legislation.
Right, and be done through some sort of local assistance type action maybe. So we are looking into that, being able to possibly provide them with that assistance to achieve the support for the disadvantaged communities for them as well. Another comment that we received was that the revised draft regulations will significantly increase the average fees paid by water systems serving greater than 1,000 service connections. And our response to that is that the water community option has the same effect, and we are essentially proposing the water community option with the 2 changes that I mentioned. The final one we have is that a request that the State Water Board staff maintain the drinking water program's time accounting system to inform the board, staff, public water systems, and stakeholders on how the drinking water program staff time and resources are being allocated. At this point in time, we don't believe that's the best approach. One, the fees schedule that we're proposing would be collecting revenue for this entire fiscal year, which began on July 1. Even though they have not been adopted by OAL yet, they would be covering, expenditures for the entire year. And we are operating at this point in time as business as usual. As far as the time accounting system is concerned, we are still tracking our time the same exact way that we did before, and staff are going into the Drought system and recording their hours and activities that they are working on individual water systems. So we are already, in fact, doing that.
But you've agreed to continue doing that.
We have agreed to continue doing that, and it's our intent at this point in time. But it was pointed out as well that and we've mentioned in previous items today that we do have a robust performance measurement system in place, and for drinking water, we're still currently analyzing the best way to measure performance for this program. We don't really want to lock ourselves into having to use a time accounting system if that's not the best approach, but we're still looking into it. And then also we received multiple comments on various performance measures, and so we're taking all of those into account at this point in time.
Great. Are there questions before we go to the speakers? I know folks have read the letters.
On that point about performance standards, do you anticipate having some straw proposals, if you will, for the upcoming annual performance report? So it would be the 2017 annual performance report for performance standards that could fall out of these dialogues, or do you have any target for when we might unveil some drinking water program performance standards?
I'm not aware of any of them. I don't know if any other staff are.
So yeah, I'll just comment briefly. We actually, as of last year, had added some performance standards for the drinking water program that are very much in line with the performance measures. We're not yet setting targets, but they're very much in line with the other core regulatory programs where we're reporting by drinking water region and sub-region on the number of inspections and the number of permits that have been updated. Additionally, I know the program is currently working on ways to develop some more outcome-based performance measures that look at system compliance and return to compliance. I'm not certain as to the date that those will be put in place, but I know those are under development.
Interesting. All right, so we should talk a bit about that in direction to staff as a bundle of things after we've heard from people. Would it be a bundle or a parcel? Bundle of benefits, yeah. All right, we have just 2 speaker cards, but we had about 10 or 12 letters. And first we have Don White from Golden State Water Company. representing the California Water Association. Hi, good to see you. Followed by Adam Robin from Aqua. Good to see you. Hi.
My level here.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
good. It's adjustable. I always appreciate that myself.
Absolutely. So, Chair Marcus and members of the board, again, my name is Dawn White. I do work for Golden State Water Company, but I am here representing the California Water Association.
Right.
Get right in front of me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
You can just move it directionally and make it just comfortable for you.
How's that?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Well, anyways, I want to say I thank you for allowing me to provide some additional comments on behalf of CWA. CWA has been an active supporter of and participant in the board's efforts to revise the existing drinking water fee schedule. In its June 22nd comment letter, CWA suggested that the fees imposed on large public water systems should reflect the level of regulatory oversight provided to those systems. And CWA very much appreciates the responsiveness to this request by considering the new declining block rate approach. CWA also provided comment on July 29th and respectfully requests the board to reconsider these comments. Specifically, CWA worked closely with the Association of California Water Agencies and the California Municipal Utilities Association in developing comments and proposed solutions in several areas, namely some of the ones that you referred to. I'd like to just make comments on two of those. Those are the accounting reports and the performance standards. Program fees have always been included in accounting of the hours spent by program staff. Our invoices have always reflected that. Additionally, as public water systems, we've been able to request and receive a more detailed accounting of the hours spent on specific permitting activities. This reporting by the program on the hours spent is really critical to public water systems' ability to properly expense the regulatory fees that we incur related to capital work. CWA recommends that the board include language in the resolution to direct staff to provide an accounting of the hours spent on sanitary surveys, permits, permit amendments, and waivers on their invoices to public water systems. We understand that the
program... Can I just ask you so I understand that? So when you're doing a capital project and you want to bill it to the project, you're asking for more detailed billing when working on a capital project, not more detailed all the time.
That's correct. Right now, specifically, that is a very significant concern or factor for us. Right now, the invoices are, up till now, the invoices have created a number of hours in each of several different categories. And so certainly we can see the amount of time spent on permit and permit amendment so that we can capture those costs. We don't always have to get a more detailed accounting, but sometimes we do, depending on our knowledge of what was happening in our systems at the time. So, but that does, we do use that data for those purposes. So, we understand that the program is continuing to track the hours spent. And so reporting this information, we don't believe should be an undue administrative burden for the program. That's certainly not our intent. So the second area is around performance standards. And I realize that you're working on that, so I'll just make my comment to ensure that the new fee structure does not result in detrimental change to the level of service provided to each system by the program. CWA suggests that the board include language in the resolution that directs staff to adopt performance standards and track and report annually on these performance standards. CWA believes that the inclusion of language in the resolution would require the program to set and report on specific performance standards, would provide public water systems with the ability to better plan our work and to provide a higher level of service to our customers. So CWA believes that there is a need for the board to address these items in the adoption resolutions in order to ensure the long-term accountability and performance of the program. And lastly, I just want to say that we appreciate very much the opportunity to have been involved in this process all along, and we really look forward to continued work together. Thank you.
Thank you. That was helpful. Appreciate it. Mr. Robin.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Adam Robin with the Association of California Water Agencies. We appreciate this opportunity to comment on the revised draft drinking water fee schedules.
Can I just comment? I'm not gonna tell anyone what you said, but I am not gonna just time you by the time you requested, but it's hilarious.
I appreciate
That's all
it.
I want to say.
Always trying to think ahead. As you know, hundreds of Aqua's public agency members are entrusted with the responsibility of providing the public with safe, high-quality drinking water, and these regulations affect each and every one of those systems, along with the other community water systems around the state. Since the passage of SB 83, we've been actively engaged with you and your staff on this issue. We previously testified before you on this issue in November of 2015, in June of this year, and we submitted detailed written comments on the draft regulations in both June and July of this year. The Drinking Water Program provides critical services and oversight for all public water systems, and Aqua supports adequate funding for the Drinking Water Program. In our June comments, we proposed an alternative fee schedule, which has already been discussed today, the water community option, that differed from the initial staff proposal for these fees in many respects. But critically, on the issue of the total budget authorization amount for the program, we met you at the amount that's been authorized for the program. So we recognize that the program needs adequate funding. We do appreciate the inclusion of elements of the water community option in the revised fee regulation. With that said, it's important to note that the revised draft regulations will still significantly increase the average annual fees that are paid by large water systems. Those fee increases range from an average of 53% over current fees for systems serving between 2,500 and 5,000 connections, up to an average increase of 400% for systems that serve more than 200,000 connections. In some cases, individual Cs will be seeing fee increases of as high as 700%. So while we support adequate funding for the drinking water program, the magnitude of the proposed fee increases for this fiscal year underscore the critical need for enhanced accountability and transparency in the administration of drinking water programs funding. And I'd like to offer two specific comments consistent with that thought. First of all, we support the inclusion in both the regulation and the resolution a good cause provision for allowing an extension in the period of time that's allowed for payment of an invoice. Under the regulations, you have 45 days after receipt of an invoice to pay your fee amount, recognizing that many agencies' fees will be increasing, in some cases substantially. Particularly for public agencies, there might be a need to go back to their decision makers, engage in a public process, and obtain an increased budget authorization amount to cover that amount. So again, we support that inclusion in the regulation and in the resolution. And we would encourage staff to interpret that provision in a manner that's responsive to fee payers' processes and budgeting constraints. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, in our comment letters, we also encourage the board to include language in today's resolution directing staff to maintain the existing time accounting system for drinking water program staff time. It's our feeling that this information can help inform the board, staff, public water systems, which you already heard a little bit about today, and other stakeholders on how the drinking water program staff time and resources are being allocated. So specifically, we'd encourage the board to incorporate the following into the whereas clauses of the resolution. And I have red lines available that I think staff have already seen. Whereas, quote, State Water Board staff will be maintaining the drinking water program's staff time accounting system to help inform the board, staff, public water systems, and other stakeholders on how the drinking water program's staff time and resources are being allocated. The maintenance of this existing time accounting system relates directly to the earlier discussion we heard today about performance tracking and program transparency, and it's potentially complementary of other board efforts, such as, I think, the human right to water metrics, which Mr. Oppenheimer was referring to. It doesn't lock the board into reporting on specific performance measures. Again, this suggested language simply expresses the board's direction to staff that the existing time accounting system will be maintained and that it'll be available for the board, staff, public water systems, and other stakeholders. In closing, I'd just really like to express our appreciation to you, the board, and your staff for your willingness to hear from us and work with us on this issue. It's been a long road. It hasn't always been easy, but I'd like to think that we've been constructive partners in this discussion throughout. And as we look forward to future emergency rulemakings on this issue, we really, see a sustained effort on our part to make sure that we're at a place that all sides recognize as fair and reasonable. And really just in my final point, I'd like to recognize the exceptional efforts of DAS staff. John Russell, David Ceccarelli, and Ryan Wilson and their team have gone above and beyond in providing opportunities to meet, whether it's a stakeholder meeting or smaller meetings. They've done a ton of analysis on the details of this program and really reverse engineered years and years of program the data that was really helpful in allowing us to engage in a meaningful way. So that's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
No, and thank you. Thank you for the time. I know you all also sat down with some of the disadvantaged community representatives to talk it through as you were putting your proposal together, and appreciate that because we're all in this together. So that part was very helpful. So questions? I have a couple back to staff just to think about it. I think, thank you. Those comments are more helpful than the reading the letters. So thank you for helping me understand what's, you're after and what's most important. My concern, maybe in reading it too fast, was that we're going to lock in too much when the notion of the staff already does want to keeping track, and I didn't want to lock us into one way or too many details, and also a feel that this is a big change. The fact that it's going to go up for some and go down for others is exactly why we're doing it in part, and we've talked that through a long time. And I just want to make a point that the value of a viable drinking water program goes beyond the amount of time spent on any one department. It is absolutely in the interest of large community water systems, large public water systems, to have us be able to spend even more of our time on disadvantaged communities who need the work. I mean, it's one state, but the validity of an overall healthy state program benefits a strong regulatory program that people have confidence in, regulates everyone, whether we have to spend any time on you or not. On the other hand, I do recognize that there are times when having that data is going to help you, and there are times when having that data at some level helps us track performance, and we do want to be doing that. It's also in the interest of all Californians for us to have a stronger program so that residents of the largest cities, like my hometown LA, can drive anywhere in California and not have to worry about what's coming out the tap. No Californian should have to worry about what comes out the tap when they leave home. So this is a holistic program that we've got to figure out how to work better, but I know that's different than the billing system that we're moving away from. So I know that takes some time, but we're moving away from it because the existing one didn't serve us all as well as it might. So I just want a little bit of feedback from staff on what you're hearing, and I'm looking at Michael too, the magic man with the pen, in terms of what needs to be in the resolution, what could be in the resolution to give some folks some comfort. But I think you're actually on the same wavelength. So help me think this through, or if there's anything you object to. I agree with the not setting a particular thing in stone, but the clear intent is that we keeping track of what we do, and that we're keeping track at a level where, when I haven't come out of local government, sometimes you're going to charge a fee if it's on a project. You need to have enough data to be able to charge that fee to the capital project. So I want to make sure that we're able to give folks what they need.
Just one suggestion. It really is our intent for this year to continue with the existing time accounting method. My only concern was locking this into a resolution that would be binding to the staff and going forward in future years. So I would suggest that for now we take the language that Aqua proposed and just say for the next year we'll do this, and then we'll have this discussion again next year when we'll have more performance measures to talk about, and there will be, perhaps a more robust discussion of what alternatives that might be workable for all.
Over the course of the next year. Okay.
And the way that would read out with respect to the language Mr. Robin read into the record is his new whereas clause, which he proposes as whereas 7. Would now read, State Water Board staff will be maintaining the drinking water programs, and I would say the Division of Drinking Water's staff time accounting system through this fiscal year at least, to help inform the board, staff, public water systems and stakeholders on how the drinking water or Division of Drinking Water staff time and resources are being allocated.
And the only thing I would add, and I wouldn't add it to the resolution, but as we start into next year, after this year, particularly for those PUC regulated entities. They do have to go to the PUC for rates. And so they will need something, I suspect, a little bit more perhaps than I mean, maybe everyone will need it, but for sure, those that go to the PUC are going to need some accounting that we need to be clear about before we move forward.
So maybe that could be your next meeting. Since you're so good at having those meetings with folks to work it through, that should help with the Water Association issues, just to make sure we're not inadvertently leaving something out that they're going to need for their process.
Yeah, we're perfectly willing to talk about that. And then on the billing issue, the time, we tend to take a kindler, gentler approach to billing. We're not a knee-jerk reaction sort of thing where we go directly to the collection agency. We're willing to work with our dischargers. And in the drinking water program, we actually have a very high rate of return for our payments.
Yeah, and having had to go to the council for approval for things, I know how hard that can be. So is that adequate, their promise that they're going to be kinder and gentler on this one?
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, they have 135 days because the statute gives them 90 days after the due date in the schedule.
All right, but there are just going to be times when you can't get your Environment and Public Works Subcommittee to schedule something.
Right, and the
we can help. Sometimes we might have to write a letter or something to help them, but.
And the regulation does provide that an extension will be given when the staff determines it's appropriate.
So I'm a little late jumping in here, but I just wanted to say, looking at some of our other programs, specifically irrigated lands, where they're dying to get this information about how much time is spent. You know, they wish they had it, and our program isn't set up in such a way that there's easy access. So that's the whole issue of peeling through the layers of the onion to get at what does it really cost to run a program. And so just to keep that in mind as you all with the stakeholders are looking at options moving forward on the time accounting before we give something up, maybe we need something similar to it. I don't have a strong feeling. I just think that it's good to have that information, and we may want to have it just as a way to justify program costs for disadvantaged communities as discussions go on at the legislature regarding a long-term solution to this.
No, there are good reasons to do that. Sharpens the mind, too. All right, are there other questions or concerns? Do I have a motion to adopt with the instructions to staff as described by Mr. Lawfer?
I move adoption of the item with the resolution changes read into the record by Mr. Lawfer.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for your help. Appreciate it and your patience today. Just since a few more people have come in, just to update on our schedule, we're now going to move back to item number 4, which we still haven't gotten to. And then we will move on to item number 8 and 9, but we will take item number 11 ahead of item number 10. I don't have a time estimate on those because it's hard to know. Item 4. Yes, that's you. Yay. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you could today. Secretary Ross. Yeah, you're getting it. You can sit, you can stand, it's whatever. You should sit since your foot's in a cast thing. Oh no.
But I drove myself to the emergency room because my husband was playing poker. A dramatic story. Top that.
Yeah.
Oh God.
But you're fine now, almost.
Well, except for that.
Your eyes. Yeah, she does look great. The microphone, yeah, someone help have it set.
On. Okay. So with that dramatic introduction, I'm Karen Ross, and I hope I'm still the Secretary of the California Department of Food and Agriculture because of my lack of formality here. First of all, I want to thank you for letting me have just a few minutes of your time. This seemed like a good time to provide the information of 3 different reports that have come out over the last 35 days and to provide a bit of commentary about that. But it's also very important, I feel very important, to take those opportunities when we have them to say thank you, because I know how hard your job is, because I know how hard my job is. And this critical importance of being able to balance equally compelling beneficial uses is something we have lived through. We have great plans, you have great personnel, we have great colleagues, but there's nothing easy about that. So I wanted you all to know how very much I appreciate the work that you do and the hours you think about this and feel this even when you're not here. I'm here to talk specifically about agriculture, which I think is a great gift to the state of California. When people think about California, after they get past the beaches and the movies and the Yosemite and the beautiful parks that we have, they know us as a food culture. We have started a lot of food trends, we've perfected more food trends, and we continue to push the envelope. And when you think about how unique it is what we do here, because we have that geography and we have that Mediterranean climate, we can grow almost year-round, and we produce what few other places can produce. And it would be a shame to lose that. It's not just what comes out of the fields or the orchards or the pastures, but it's also how much land is in agriculture, and to try to think about this incredible resource without the land management practices and the way in which we do them. I'm very proud of California farmers and ranchers, even when they're stretched to the limit, of meeting new and better environmental standards and new and better worker standards. I think it's time for us as Californians to really put a lot more behind California grown, because so few are providing such a huge benefit for the public good. And I think it's important for them to think, if it's a few pennies more or dollars, that it's bringing much more public good beyond just the crops that we grow. So with that little pitch, I just wanted to run through the UC Davis report that was actually released in mid-August. This is a report, this is the 3rd year that we've commissioned this report, and we did it specifically because we were trying to anticipate and mitigate impacts of drought where we could, to align the resources that the legislature and the governor made available to us to those communities and to those parts of the state where we could provide some assistance. This report has been very valuable for us. The first one like it was done in, white arrow. Okay, you know me, I'm better at standing there and talking with my hands, right? The first report was done in the 2009 drought, and it was helpful, but some of the numbers were really out of whack and skewed. And to the credit of the researchers at UC Davis, they perfected their model, and they have a high level of confidence in the numbers that they do come up with, but of course it's a model. And we also are forced to do things on an aggregate, on a gross number, and we all know, we acutely feel how regional the impacts of drought really are felt. So the good news is, last winter, we had more precipitation, and that wouldn't take much to have more than 2015, but we had more precipitation, and I think we were all really, really hopeful about how much that could help us. When you look at the shortage of surface water for 2016, it was significantly less than in 2015, 2.6 million acre feet short of what we normally get in surface water deliveries, compared to 8.7 million acre feet in 2015 and 6.6 the year before, is a pretty significant change. Okay, I have to hold it up. Okay, Michael, you were holding out on me. You didn't tell me about these things. Oh, except I kind of skipped a couple, didn't I? Yeah, so we know the narrative. How do farmers get through drought? And I think my colleague and friend, Dr. Richard Howitt from UC Davis, coined this perfectly when we were in Washington, D.C. to give an impact on drought, when he said, you have to think about groundwater as your savings account. And it is there to buffer you through an economic hardship or a catastrophe and to make sure that you can continue life as it is while you recover from that. The challenge for us, as we know, is the dependence on groundwater because of growth, because of markets, because of all kinds of things, has made us even more reliant on groundwater, and that's not sustainable. But we as a state have taken steps towards sustainability of being able to pump from the groundwater, recharge that groundwater, and get to a point of balance. But once again, this year, we are estimating that we will compensate for the shortage of 2.6 million acre feet with 1.9 million acre feet of groundwater being pumped. In 2015, that was 6 million acre feet. 2014 was 5 million acre feet. It's important to note on that with that comes issues like subsidence, but it also comes with significantly more cost to the farmers. So if they're able to buy water, it's more expensive, and that cuts into margins and what they're able to do to keep their workforce employed and do what they do. But it also, pumping costs have gone up considerably as a result of this. Okay, now I can go to my numbers. So we're under $1 billion of estimated impact. And when we talk about impact, we're talking about only at the farm gate. I will tell you quite truthfully, I've started to become very concerned about certain sectors if we will have the critical mass to do the processing and the value add. Food and beverage processing has grown to be the third largest part of manufacturing in the state, and to the shock of many people, California is number one in manufacturing. Few people know that, but to have food and beverage manufacturing as a part of a growing area is important, but we've got to keep the acreage you process where the crops are. And so when we think about these numbers and how gross they are in painting a picture, this is simply at the farm gate.
Not the other,
That's
the
right.
impact on the ports
Right.
or anything else.
So $603 million impact this year compared to $2.7 billion last year and $2.2 billion the year before is less. But we also have to remember, and I know that you hear this all the time, there is the cumulative impact of back-to-back kinds of situations like that. And this is not the only thing that is impacting agriculture. And for those disadvantaged communities, for those areas of our state that are extraordinarily dependent upon agriculture, while it might be small in the scheme of things to the overall gross domestic product, in certain communities, it's 25 or 40% of the employment and the contribution to that local community. So having 4,700 less jobs this year, compared to 21,000 last year and 17,000 the year before, it is a nice thing to see. And these are only full-time equivalents. There's a lot of talk about how many ag workers do we actually have in California on farms. And we calculate it at about 425,000. My friends at UC Davis put out a report 2 weeks ago that calculated there could be over 800,000. But that's counting W-2s. Many of our agricultural workforce are holding 2 or 3 jobs just to try to get to 40 or 50 or however many hours they can piece together during the season when it is. Agriculture in some parts of the state is not a year-round job, although the farmers are working very hard to make those more year-round so we don't have some of the issues that we have in our backyards. We have to understand that this is a disproportionate hit to some of the communities that can least afford it. And that was part of doing the impact report to begin with, is to make sure where we could provide assistance, knowing that people would rather work and the dignity that comes from work. We also owe it to these people who are dependent upon agriculture to be able to help them stay in the area if it is at all possible. So the last number from the drought, this is really pretty astounding, is that the calculation is that from drought alone, meaning the hydrologic conditions that we had, the precipitation that fell, only 78,000, almost 80,000 acres that will be fallowed compared to 540,000 the year before that and 410,000 acres the year before that. It's dropped. That's a good thing. Again, this is hitting specific areas of the state much more harshly than others. But I think it really calls into question how we define drought. I spent over 2 months working with USDA on pre-plant insurance out of the crop insurance program, because in the hastiness to announce drought over, just based on precipitation only, people acted on drought over without understanding that drought has to include being able to recover from drought. I would argue that that's an important concept here. When you look at our watersheds, our ecosystems, the species, and the impacts that have been felt, we aren't out of drought really because of the kinds of decisions you've been called on to make and that the federal government has been called upon to make. So I think that as we go forward in thinking about Western irrigated agriculture and the Farm Bill, if we can improve some of these things, I think we need to seize that opportunity. Well, quite truthfully, my email box blew up and my ears were full of calls about, are you crazy? How did you come up with 78,000 acres being fallowed? And explaining that it was just because of precipitation only. So UC Davis put out a clarifying report that just went through their methodology, which is based on interviews with farmers and commodity leaders, interviews with water districts, interviews with others, in addition to the data they have on hand, using USDA estimates of planting acreage, and then doing NASA, and then the regular modeling. And that's the process they go through. But we have known since the beginning of the drought, on an annual basis, any time in the growing season, there will be 500 to 600,000 acres that are idle. Oftentimes that's because of rotational change, but we also know in some areas of the state that's part of a permanent or rotating fallowing measure to help them stretch their water supply. So if you take that out, we still have over 500,000 additional acres for a total of 1.2 million acres that have been idle at any time throughout this year, and that's including what normally is going to be idle in a normal rotational process. I don't know if I explained that clearly enough, but I just wanted you to be aware that 1.2 million acres is probably the total amount of idling, and then we back out what is normally a part of idling.
Right.
Okay. So it's really closer to 600,000 acres.
Yeah, we had a gentleman who we said we would tell you about. You may already know him, Wayne Western from Hammond Farms out in Pinochet District, and he was talking about the issue of all the other reasons, in particular regulation and other things. And we talked about being aware of the distinctions between some of these things, but in the UC Davis analysis, does it break all those into chunks so that we can use that and look at it beyond what you just said? Or
no, they did put out supplementary 3 pages that did this again just in the 1.2 million and explaining what is normally idle. Yes, that should be available on our website in addition to UC Davis. So one other report that came out, and of course this was really a fun report to talk about last year, the worst drought that we'd ever had, and agriculture grew to $54 billion in farm gate value a year ago. That growth narrative has shifted this year, and again, we have to talk about cumulative impact. It wasn't just drought. Drought was a significant contributor. When you think about last year, because of changes in operating our system, there were less rice acres, as an example, planted that weren't exactly in a dry area, but there was that compound effect. One of the issues that we have to be mindful of, and it was the right thing to do as far as mandatory conservation guidelines last year, but one of the sectors that got hit the most, normally nurseries are a very robust part of our agricultural sector. Well, to do mandatory conservation and really encourage people to not plant water-thirsty plants, nurseries need to know that 8 months in advance. So these are the kinds of lessons we can take from drought and understand how long this cycle takes. So that's part of that. So we actually had a 17% decrease in farm value for the year 2015 down to $47 billion from $54 billion. Dairy production, which has for years been our number one commodity, was off $3 billion. Nut crops were down. Some of the crops were down in yields. They were also down in pricing, which makes a big contribution to this. But we have to be candid about all the contributors to this. We have a supply-demand situation that's changed because of slowdown in the economy in Southeast Asia, which loves California products. But the biggest challenge has been that when the dollar becomes very strong, I love to travel, but it doesn't help my farmers sell their products. And currency exchange rates are a huge contributor to what can go, when it can get there. In addition to last year, also had part of the port slowdown, so product just wasn't getting out of the country. Honest, I'm almost done. So California's top 10 commodities, pistachios have dropped out of that top 10. There were some real production challenges there. And horticultural nursery plantings have dropped out of that top 10. Milk continues to be number one. We are able to make products of all different kinds of values, so it's more than just the milk that comes from the cows. There's a multitude of ingredients for other foods that have great value. Almonds have now grown to a 1 million acre crop. Grapes up there mean the whole suite of grapes: wine grapes, table grapes, raisin grapes, and juice grapes. Cattle and calves, when we think of our iconic rangelands and what that means to our landscape, but also that we have the calves that go across the country for feeding lots and lots of people. Leafy greens, strawberries. Strawberries should include strawberries, raspberries, and blackberries. That has grown significantly. It's an important coastal crop for us.
Is that included in this or no?
That is not, and I need to talk to USDA about, because it's grown so much, they really do need to be combining those, because it's the same growers, it's the same expertise that goes into that. Processing tomatoes, poultry and eggs, walnuts, and hay. And I have to remind people, it's not hay to grow hay, it's hay to feed our dairy cows. It's a high-value hay that helps create all those other really generous products. So that's where we stand. One thing I do want to note is that other challenges that we know will continue to drive landscape change in agriculture and the kinds of cropping patterns we see is the availability and the predictability of water supply, so people can continue to plan and make that capital investment. Obviously, the implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act is going to have a significant impact on the crops that we have and where those crops are and how much acreage may be on a permanent or constant rotational fallowing kind of scheme. Our work on water quality has some impact to this, but that's also addressed under SGMA. So I think the report that the Department of Water Resources or the Water Commission was charged to develop by the end of this year that will identify all of our available water sources will really show us for prospects of implementing SGMA, as well as where some of our biggest challenges are for continued economic growth and improving the quality of life for Californians. I think it'll be enlightening and informative to all of our other actions. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. I'm always happy to answer questions and encourage Californians to celebrate life with some really great California-grown food and wine and craft beer or whatever your beverage of choice may be. Milk, of course.
Yeah, don't leave yet. You are so good at that, and thank you for always taking the time to help educate us and help us to not be working in a vacuum of what we do, and helping us think about agriculture all the time in all we do. We do have a speaker card. Do you want to say something? Okay, go ahead. Let's just stay for a moment.
Yeah, I just want to say what a pleasure it was to have Member Moore on our trip to Israel, which was so informative. We learned a lot. And a couple of the most important lessons I brought back is just, it is truly a culture where every precious drop of water is valued and people understand how valuable water is to their lives. And I think, we should really reach out to some of the nonprofits who want to do something and really encourage education of our children. We know how many habits have changed because we instill Of course, I would combine that with nutrition education, but to really set lifelong habits, that was remarkable. And the fact that they do what they do because they are driven to make the desert a habitable place, and they've identified 45% of the world's population by the year 2025 will live in a chronically dry country. And that we have for a long time associated water as a third world developing country issue, and now we see that rich countries and states can have these same kinds of water challenges. So it's up to us to bring all that we have in California as resources to help solve some of these issues, to be able to do even more than we already are. And I really appreciate the work of the State Water Board in trying to accelerate recycling and ready projects for reuse and all the things that come with that.
Thank you very
Am I
much.
off the
Did they
hook?
make you, yeah, well, I talked about this after a meeting I had with some Israelis who were here, that the difference in childhoods where the song we sing is Rain, Rain, Go Away, Come Again Some Other Day, and they have a nursery rhyme that's all about the equivalent. These aren't the words, Rain, Rain, Come and Stay.
Yes.
You know, it's sort of, you know, please.
Felicia and I were at a meeting at Stanford where the chief sustainability officer for Netafim sang that song to us. And it was so fun when we arrived at their kibbutz and he was out there to greet us. I went right up to him and said, will you sing for everyone here too? And he goes, I knew you were going to ask me.
Well, it just tells you. And last night I had dinner with some law students who said that they were the generation that was raised with recycling and all those sort of things, and that they had a green ethic and that they were going to fix everything that we had left undone, which is like, as a boomer, I feel like apologizing to every millennial I meet, but I didn't even have to apologize. I made the point saying, oh, we're going to fix it, which is the attitude. So that was great. So we have one speaker card. It's good. We have a guest speaker, Mike Wade from the California Farm Water Coalition. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Chairwoman Marcus and board members, and thank you, Secretary Ross, for an excellent presentation. The California Farm Water Coalition is a nonprofit. We've been around since 1989 to help the public understand the challenges agriculture goes through and what the issues are with water and why it's important for agriculture to be important to California. It's part of our economy, it's part of our culture, and it's a great place to get a lot of food to eat here in the state and around the country. We appreciate the work that CDFA commissioned UC Davis to do on the drought study. It was excellent, and although it at points was confusing to some people, we saw all the emails, we were part of that discussion, we recognized that the drought study and fallowing update had to do with drought. I mean, it was very clear that's what it was. But what it didn't talk about was all the other acreage that is associated with other things such as regulatory impacts and the things that farmers struggle with. I think Mr. Western did an excellent job this morning talking about the struggles and the challenges that farmers undertake to keep their businesses going. And it's more than just Wayne Western. It's his employees. It's the 3/4 of the employees that are unemployed this year because he doesn't have an adequate water supply. And it wasn't, as we know, as much to do with the drought as it is other factors. In fact, there's 5 times more acreage fallowed right now due to regulatory impacts than there were due to the drought. I had some other comments, but I'm going to digress because the question was asked about the drought fallowing report and if it addressed these acreages specifically, and it does. On page 1, the researchers talk about in 2011, our last really wet year, we had 1.25 million acres that were fallowed in the state, or what we call summer idling. They were left unplanted. In a wet year, we had 1.25 million acres unplanted. And then as you get farther into the report, they use NASA imaging to assess what the fallowing is this year, and they do it every year. And for 2016, they reported that idled acres are higher than the summer of 2011 by about 470,000 acres. Now, That changes as the year goes by. As we get to the end of September, they expect that number to drop by about 100,000 acres because there's more vegetation and the satellite imagery is more accurate and they can see the actual fallowed acres versus, young crops that aren't providing that reflection for satellite imagery. But that still leaves 370,000 acres more than what was idled in a wet year in 2011. So with simple math, if you take the 370 minus what they report in the update is 77,000 acres, we're at about 293,000 acres of regulatory impacted drought, or not drought, but regulatory impacted fallowing. So these are the things that are concerning to people like Wayne Western and our hundreds of members and the thousands of Farm Bureau members around the state and Western growers, others that, especially as Secretary Ross pointed out, in regions of the state are especially hard hit. And lastly, as we look at this whole thing, there's a lot of affinity for Australia and all the great things they've done in reassessing their water rights and their basin plan in the Murray-Darling Basin. But what they're finding now is that the massive shift of water from agriculture to environment through direct purchases and through irrigation efficiency transfers has had a significant impact on rural communities and jobs. The community of Weewa in New South Wales has a 35% unemployment rate that they attribute directly to the loss of water for environmental purposes. Now, the government's acknowledged that this change in water use has conflicted with what Australia calls their triple bottom line, which was one of the goals. It's like our co-equal goals, right? So that has caused them to take a shift and look at how are we going to address all this and what do we need to do to fix it? And what they're coming to the conclusion on is that there are alternate activities that are non-flow related that need to be taken up in terms of invasive species management, some of the predatory issues. It sounds like California, or rather California sounds like Australia, because I think they've gotten to these conclusions sooner than we have, or they're at a point where they're ready to start implementing them. So we can really look to them as a leader, but then in other ways look to things that we don't want to do that they've done, that many of their farmers, my friends and people there that acknowledge aren't working and are creating the havoc in rural communities that we're seeing here as well. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or be available.
Thank you. I thought in their scheme they specifically put limits on out of area trades in order to try to limit those. Had they lifted those?
No, they
quantitative
didn't
limits?
get to the limits, and they're already seeing
the impacts anyway.
Yeah,
That's important
they
to
had a
follow up on.
2,750 gigaliter transfer limit, and they've reduced that in terms of direct purchases to 1,500. And they still have the 2,750 ceiling. That has to be achieved through water use efficiency, but they haven't gotten there yet, and they're already seeing the impacts that are harmful to communities.
So I have a question for both of you. I've got the executive summary. I don't have the full report. But first of all, is there going to be a report next year? Is there a plan?
We'll see. The new water year starts next month. Most likely there will be. I think this is informative for a number of things, including thinking about as shifts happen, it's a new skill set, so we have to think more comprehensively about equipping the entire food chain with worker training, certifications, and different kinds of things. So I find it extremely useful, but I'm very dependent on the BCP process to make those things happen.
Sure. So there is a paragraph here in the executive summary that references other causes of fallowing. And so I'm just thinking, since there was, some discussion about it, it would be nice for the report to help us to connect the dots so that we all don't have to.
Yeah, exactly. And that was oversight, people traveling and not really focused on that, because people shouldn't have to connect the dots. It should have been in one place. And so that definitely will be a factor.
Chair. Great. So just for the benefit of everyone here, I'll just read one sentence here. Several agricultural regions face water supply shortages due to stream flow temperature, endangered species regulations, and salinity control requirements. These are things we were talking about earlier today as well. And then just a guesstimate. So I believe that this one little factoid is related to drought fallowing. The reference is here, 90% of land fallow due to drought. It is drought, is in the Central Valley south of Delta. Would you say that that would also be the case with respect to the other acreage?
The other factors, in particular, the area, no surprise, southern San Joaquin, Tulare Basin area is, in fact, the hardest hit. So that's really Kings and Fresno and Tulare counties. Tulare and Fresno historically have gone back and forth as the most valuable agricultural contributions. So they're the ones that have, and we've seen that with our assistance for food and rental, in addition to impacted drinking water systems, that Tulare County is kind of like an epicenter of many, many things.
Right. And then the last point, and I'll raise this in a positive tone, which I know you do such a good job all the time, and that is the resiliency of California agriculture. If you look at crop yields and how they have gone up, more crop per drop, I know that's something that you're always on. So we don't necessarily need all these acres to be in production. It's just enough to keep the farms going. So if you have high yield and you've got a water supply, then you can make a go of it. But if you don't have enough in order to satisfy your markets, and you don't have enough to be able to even make a plan for next year. We had a good presentation earlier today during the drought update. Ron Milligan talking about the situation with San Luis. Of course, the water that they're getting is at the end of the season,
so that's
which would be used.
Everything,
right,
yes.
right. So we're always looking forward as opposed to the current crop year, but it's still not enough for people to plan on an actual allocation. They still have to wait to see if it's going to rain. So in that situation, especially where you have contracts, the inability to be able to sustain that market and satisfy your customers.
Yes, and this is what happens when I scribble notes, because I didn't see this till this morning. There's stress irrigation, there's cropping changes, there's many other things that have contributed to the resiliency, but also the funding that's been available, and it would be wonderful for us as a state to have ongoing funding for the greening of our economy, which would include agriculture for the conservation measures on farms. We have had huge oversubscription to the state water efficiency program that we have that is putting, soils, I mean, it's not just one thing. It's soil sensors, it's precision agriculture, it's modeling and weather stations. It's a whole combination of things about conserving every drop on the farm so that we can generate more economic return for that drop that is used. And that's a very important point, Dee Dee. I just think that we can unleash innovation. It's interesting, Ag Vision was created in 2010, and one of the goals was an adequate supply of water. And my timing's so great last week that we had a 2-day strategic session to update that. And people said, here it is just a few years later, and what we're really asking for is predictability in the water that we do have. And it's that unpredictability, that uncertainty, because of the planning that goes in, the financing that has to be in place, the development of markets, all those things come together. And so it's gotten, getting into farming is complex, staying in farming is getting really complex.
Remarkable.
Well, thanks. I did so enjoy and appreciated the education I received going to Israel. I appreciate that. And your point about the cultural relationship there with water, with the issues of existential threat looming. In Australia, we saw a similar existential threat looming, and so there were measures taken and lessons to be learned. So I would just actually, Board Member D'Adamo asked the type of question I would ask about efficiency tracking with other metrics like fallowing and just when I look at the list of the top 10 commodities, I think about, what would the money per gallon be for milk, almonds, grapes in 2000 compared to 2016, and how many more acres would be fallowed today had we not invested in efficiencies, and then what does the trajectory look like as we invest in on-farm and in distribution system efficiencies in the coming decades? And I know you don't have the answers to all those specific questions, but those are questions I have, because I think demand management is a big part of this whole challenge in California, not just supply management. So, I appreciate you bringing up those points, but certainly in Israel, that's a lesson that we can learn from them.
Thank you for coming, and feel better. Thank you for coming despite your evening. Yeah. You have a different sense of exciting than I do.
Did Barry win?
Well, he said he did, but I haven't seen the report.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 8. We have cards? Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Marcus, fellow board members. My name is David Ceccarelli. I'm one of the fee managers in the Division of Administrative Services, and I'm here to present this item. Before you today for your consideration is a resolution adopting emergency regulations, revising the core regulatory water rights fee schedules. The item in the staff report discuss in detail the proposed changes to the core regulatory fees, but I wanted to briefly discuss a few notable changes, plus provide a status of the Water Rights Fund. And I'll start by going over some of the cost drivers for the Water Rights Fund in fiscal year 16-17 that happens, of course, through the budget process. Expenditures for fiscal year 16-17 have increased by $1.3 million, and that's roughly about a 10% augmentation on the total program. This is a result of what we refer to as our standard employee compensation costs, which are retirement, healthcare, retirement cost. We also have pro rata costs involved in this, and it totals about $500,000. In addition, there was also a budget change proposal which added 7 positions to the Water Rights Fund to work on permitting and licensing backlog activities, totaling about $851,000. So again, a combination of those two augmented the program to about $1.3 million. To kind of give a fund status and kind of a background, at the last board meeting, and I say last board meeting, at the September 16th, 2015 board meeting where fees were last adopted, I briefed the board that I projected the water rights program would need roughly around an 8 to 9% fee increase, and this would be on all permits, license, and pending applications. And with this said, I also mentioned that I would continue to track the budgetary process development, continue to monitor program revenue sources and expenditures closely throughout the year, and this would help determine the needed increase to support program cost, balance revenues and expenditures, and draw the reserve down. During, and one item that did happen in 15-16, during this year, water rights staff were directed to work on emergency drought work. And they charged their time to our authorized general fund, which reduced the water rights fund's expenditures. And as a result, revenue exceeded expenditures, which then grew the fund slightly. Therefore, since we do have somewhat of a large reserve, instead of proposing an 8 to 9% increase, what I am proposing is an increase of 5%. And this increase would be on all permits, licenses, and pending applications. And this would result in a fee increase to the per acre foot charge greater than 10 acre feet from the existing fee schedule of 0.063 cents to 0.066. There's also a base fee of $150, and at this time I'm not proposing to increase the base fee. The base fee would remain the same. What this actually does is this generates about $400,000, which go towards covering, again, the portion of the fiscal year 16-17 cost drivers, with the remaining of the reserve absorbing the cost, which results in basically the reserve drawing down. And also by having a slight fee increase, it also helps reduce the likelihood of any large fee increases in future years. In addition, and we do this kind of our standard process, that we're proposing to adjust the caps on our petition filing fees as well as other change petitions by the adjusted consumer price index, and that's roughly 1.5%. So we'll be proposing to adjust those. There's also the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission fees, the FERC fees, and at this point we're not adjusting those. We're going to keep those the same. We're actually generating sufficient revenue to cover those program costs. And kind of look out into future years as I talk with the stakeholders, and as I mentioned to you last time, I would project anywhere between a 3 to 6% increase in fees next fiscal year to support, again, our standard increase in employee compensation. However, as I did again last year, and as John mentioned, as we monitor the waste discharge permit fund and any of our funds, we continue to monitor the fund and provide updates to our stakeholders during our stakeholder process. And again, this goes with the cycle of the budget process. When the proposed budget in January comes out, we meet, and then when the revised budget comes out, and then when the budget's actually signed, we meet with them after that prior to coming to the board meeting. So again, we have a robust stakeholder process. We continue to work with the stakeholders. And so again, at this point, there's a resolution in place to make these adjustments to the Water Rights Fund.
Questions before we go to speaker? We just have one. Mr. Gore, you're with us all day today. I hope we've made it enjoyable. That's what everybody says. State Water Board, place to be.
Exactly. It's kind of like a club. Robert Gore from the Gualco Group on behalf of the Imperial Irrigation District, Kings River Water Association, and Kings River Conservation District, who are your largest private sector fee payers, public sector fee payers. We wish to thank the board for directing staff to initiate a transparent fee development process and consultation with stakeholders 2 years ago, in fact, 2 years ago, almost to the day. Administrative and program staff have engaged with us diligently and answered all of our questions, though some of the answers must be addressed today and in the future. As water follows the path of least resistance, so too does the water rights fee. Transitioning over the past decade, I was a writer by trade at one point. Transitioning over the past decade from the general, my editors at the Times would have been proud. Transitioning over the past decade from the general fund, the water rights and other fees continue to grow each year. This year's budget change proposal, though rejected twice previously by the legislature, returned for a third try and success. The BCP referenced illegal diverters who are now applying for permits, increasingly complex change petitions, evolving stream flow policy and program, groundwater storage permits, and wastewater change petitions. Each should be paid by the responsible party. There must be a clear, quantifiable nexus between the project for which the fee is assessed and the benefit to local fee payers. Water Rights Fund fee payers were paying their fair share for a program that has nearly doubled since the beginning of the administration. Unfortunately, our fee payers are increasingly being required to shoulder the burden for projects not remotely connected geographically or programmatically. The drought caused or exacerbated many of the water rights, regulatory, and supply issues. The drought, it must be noted, has dramatically reduced revenue to water rights fee payers, making any fee increase a hardship to both irrigation districts and the largely family-owned agricultural enterprises. This has the trickle-down impact of further reducing jobs, as we've heard twice today. To establish accountability and future reference points, we respectfully request the board to direct staff to create a quarterly report showing progress toward reducing the water right permit backlog, which we're told is somewhere in excess of 4 decades. In addition, we respectfully request updating the penalties. Bad actors must pay in full for the costs of their bad actions. As a longtime member of the Water Board fiscal stakeholders, we are pleased to offer to assist in these tasks that we have in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gora. Good suggestions. We'll talk about all of that. All right, other questions? Do I have a motion? Somewhere?
So moved.
I second staff recommendation.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries. Item number 9. Sorry, I'm being less chatty because I know I have a lot of people waiting. No comments, so that you can be brief in your description, because there are no comments.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. Again, my name is Ryan Wilson, one of the fee managers in the Division of Administrative Services. And before you today for your consideration is a resolution proposing adoption of emergency regulations that will revise the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program fee. As we mentioned when we brought this item before you in December 2015,
Right.
when the ELAP program came over to the Water Board, as best we could tell, fees had not been adjusted in over a decade. And we brought a fee schedule before you in that same meeting where we increased the fees 57% for fiscal year 15-16. However, that increase took into account some salary savings as a result of some vacant positions and did not bring the program up to the fully authorized expenditure level in the Budget Act. We've been working with stakeholders over the last 18 months. They have requested that we develop a new fee structure for this program that's more meaningful, and we are working with them to do that along with the program staff, especially on this one. It's a very complex program, very technical in nature. So we lean heavily on program to come up with meaningful solutions there, and they are working closely with stakeholders, and we are assisting in that. SB 839 was chaptered on September 13th of this year, also known as the Resources Trailer Bill, and that gave us emergency regulatory authority to set fees for ELAP, whereas our previous adjustment was through something called the file and print process. For 2016-17, staff is proposing to increase the fee for ELAP using the existing structure by 25%, which would increase the base fee from $1,512 to $1,890, and would increase each FOT fee from $681 to $851. And finally, in future budget years, State Water Board staff are committed to partnering with ELAP stakeholders to develop a new fee structure which will be more equitable and sustainable for the fee payers in the program. However, this year we do recommend a 25% increase for ELAP to bring it up to its full authorized expenditure authority in the Budget Act.
Thank you, and I'm assuming in part that the lack of speaker cards is because people feel that that conversation for rethinking it is going well.
That and it's been communicated to them through this process that 57% increase did not get us up to that full amount, and they knew that this year, whether we had a new fee structure or not, that there was going to be a 25% increase to make us whole,
surprise.
And we've been communicating with them, and that's my understanding that they are aware of what needs to be done.
So not only the communication of the financial aspects, but isn't it true, or isn't it reasonable?
Doesn't sound like cross-examination. I
Yeah,
get
right,
too
right.
much of that.
Oh,
in
yeah,
my
sorry about
everyday-
that. Yeah, right. Would it be reasonable to say that our commitment on quality assurance, quality control, and getting our environmental laboratory accreditation program up to speed based on the audit report that we commissioned in our good faith efforts to really address stakeholder concerns about ELAP has also increased confidence in addition to your work to listening on the financial aspects?
We have received a lot of positive feedback from the stakeholders. They have not been used to having any sort of communication when this is over at CDPH, and they've been very appreciative of us reaching out and working with them to improve the program.
Good.
Yeah, and so I want to certainly give you all a lot of credit for your hard work in communicating, but also want to acknowledge the efforts of Christine Sotelo and the other ELAP staff in Division of Drinking Water and their hard work working closely with stakeholders. And we'll be hearing more from them in the next couple of weeks, I think, about how that process is going. So I'm real pleased with everybody's hard work, and in addition, the stakeholders as well as staff. And it's a real important milestone to cross. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve. Others, yeah, thank you for the hard work. I know you've had a lot here today, but you just did 4 units of fees and the time it took to take a quarter of one 2 years ago. I know you've spent far more time than that in engaging with stakeholders, but I think it's better for all concerned, and you all have done a really good job, so thank you. All right, do you have a motion?
I move staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, it carries. Thank you very, very much. Now, as I said earlier to staff, we're going to change the order and go to item 11 because we do have people who've come long distances and may have long distances to return. So we're moving to item 11. You did? That's funny. Oh. I know, cool. Yeah, I'd wait out there too. Rather than waiting for a discussion on ELAP fees, yeah. Stay outside where there's light. Thank you. Thank you for coming in and doing this update.
No problem. Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and board members. My name is Geeta Kapai. I'm the Director of the Office of Public Participation and the Tribal Liaison for the Water Boards. Before you today is an information item regarding the development of beneficial uses, tribal traditional and cultural, tribal subsistence fishing, and subsistence fishing. With me today, I have Danielle Ellis, Sea Grant Fellow, Stacy Gillespie with our Office of Chief Counsel, and Rick Rasmussen, Program Manager for Water Quality Standards and Assessment. Back in 2013, the Water Board received a letter from tribes and environmental justice groups requesting that the board consider the development of these beneficial uses, as at the time, they only existed in the North Coast Regional Board's Basin Plan. Over the next 2 years, staff worked with tribes on developing these definitions. On February 16th of this year, the last time I was before you, the Water Board adopted Resolution 2016-0011, which directed staff to develop the proposed beneficial use categories, to consider the language proposed by tribes and EJ groups, and to engage in a sound public participation process and report back to the board on the information received. The board requested this informational update to occur so that staff could inform the board on the input we received concerning the ongoing development of the beneficial uses. The resolution also stated that the board would consider adopting the proposed beneficial uses no later than April 2017 unless directed otherwise. This item is the informational update on early input staff has received since that February date, and I'll turn it over to Daniel.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, board members. Thank you, Geeta. And thank you to all the members of the public that came out today. So like Geeta said, this is just an informational update based on a lot of our focused outreach meetings that we've done. and I'll talk a little bit about the feedback we've received and our response to some of that feedback. So after the focused outreach meetings, we developed, among other things, a frequently asked questions document. And this isn't something we normally do, but a lot of the feedback we received was in the form of questions about the process, about the effect of it. And so we felt that this frequently asked questions document was a good way to address a lot of the input we received. And that document is available online, and it's in the back of the room. In addition to that, we developed a matrix of input, summarizing some of the more specific comments on the language. These are still draft definitions. That matrix is also available online. And as I'll go into at the end of the presentation, we did revise these working definitions, and they are still working definitions.
And they were revised relative to the ones that were attached to our resolution in February of this year.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Yep. So these 4 bullet points up here are some of the general feedback that we received. Some groups thought there was a need for these beneficial uses to be developed. Other groups thought that these beneficial uses might be covered by existing uses, for example, Rec 1 or commercial fishing. Other groups, additionally, other groups were concerned that subsistence fishing might guarantee that a quantity of fish be maintained in a water body, and I'll show you how we address these comments. There was some concern that these beneficial uses might result in flow objectives, and so there might be water rights implications. And there were some suggested changes to the wording, and those are kind of encompassed in the matrix and some of the changes that we have made to the wording. So this is our current working definition. I want to emphasize that this is just a working definition. I've highlighted a couple of things in red here, and these definitions are different than, like Steve mentioned, they're different than what was presented to the board in the February resolution. The resolution directed staff to continue to refine those definitions, and so this is our current definition. So looking at this definition, one of the changes we made was to define the term lifeways. There was a lot of feedback about what that might mean, and we're going to include a definition of lifeways in the glossary. Additionally, we changed the wording to say California Native American tribes. That was done to be consistent with California EPA statute. We also included the words ceremonial activities. We added that to the definition as well. And then lastly, we changed the wording from as supported to as affirmed by California Native American tribes. So as I mentioned earlier, one of the some of the input we received was that these beneficial uses might be interpreted as protecting a quantity of fish, which is not our intent here. So to address that, we added what I've underlined in red, the human health, to make it clear that we're protecting human health at higher consumption levels, not guaranteeing a number or quantity of fish. We then added the term non-commercial in order to be consistent with the third definition of subsistence fishing that doesn't apply to tribes. And lastly, again, we added the word tribes to the definition to be consistent with the CalEPA. Subsistence fishing, again, these definitions have been changed since that resolution in February. One of the more recent changes was, again, adding this term human health. We want to make it very clear that we're not guaranteeing a quantity of fish in a water body, just that these uses are designed to protect human health. So going forward, the resolution passed in February directed staff to continue to develop these definitions. And so that's what we're doing. We're continuing to develop these definitions. We've done 10 focused outreach meetings. I'm going to go to the next slide here. Right now we're presenting the update to the board. This has not been a formal public comment period. I want to emphasize that. That's still to come in fall of this year, where we'll be doing the formal public comment period. And then unless the board directs otherwise, the beneficial uses will go before the board for adoption sometime in spring of 2017 as part of the Mercury Amendment. So these are our contacts, and if anybody has questions, we can take those now.
Lots of speakers. Well, welcome everyone. It's great to see all these faces in the audience on this item. One thing we've talked about when we did the briefing on this matter is the possible confusion about including fish consumption in two different beneficial uses. But really, we're talking about subsistence for nutrition, basic human nutrition, and the subsistence use, and versus consumption of fish or shellfish or other things that are related to aquatic vegetation, other things that are more ceremonial in nature for the first use. Is that a fair description? And is there any other, are there other ways we could phrase things so we make that more crystal clear? I'm just concerned about duplicative language and use descriptions. We deal with that in other beneficial uses too.
Sure, we frequently end up with some overlapping definitions currently. Commercial and sports fishing and shell fishing both talk about shellfish, for example. So it's unfortunately not uncommon for us to have a little bit of overlap. Part of it tends to be what we're protecting for at the time. So with shellfish, it's a bacteriological objective versus commercial and sports fishing includes the whole panoply of potential contaminants. So again, we could potentially make some additional wordsmithing to this to make it clear that the consumption in the cultural definition is not for a subsistence type consumption, but again, a lower consumption rate equivalent probably to the commercial and sports fishing level that we have now. So, we're open again to if we can come up with some wordsmithing so that we can show that, yeah, we really, and I think that's the beauty of adding subsistence fishing objectives as well, is in my mind, it's one way to look at this is it's a tiering of water quality objectives in that in some places, like in the Northwest, I think it's Oregon or Washington, I always get confused. The EPA actually had them.
Water up north.
Yeah, there's water up there. So, and I have relatives in both states, so it confuses me. But they actually, commented EPA sort of when they adopted mercury objectives for commercial and sports fishing. EPA came back and said, well, you need to protect tribal uses and subsistence uses, and so absent a subsistence beneficial use, their commercial and sports fishing objective got set at the higher level ultimately. By tiering it, I think we have the ability then not to say that, oh, this is a use that was going to happen on all waters that are commercial and sports fishing designated, which is pretty much all the waters in California that have fish, but that we can then target where the actual use happens in a more precise manner. So again, any sort of tweaking that can make those things clearer, we're absolutely open to suggestions.
All right. Thank you for all your work on this. I know it's taken longer than any of us would have thought when we started, and having been at some of the early consultation meetings, it did confuse people that we were spending so much time working in particular with tribes. We also worked with other subsistence groups, but primarily with tribes first, to consult before we even got anywhere near where we might propose something. And I know a number of the stakeholders that were not tribal stakeholders were confused by that because it was different than what we usually do, but in fact it's something we need to do more often on more issues anyway. And my preference on this in terms of not just folding it into commercial in different ways, I just think our beneficial uses should reflect the reality of what our beneficial uses are. It just has the benefit of being descriptive of what's really happening on the ground and recognizing the different uses and then figuring out how to work that into our consciousness and our knowledge and how we try to then with it apply the tools that we have is just something that's challenging, but it's something that's important for reflecting the reality that people live around this very diverse state. So thank you for the time you've spent. We have quite a few speakers. Some haven't put a time note down. Some it's just one. Some have said 3. Some have said 5. Generally, with this many, I would say 3, but I'm going to say 5 in deference from my years of. I know people have come a long way, and I really appreciate that they chose to come here to share their thoughts with us. So we'll go with 5 each, and look forward to listening and learning as we just move on to the next phase of this work. What I tend to do with this is I mention 3 in a row just so you kind of know where you are in the queue. It wouldn't really be helpful to mention 20. So, and apologies if I mispronounce any names. The first is Chukchuk Hillman from Karuk, followed by Paula Britton from Round Valley, followed by Priscilla Hunter from the Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm Chukchuk Hillman. I'm from Orleans, California. I'm a Karuk Indian, and I really appreciate that you guys are working on this new beneficial use definition, because it does come up in our day-to-day lives. You know, it's I have an example of a couple years ago, Pacificor was wanting to do this algicide treatment, and even though it was legal, it's their, you know, legal right to do it. We were in the midst of our ceremonies where we do ritual bathing. And so for us, it was just like one more stressor. And, you know, when we're doing our world renewal ceremonies, it's all about your mind state, and you really have to keep a straight mind. And when you're already dealing with an impaired system, and you're thinking about the ills of your world that you live in, and when I say world, we mean the whole world, but really from the mouth of the Klamath to the start of the Klamath is kind of the cultural definition of world in our language. And so it was just so hard to have them putting this algicide treatment in the water, because it's an added stressor. And then when you looked at the actual science behind it too, there was maybe some case to say that it was kind of lysing the toxigenic cells, and so it was like maybe even more toxic. Even though it was getting rid of the funk on top, it was potentially more toxic. And so we're bathing in that, and we're not recreationally Karuk, you know, and I think that's a big difference too, is why we're not. Our religion shouldn't be recreational. I don't know if Christians are recreationally Christian, but I'm not a recreational Karuk. I have to do it. That's a responsibility that I bear, that I have my whole life, you know, to the people who've come before me who taught us how to pray and taught us how to do these things. I feel a responsibility. And so it's not one of those things where, yeah, if you want to go boating for a weekend, but, oh, there's some stuff going on, you can choose not to. I don't get to choose whether I'm going to do my ceremonies or not. That's going to go down. You know, and you asked a good question earlier, why maybe there's going to be some redundancy in fishing, why that would be there. But for the tribal traditional use, you know, the act of the fishing is the piece that's looking at being protected. You know, the consumption of fish, you know, is going to be in there too with the subsistence part. But the act of fishing is this thing that we do with our children. And just 2 weeks ago, my wife went and caught 12 salmon for subsistence, and we ended up giving 3 of those to an elder in my community. And she was growling at me because I said, well, I'll fillet them up for you. She said, no, I can still do that. And she's 92. She just had her birthday. And so she didn't want me to fillet them. You know, I brought them over to her. She did it. And then she ended up giving what she had left over to her grandsons. And then her grandson had called me. He didn't know I'd given it to her. Hey, Grandma, give me some fish or whatever. I said, oh, I gave your grandma the fish. And so when you're talking about life ways and culture and keeping our interconnectedness with each other, this is going to be huge if we can have this this beneficial use. And like subsistence fishing, I don't sport or commercial fish, but I subsistence fish, me and my family. And you know, I'm hoping to pass that on and what we do. And it's just you know, it was just weird for me to come, you know, I drove 7 hours to be here today, And then to hear so many people when they come and talk, it was all about money.
Yeah, today was Money Day.
I mean, today was Money Day, and it's like for Indian people, we don't even want to hear that. I don't even want to hear it. I mean, you know what I mean? My family, we live off of less than $20,000 a year. I don't want to hear about corporate being broke. You know what I mean? There's lots of other places to go be these corporate things. You know, when we're talking about lack of water, lack of this, there's places to be where you can do that. I mean, Michigan's begging for people to move there, and they got farmland, water, infrastructure. You know, Michigan's begging people, come grow almonds in Michigan. But you know, I can't go anywhere else for my culture, for my religion. It's not a traveling show. It is in that place where we were born, where Coyote was born, where we're from, and we have to continue to go on there for as long as we can. And yeah, it's just different. It's just the definition of wealth is so different, because even though I'm broke with money, I feel like I'm one of the richest people I know, because I got food stocks that me and my family put up. I took my kids camping all summer this year. I was able to conduct our ceremonies, and I just feel really wealthy. I feel like one of the wealthiest people I know, and I talk to my kids about it all the time. Are we rich, Dad? Depends on who you ask. You know, somebody might say, no way, not even close. But I say, yeah, I am rich. But part of that is because of this culture and lifestyle that we all are wanting to live. This lifestyle that's been going on for eons or tens of thousands of years, or whatever the number that some historian wants to put on that, we've been doing, and we're going to continue to do. And I think it's a way of life that needs to continue and has value, not just nostalgic, but for the future too. It has value in the way we look at the world. And so thanks for listening. I really appreciate you guys are working on this beneficial use.
Thank you for coming and reminding us the importance of it. Paula will go later. So we have Priscilla Hunter from Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians, followed by Martina Morgan from the Cassia Band of Pomo Indians, followed by Ronald Montez Sr. from Big Valley Rancheria. Oh, now you are coming. Oh, you're going to read it for her. Oh, I see. And at the end, you'll be you. And now you're channeling Priscilla.
No.
That's great. No, that's fine. Go ahead. No, that's good. It's a long way to come. So that's absolutely fine and good.
I got a call this morning from...
You don't have to change your voice or anything. You know, you can just read it.
Okay,
I know
I'll
you're
try not
capable
to.
of doing many things, but you don't have to.
So they asked me to read the letter because they were unable to attend. And this is addressed, of course, to you, to whom it may concern. I am writing and will have this read on behalf of Coyote Valley Band of Pomo Indians at the hearing on September 20th, 2016, to go on record to show our support for the tribal beneficial uses being proposed and to explain some of the reasons why they are important and cannot be adequately covered under other beneficial uses such as recreation and commercial fishing. Our culture and the practices associated with this are essential to us as people and are strongly connected to our water because water is the giver of life. Traditional practices are closely linked to particular bodies of water and times of year and are not something which can be moved and changed like the day you decide to go swimming. Collection areas for basket material, rope making material, medicines, food, clay, aquatic animals, instruments, navigational equipment, and so forth are not in areas with cleared path and boat ramps that can be difficult to access, and this can create cuts and abrasions which may create an open wound which could allow toxins from the water directly in the bloodstream. Medicines and foods are consumed. Minerals like clay are worked with for extended periods of time with the hands. Basket making materials, rope materials, boat making materials, and many others are put in the mouth. These important traditional practices all create a different exposure than recreation. Additionally, the length of exposure is longer than the average recreational swimmer in both the water and then later in working with the materials which came from the water. The connection to place and aquatic resources is an essential part of our culture which needs to be protected. Traditionally, our Pomo people have been very reliant upon fish for subsistence. Today, still the Samanids are an important source of food on the reservation and among tribal members. We also fish in other areas that are part of our ancestral territory and eat a wide variety of fish. Subsistence levels of fish are far different from the amount people eat from commercial fishing. While commercial fishermen catch more fish, they are going to a wide variety of people and not being eaten as often. The subsistence fishing definition is important to ensure that water quality is safe for our people who rely upon fish many times a week as a staple in their diet. Catching fish, preparing them, and sharing them among the community is a vitally important aspect of our culture. Tribal beneficial uses are important in protecting our culture, way of life, and the health and safety of our people. And thank you for your time. Sincerely, Priscilla Hunter, Tribal Elder and Member.
Thank you. Honored to have her take the time to write it. Martina Morgan, followed by Ronald Montez Sr., followed by Ruben Valente from the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians.
En Maya Iwabiamachi, Kashaya Pomo, Ke Martina Morgan, Mike Wina Amabake Yachma. My name is Martina Morgan. Hello. I'm Kashaya Band of Pomo Indians. I am the vice chairwoman. I am from the people from the top of the land. Okay, sorry. I just want to say thank you for this beneficial definition. Water is life. We come from water. We grow from water. We need water to live every day. And my people in the Kashaya territory, which is in Sonoma County, we are from the land all the way to the ocean. That means that anything that goes on within the water source ends up in the ocean. And one of our main food sources is the abalone. And the abalone is one of the biggest indicators of the quality of water that's pouring into it. So this year I've found a lot of abalone that are sick. So that's really difficult for my family. That's something that we eat all the time. It's our subsistence. And also fish from the river, fish from the ocean. It's a constant thing that we do to keep going and surviving, not only for that, but for our uses in our culture and our religion. For our religion, we have to have these traditional foods on our tables. And that's mandatory because we have had a understanding from the beginning of time with these spirits of these creatures and animals and these trees and plants that bear fruit and food for our subsistence. And to be thankful for that, we have to take from them, those animals, those plants, those trees, and put it on our table. And they become a part of that ceremony because they have a life too. And so that's part of who we are. And not only that, but our from the day we're born all the way to the day we die, there is water ceremony. In every ceremony that we do, we have to go wash up before and we have to wash up after. And being able to have access to these ceremonial sites is very important for my people, very important for all tribal people of California, all people of the world. And we have a women's ceremony. When our young girls become of age, they have to go to the water, and the water's blessed for them. After their time is finished, they go to wash up, and that becomes the ending part of their life, beginning as a woman, ending as a child. Our cultural side of it is our acorns. We go and we gather acorns. And now these trees, some of them set on the riverbeds, against the water lines. And some of these trees are sucking up this water. Well, all the trees are sucking up the water that is in the ground, which come from the rivers, creeks, streams, and whatever that quality of that water that they're taking in is the quality that they're giving out in the plants and in the food that they bear. So very important for the quality of water, right? And our materials, again, like you heard, and you're going to hear it again and again, basket materials, our food, these things that we put in our mouth, in our bodies, in our children's lives, in our children's bodies, is really important. So the quality, the water quality is very important. And knowing that the water is there for us is very important. We need that water because water is life. We have had several salmon ceremonies for eons of time out at the mouth of DeGener at the Russian River. And that's important for our people. And we'd like to see that continue. We'd like to see our people continue to do those things, be able to fish those salmon for our subsistence. And domestic use, of course, we use that water for our homes, running water, for drinking, for cooking, for bathing, and for I love animals, so for my pets. And just this year, we didn't have very much water because of the water being used so much by different organizations or companies and being diverted, right? And that water's diverted, and that's what we use to feed ourselves, drink, and take care of everything. So I had to let go of my garden that feeds my family. And I'm sorry, but may I keep going? So I had to let go of that. And one thing that's very important is our water and the quality of our water. And with the water going so low, the low levels of water, we have found bacteria as, E. coli. Also, we have had hits of aluminum and nickel affecting the water quality. And those come from somewhere. Developmental use is compromising our habitat, increasing erosion because of human activities against our water, our rivers. We need to take care of the water. We need to take care of not only that, but the plants that sustain us. It's just, if we work together, not just us, as our people, but intertribal, intergovernmental, human to human, people to people, if we work together, we can figure this out. Not just our use, but the use of it for everyone. We need to learn to work together and be able to share our wisdom, the things that we know, how to sustain the water, the growth in the plants and trees, and the human being, ourselves, right? I just want to say that, in turn, when we take care of the water, take care of the plants, take care of the animals, because the animals drink that water that we have to hunt, that we sustain ourselves with. And if the water isn't there, if the quality isn't there, then the animals leave. That leaves us hungry. And when we take care of that water, we take care of everything. We take care of ourselves. We take care of our future. And together, if we work together, we can see a brighter future, a better future, better things coming for our children to come. I think as people, we must have a spirit of revitalization, stewardship, reciprocity, understanding for all life. Thank you.
Very much. That was great. Ronald Montez Sr., hello, followed by Ruben Valente, followed by Buffy Schmidt from Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo. Well, you can give the whole long list there. Oh, and Sherry will read that. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Montez Sr. I'm a member and an elder of the Band of Pomo Indians at Big Valley Rancheria. I'm here today as a interested and a participant in the use of the waters that surround the reservation that I belong to. Recently, I've relocated from Oregon back to my reservation in California. Oregon is a land of a lot of water and greenery, and California is dry and was burning when I entered the state. And in the town where my reservation is located, it was very hot and uncomfortable for me to come back home and to endure that. But one thing that was going on at the time was we had some deaths in families, and that usually spurs a feeling in each one of us of family and loss of family. And it reminded me that my culture is important. We are a sovereign nation, recognized from government, the United States government, to our government on the reservation. I was schooled today by a cousin of mine on my little way over here. And I wanted to point out that I have been involved in ceremonial dances with the water purification. You have to enter in to the water. You have to come out. You're given a name for that particular period of time that you are involved in the ceremonial dances. At the end of those dances, you go back into the water and you are cleansed again and released because you fulfilled that oath. Be in a pure way as you enter into the dances and you celebrate and you worship according to our traditions. I've also been engaged in community fishing at a certain time of the year when the carp have their little ones at a certain size. The whole community comes with a seine, and we go in and we seine them, and the kids are having a ball jumping in and playing with the fish. We bring the fish upon the land, and all the families start to gather them. They take them home, and they clean them, and that's part of our food source for the next period of time. Also for the little creeks that get filled with water, and there used to be a bunch of hitch that would come up the rivers or up the streams, and we would just all go out and have a ball, catching them, taking them home, cleaning them. In the time of when there's not very much water in the rivers or the creeks, we go underneath the roots, dive under, and we grab the fish from underneath and bring them out. And we clean them and take them home. Those are all part of our traditions, all part of the importance of our relationship with water. And the water toxicity is a big deal. I was raised on Elem, right next to the quicksilver mine of the Bradley Mining Corporation. I ate all the fish I could catch, gave some to aunts and uncles, and shared everything, all part of our culture. And so, come to find out that they had to come and remove some of the dirt that was on the reservation I grew up on because of the toxicity. And now I hear some other whispers that they may have to come back and do something different. Anyhow, my point today is I wanted to come in favor of having some clarity on this because we are tied to every portion of the water that surrounds us on our reservations. It's part of us, part of our culture, very important. And I don't come to you and tell you to take on my ideas of what's good for you with what you use. I would expect the same response back to me as a sovereign nation member, that you wouldn't impose something without consulting me first. And so I leave you with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Mr. Valente, followed by Sherry Norris for Buffy Schmidt, followed by Sherry Norris for Kish or Shish Kinman. Hi.
I'm Ruben Valente from Big Valley. My concern was, I remember back when we were younger, and the lake was always clear back in the 60s, and it was so clear you could see practically the bottom of it. It was safe to swim. Sometimes water gets in your mouth, you didn't feel threatened by it. And then I remember when I was young, we'd go out with the tulies. Not only that they use it for tule boat or craft, but we also pull it and eat off the tulies. and we enjoyed it. And we were safe. I remember my mom would say, okay, it's safe to, to drink the water if you want and things like that. So we would. But now, I sad to say, and I see, and sometimes tears in my eyes when I look at the lake and I say, oh my God, it is so polluted. So, I don't know, so dark green. Yesterday I went down to the Highland Spring and I was too afraid to even step inside the water. It was all green, whatever it is. And sometimes we're afraid that we might catch something if we ever drink water. I don't even drink the water in my house. I buy water in my bottles because sometimes if I taste some funny bits of it. The thing about it is, like I was saying, with the Indian ceremonial dances and things like that, we do have religion and tradition, and we also do wash down after we do our ceremony, and maybe before we do our ceremony, cleanse our body, and that's our beliefs and our spiritual, But you look at the water now, and I see dead carps floating in the water, and wondering like, how is it that they die from what? Must be something. And my main concern is the mercuries inside the water that are probably killing these fishes and species and other things that swims around in the water. I just remember getting crawdads and cooking them and eating them. And now you kind of like, some look a little deformed like, and you say, ooh, what's going on? So I think we should try to do something. We work together, not only as Indians and Sauville land and country, but with you guys as well, and take care of this, try to find some way to purify and get back the way it was with a clear, clean water, and not so afraid to swim in it, or have children afraid to swim in it, and then they get sick by drinking out of it and wonder what's going on, why they're sick. I mean, we're all the same. We're all human, and we have the same concern, regardless what color our skins are. We have the same color. And that's all I got to say.
Norris for Buffy Schmidt. Oh, and for Hillary. I was looking at her email. Hillary Rennick is the next person that you're reading for. And after that, Isaac Rios.
I'll do my best to read on behalf of Buffy.
Thank you.
She starts out talking about herself, so I can just, without introduction, just start. My name is Buffy Schmidt. I'm a Pomo native from Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians and Noyo Reservation on my dad's side, and from Yokeo Rancheria and Upper Lake Rancheria on my mom's side. I'm a traditional Pomo cradle basket weaver taught by my mom, Christine Hamilton, who was taught by Elsie Allen, who was taught by her mother, Annie Burke, who was taught by her mother. I hold my culture and traditions very close to my heart and soul. It is entwined with my very existence, and I believe my purpose in this life. I currently reside off tribal land in Sonoma County. On cold, overcast mornings, I dress myself in a warm sweater, long pants, and sturdy shoes with good traction. My bag for gathering is in my trunk and is heavy with my tools, my clippers, my trowel, my shovel, my leather gloves, and my foam knee pad. I'm lucky. Hundreds of years ago, my ancestors, the gatherers and diggers, didn't have these tools I use today. They used the tools of the land. Everything they needed was provided freely and abundantly by the earth. When I gather, I am very aware of how far I will travel to collect my traditional medicines, and I'm conscious of the access and availability to me at this location and the condition of the water and the land surrounding the water. I will need at least 60 sticks for one baby basket. This takes time. I select willow of a certain size and color, strip the leaves, peel the bark, and bend the willows into the shape I need to be, and finally hang it dry for the following year. The willow passes through my hands many times. If I'm digging sedge roots on this day, I will look for sandy soil along a creek or river. I will be on my hands and knees digging among the sedge brush. A good sedge bed is hard to find in big quantities or high quality due to construction of buildings, roads, and crops, etc. But sedge beds are beneficial for property owners, and digging and gathering should be encouraged to promote healthier, longer roots that can hold the soil, preventing erosion. The willow is plentiful. It grows in many areas where there is running water, but it may take many seasons before the willow knows if the water upstream is polluted. I won't see the effects right away, yet I know my purpose and the purpose of the willow, to keep my culture alive and growing through basketry. I keep gathering. I believe the willow wants to become a beautiful and functional basket. I'm up to my neck in the shrubs looking for the right branches or the longest roots. The baskets that are not sold to museums or put on shelves or displayed on a wall will hold traditional and non-traditional foods. They may become toys for our kids, and some will become carriers for our babies. That is the original intent of my people. My pomo cradle baskets cradle a precious new life. The energy in the willow sticks brings good, strong medicine for a new life. My ancestors join in the celebration of carrying on a centuries-old tradition. The willow has been blessed many times over in preparations for this day. The day a baby will sleep innocently and be oblivious to pollution and climate change. Sleeping unconcerned with these words and their meaning. How safe are my waterways? The water quality and the earth that holds it all together? I don't know. How safe is the willow that I touch and handle over and over in my hands, or the sedge roots that I hold in my mouth to split? I don't know. How safe am I when I'm gathering, digging, or consuming my traditional materials? I don't know. How safe are our babies? So shall I just start for Hillary? Yeah.
Sure, that was great. Thank
This statement is from Hillary Rennick, Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo Indians and Hopland Band of Pomo Indians. She's a member of both. Water is life. Many tribal families pass on age-old traditional knowledge of important familial landscapes that crisscross this state as they have since time immemorial. Through California's history of removal and extermination of its tribal people, to the substantial and unnecessary diversions of water from the rivers that feed the landscape, California's tribal people continue to thrive. Because of the horrific, drastic events that transpired in California Indians over the last 170 years, it is very difficult to tell of our traditional and cultural uses of water. Many of our cultural and religious practices were prohibited and illegal until Congress and the Supreme Court were forced to intervene. Water remains an integral part of many ceremonies that are not published, posted, or announced to the public. For many coming-of-age ceremonies and those to purify, the water must be able to be drinkable. In many mountain lakes and ponds, Native families, men's society, women's society, and sick individuals make long treks to commune in ancestral places. The water must be able to swim. Swimmers must often drink several times as they cross the water body in prayer. Water from certain water bodies, springs, streams, and holy places are often used for our most elderly and precious people who are often too ill to make the journey to the sacred place themselves. Many of the places we acquire ceremonial water is often not known to many people. The water is a precious gift, as it is the water carrier who is often a person who lives a life without vices and is dedicated to prayer. Water is important to the transmission of age-old stories that help teach our children who they are in the world, their reciprocal relationship to have balance in their life, their children's lives, and the contributions they must give their tribe. The philosophy of permanence is based on the ethical relationship with the land, sustainable because regardless of uncontrollable changes to our homelands, we will remain. Because our people have lived in what is now California for millennia, our people who subsist off the land have noticed changes in land, air, water, and the taste of traditional foods. Our traditional harvest times are no longer predictable for not only the human usufruct, but also for the animals that also live and subsist off the land. Tribal fishermen continue to fish in places that follow family kinship systems that include creation of the land, mountains, trees, birds, and the very fish that feed their ceremonies, relatives, elders, and in that final send-off as they pass into the next world. Subsistence fishing nourishes the soul as well as keeps the family members healthy, as traditional fishermen not only consume the fish that are healthy, subsistence fishing nourishes the soul as well as keeps family members healthy, as traditional fishermen only consume the fish that are healthy and those that they want to save for the most precious of their family. Thank you.
Very much. Mr. Rios followed by Sarah Ryan from Big Valley Rancheria, followed by Chris Partita.
I'm going to be reading for Isaac Rios.
Oh, okay.
He's not able to make it today. I know he also submitted this letter to the board, but he wanted me to read this as well. And I understand he also sent some pictures about the letter. So it's addressed California Water Resources Control Board. I am an enrolled tribal member of the federally recognized tribe Manchester Band of Manchester Band of Pomo Indians. I send this letter in regards of the meeting Tribal Beneficial Uses scheduled Tuesday, September 20th in Sacramento, California, and in support of the traditional uses of water on our tribal lands and ancestral territories of our tribes. Our connection to the Garcia River watershed goes back thousands of years. We have villages from the mouth of the river to the tributaries that flowed down slope of the basin. Our last occupied village was known by the name Padaha River Mouth, which was abandoned in 1906 and is the ancestral Bokea Pomo name to the whole watershed, and said to be by where the Stornetta Ranch sits today. Every type of natural resource relating to our traditional way of life is found along this entire river, from the ocean all the way to the headwaters surrounded by the redwood trees. We still have our ceremonies at our sacred roundhouse that is also located by the north bank of the river of tribal land, giving thanks to the land and seasons. Our native language was and is still connected with the water and what remaining salmonid species that are left thriving in our natural waters, such as shamesha, which is steelhead, and dakat, which is coho salmon. At the current time, our tribal boundaries and place of residency is adjacent to the Garcia River, the Padaha River mouth, and located over 2 miles upriver from the estuary as well. We live with possible environmental threats that may hinder our water quality due to the nearby farming by the mouth of the river and logging operations taking place on the South Fork of the river. By knowing of the degradation to the land leaves us with less hope for the survival of the coho salmon to be restored in our ancestral waters. So with that being said, almost 2 years ago, we have built a traditional coast Pomo culture camp next to our river, which we named Padaha Camp. At this camp, we do our traditional arts, gather willow, berries, and elderberry, along with talking with our youth our old stories to Padaha. I respectfully ask the state agency to help and respect what water quality standards are in place, so that way our tribes can continue to live in peace with what natural resources are left pertaining to our way of life and continue to help sustain our next generation. Thank you all for your time. Respectfully, Isaac Rios. So I'm next on the agenda.
I
right?
know. Now you're going to be yourself.
On the speak. Okay.
Now you can change your voice now, or you?
Oh, I can change. Okay.
Right now, whatever you. That was great, sir. Thank you.
My name is Sarah Ryan, and I work for the Big Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And Big Valley's territory is on Clear Lake. We've already had some members speak earlier today. And Clear Lake is the largest natural freshwater lake in California. We have, the tribe has a substantial water quality monitoring program, which you might have heard about, our cyanotoxin monitoring that takes place on Clear Lake. I'd like to go into a little bit of what it's like to have a monitoring program and how we are looking at the water quality standards that exist and the beneficial uses that exist. I know that one of the arguments that some of the people who are not wanting to see tribal beneficial uses be adopted, some of the arguments are, why not use existing beneficial uses? And I wanted to just go into that a little bit, what that looks like. On Clear Lake, there are several beneficial uses. The water is used for drinking water. More than 45,000 people who live in the county drink the water of Clear Lake through 17 water purveyors who treat the water. There's also spawning that occurs in the lake and also the tributaries of Clear Lake, and there is recreation, Rec 1 and Rec 2, as well as a few others. when we look at what water quality monitoring is actually happening on Clear Lake, there is really not very much. The tribal programs are primarily on the shoreline, and there is basically the Department of Water Resources that measures certain parameters at 3 points on the lake, and they go out about 6 times a year. If you were to look right now for the bacterial data for Clear Lake so that to ensure that REC 1 and REC 2 is met, you would have a hard time finding bacterial data for Clear Lake because it is only the Environmental Health Department in Clear Lake that is doing that monitoring, and they do not submit that data anywhere. The tribe, several of the tribes have done some of that monitoring, but it's not currently part of our program. I guess my point is, by having tribal beneficial uses, you will ensure the ability or help permit the ability for tribes to do their own surveillance on tribal beneficial uses. As it stands, we are in the dark about water quality that we're not conducting. Like I said, there is no bacterial data that is available in the recreational areas of Clear Lake. There was, until we started the program, no cyanotoxin monitoring, even though the lake was plagued with thick, disgusting smelling, disgusting looking cyanobacteria blooms since 2009. By having tribal programs and having tribal beneficial uses, we'll be able to, because we have to designate the water bodies, because we will be a part of the development of the numeric and narrative criteria for tribal beneficial uses, we'll be able to stay on top of that more. Because right now, the local government and even the state government does not have the either ability or perhaps wherewithal or perhaps interest or something like that to be able to say that the lake is safe to swim in, that the lake has certain parts that are maybe hot spots for bacteria, that the lake has certain spots that maybe the dissolved oxygen is so low that there should be no herbicide treatment in those areas. But right now, I have to tell you, being involved with tribal environmental programs for 15 years, that it's a bit of a mess. And if it's happening like that on Clear Lake in the state of California, it's probably happening in other water bodies as well. So the development and the moving forward with the development of tribal beneficial uses will actually ensure that the Clean Water Act and other California water quality laws will have a better chance of being implemented. And as we know, and as you've heard today, tribal beneficial uses, tribal cultural uses, tribal subsistence consumption is occurring not only on Clear Lake, but on water bodies all throughout California. The development of these beneficial uses will allow us to have better monitoring programs and protect these uses, which is really what the Clean Water Act is all about. Thank you very much.
Chris Partita, followed by Carola Kennedy from Elam, followed by Ada P. Stevens from the California Indian Water Commission. Hi.
You're surrounded by mud ducks today. When when I first heard about that you were holding the hearings, I thought about, well, wait a minute, what's that got to do with me? I turn on the tap, I get clean water. But I also know that when I was a kid growing up in Clear Lake, I didn't have any concerns about water quality in terms of getting to fish or swim in that lake. I haven't swam, drank the water, or ate a fish from Clear Lake since I was 16 years old. I'm 70 years now, and it's been many years since I've had the opportunity to indulge my cultural practices. I really appreciate the idea of cultural beneficial use. Number one, it's a transformative term for this agency. It's a transformative term for water resources in general, and in fact, it's kind of a declaration that that traditional cultural practices are valued by our state systems. You're not alone in that. Many of the state systems have taken big steps in terms of transformation. Transformation is a cultural concept. It's about inclusion, which we see today that the tribal community is at the table. It's about mastery. We have to learn about the system. The system has to learn about us, you know, to listen, exchange information, be good to each other. It's about interdependence. You know, we have experts. We have tribal experts as well. You know, we not just in cultural uses, but why we used those particular plants, particular animals in the ways that we used them. That's not new. But it's part of the exchange. And it's an act of generosity. These are all cultural values of tribal communities everywhere. One of the hardest parts to recognize and be aware of is the act of generosity. It's a very generous act for you to listen to us, but it's also a generous act for us to come and share. But the importance of what's happening in this process is not only are we learning about how this system really works, the system is learning how the community can really be included in any of the discussions, not just for tribal people, but for all the people of the state of California, to be sure that we're included in the conversations. You know, I came in a little earlier and I was watching all the expert opinions and stuff like that that were really that kind of how you say mercenary. And not that that doesn't have value, but the idea of transformation is to make sure that everybody is included. You know, we talk about the pollution of Clear Lake and other water bodies around the state of California, but to balance that, one of the most pure waters in the entire world are located in Lake County, California, on Cobb Mountain. That's what we strive for. We want all our bodies of water to be that pure, to be that good to drink, to share with our children in our community. When and there's a reason behind that. That it's a well-protected water body. It's an isolated water body from all the others, and it continues to push snow and rain melt through its own granite. And we are the beneficiaries of that. People take hours out of their week to get water from Cobb Mountain, and I think that's part of the dialogue that has to happen, not just with this larger body, but at the local level too. Part of our inclusion has to be at those local water agencies and water boards, and the interaction with tribes at the local level. That's as important as this dialogue is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Corolla Kennedy, followed by Ada P. Stevens, followed by Rebecca Franklin from Aqua.
Good afternoon. I'm Lamont Brown. Corolla Kennedy gave me her time to
Oh,
speak.
that's fine. Thank you for doing it.
I'm a tribal member from the Lemonian Colony. As you heard before, a lot of the ceremonies that we have consist of using water. And these ceremonies are set at a certain time. We can't turn around and change them because the water quality is bad. And even when we have get well ceremonies for the elders that are sick, and it's all consists of the same thing. Now, I have my grandson and I take him down to the water and I talk about what I used to do when I was younger. But I got to explain to him why he can't do it no more. Because if he gets in the water, then he'll get sick. And as being 2 years old and just trying to explain to him is something that's very hard for me to sit there and show him. Because talking about it and showing him is two different things. Because this is our culture, and if we can't sit there and keep moving on and showing our youngsters about our culture and our ceremonies, then eventually it's going to go away. And that's something that I won't see happen. I mean, I don't like speaking in public, but I feel that this is very important. And I learned a lot of things from my grandmother, my grandfather, my father before he passed. And, you know, if we don't fight for what our culture is now, then we're going to end up losing it. It's bad enough that a lot of things that consist of where my reservation is next to the mine site. I mean, my kids wouldn't be able to even go in the water, let alone seeing fish there that has tumors on it. Why would I want my kid to go in there? So these are just things that I feel that are important. So that's all I have to say. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for yours. Ada P. Stevens, followed by Rebecca Franklin, followed by April McGill from the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. It's Stevenson, sorry.
Hi, my name is Misty Cook. I am speaking on behalf of Ada, who she's here, but her voice is kind of gone. Again, my name is Misty Cook. I am a member of the Sherwood Valley Band of Pomo in Willits, California. So here goes. A request for limited scope of tribal water beneficial uses. Speaking today on behalf of the many traditional fishing and gathering tribal families of Mendocino County, there are 18 federally recognized tribes and several tribal communities that have state or local recognition. I am from the Caddo tribe. We are one of the last of the migrational tribes in California. We are an inland coastal community. Our creation story tells us of our humble beginnings from the water. We follow stringent traditional knowledge passed down throughout generations since the beginning of time, and continue to practice them to current times. Water is critical and necessary for fishing and gathering of medicinal plants for our people. We require traditional fishing and gathering techniques to ensure sustainable conditions for wildlife and plants. We do this to promote regeneration of fish and crops for the coming year. Water diversions, contaminants, and pollution have contributed to the demise of our salmon run in our tribal waterways. Without interplay with these aquatic wildlife, our culture and language suffer. The lack of aquatic life mirrors in unhealthy waterways. Man's progress to construct poorly designed dams, fish ladders, levees, etc. have depleted salmon's natural migration from ocean to spawning areas. Interruption leaves our communities without fish for daily sustenance. Water quality and quantity are critical elements that must be addressed to ensure salmon and aquatic ecosystems' traditional uses of medicinal plants thrive on river waterways have become extinct on our lands. Most of these plants were harvested in their natural growing areas. Our old ways forbid transfer of some plants. They must remain in the wild and harvest in specific seasons and ways to protect the species. Water is the primary giver of life to all we require to survive, including ourselves. Tribal tradition fishing and gathering desire protection of quality and quantity of clean water to maintain the balance of health, spiritual, and cultural ways. We feel tribes are not afforded the weight of public input and traditional knowledge not properly applied in the determination of substantial water uses. And I have her contact information here.
Oh, great. And make sure we get it with Ms. Townsend, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Stevenson, as well. Ms. Franklin, followed by Ms. McGill, followed by Cassandra Burrows.
Good afternoon, Chair Marcus and members of the board. My name is Rebecca Franklin with the Association of California Water Agencies, and I want to begin by thanking the board for the direction you gave back in February regarding the need for additional outreach on this issue, and also want to thank staff for reaching out to Aqua on this. We really appreciate having the opportunity to provide feedback. We realize how important this is, and we also appreciate the clarifications that have been provided in the FAQ document that was circulated. We do want to encourage staff to consider completing the draft staff report that was referenced in the FAQ document so that we can have some additional clarification on the proposed implementation of these proposed beneficial use objectives. And also want to encourage staff to consider maybe holding a technical workshop so that we can work collaboratively with other stakeholders prior to the formal regulatory comment period. So I'd like to conclude by again recognizing the importance of this issue and saying we look forward to continuing to work collaboratively on this moving forward. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Ms. McGill, followed by Ms. Burrows, followed by Connie Reitman from the Intertribal Council of California.
Good afternoon. My name is April McGill, and I'm a tribal member of Round Valley, and I also work for the California Consortium for Urban Indian Health. And the work that I do at SWRCB is we work with 10 urban Indian clinics in California promoting traditions of health, and we advocate on behalf of urban Indian health clinics. So one of the reasons why I came to speak was to just share the work that we do at SWRCB, and just saying that the work that we do around traditions of health is very valuable. We found that our traditional practices help with behavioral health. It's part of our wellness, and it's very important. And with those traditional practices and being connected to the water is so vital to our wellness. So I don't want to continue to reiterate what everyone has said, but as you heard, our traditional practices are an everyday part of our life, and they're part of our wellness. And this is a part of how we live our life and that connection to the water. Most of us are here because we're speaking on behalf of the salmon. We're speaking on behalf of the abalone and the seaweed. And as a California Indian person, and growing up, when I used to gather with my dad and with our families, and we would take the seaweed and we pick that off the rock, and we wash our seaweed in the ocean. And that's important for us. We don't take that seaweed home and wash it under the tap water. So our water is very sacred to us. It's very important to us, and it's part of our healing. So I just want to reiterate that and just say that, these practices are very important to us, and that connection to the water and everything that we do. And we just ask that you support us in those traditional practices. Thank you.
Burrows, followed by Ms. Reitman. Tell me how to say that right. I should know by now. Followed by Patricia Ray Franklin from Scotts Valley. Nope. Okay. Connie Reitman. Hi. Followed by Patricia Ray Franklin, then followed by Linda Rosas from the Habamatoleo. I always get this wrong. You're going to have to help me with this. Pomo of Upper Lake. I've been trying for years. Sorry, I apologize.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to address the board members and staff. My name is Connie Reitman. I'm Habena Pomo from Cabatin, which is Clare Lake, referred to as Clare Lake. I am the executive director for the Intertribal Council of California, which currently has 57 tribal governments as members. On our agenda in 2014, the General Council, which represents all the members of our association, they adopted a resolution which we submitted in prior meetings to this entity, and then I would like to submit it again today for the record. And then also we've been involved in the Tribal Advisory Committee to the CalEPA. We felt it was really important to develop committees that can advise the agencies, and we also were active along with Ada Stevenson on setting up a Tribal Advisory Committee to the California Tribal Water Summit, and that came out of the Tribal Water Summit in 2013. There are many recommendations in the California Tribal Water Summit of 2013 which relate to what we are talking about today. And I'd like to submit this document as part of my testimony today, and it records some of the major recommendations which you've heard time and again today by the representatives here. I'd just like to say that we have supported cultural subsistence fishing, different cultural beneficial use, which we felt was critical to language in different policies and statutes that are being developed through the different bodies throughout the state of California. We again want to submit these items because they represent something that we feel has really been ignored. And we feel that if we continue to come to these meetings and what we say and do is ignored, then at what point do we get a chance to really have our voices heard? And so it continues to be a concern. And again, that's why I submit these documents, because it's a record of activities of the state of California where tribes provided input, and that has been over a number of years. We also want to encourage staff to work with tribal governments under the executive order requiring tribal consultation. A lot of times the tribes are invited to hearings, which are not the same as tribal consultation. Tribal consultation provides an opportunity for tribal governments to prepare for these consultation sessions and to identify what issues are of concern to them. Failure to follow that consultation process really eliminates the input of tribal people or the opportunity for input of tribal people. So we want to encourage the bodies to follow the executive order of the governor of the state of California. That consultation happens with the tribes. We also know that tribal governments, in the document that you'll see there, one of the key items is that they want timely notification about any kind of activities that are related to consultation. And that's I believe that is a very basic request. I know that many different government bodies are on a time schedule so that there's frequency and there's notification and there's timing allowed for people to provide feedback or information or input to public bodies. And I think that's a basic understanding that tribal governments have, that there is an opportunity for a tribal consultation. So while there have been hearings and debates and notices going out for hearings and debates, consultation has not been part of that process. So again, just as a tribal association, one of our key efforts is to promote equity and justice for tribal governments. And part of that equity and justice is to include the feedback that agencies get from our tribal leadership. And we are aware in these different documents that our tribes have made staff aware of some of the concerns that we have and some of the recommendations of how we can move forward together. We really know that our tribal leadership is dedicated to some of the terms that you heard today in terms of working with each other, providing support for your efforts out there in the community. How do you outreach and engage our tribal community people, and who are the appropriate people to contact? We want to work with the different agencies as tribal governments, and as administrator for the Administrative Office of Intertribal Council, we can continue to provide support and encourage tribal participation in these types of activities. Again, I submit these documents for your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Ma'am? I'd like to get your input if you heard what the Association of California Water Agencies, they had a recommendation on asking for a staff report and also a technical workshop. So I would like to better understand what your desire would be on tribal consultation in the event that we direct staff to go forward with the development of a staff report and also a technical workshop.
Yes.
How would you see tribal consultation fitting in with that process?
What I would like to share with you is what has been recommended to me as the Executive Director for Intertribal by tribal subject matter experts. One of the key areas of engagement is understanding the community that you're outreaching to. And one of those key things is understanding their cultural perspective. And I think today you heard a lot from the cultural aspects of the importance of water is life, water is sacred. So cultural, we have been successful in providing cultural competency training for various federal and state agencies. And we found that when they've gone through that cultural competency training, that they have a whole different perspective about the community that they're going to be working with. So it's a historical perspective, it's a historical perspective on public policy and traditional practices of tribal people. So that can be arranged through our tribal association because it's one of the recommended trainings that we have for all government entities, especially tribal liaisons who have never visited a tribal community or have never really heard about the history of tribal communities in California. The political history for California related to tribal communities is significantly different than other tribal communities throughout the United States. So that the cultural competency training is specific to the historical policy and cultural experience of tribal people in the state of California, throughout the state of California. The second one is about the protocol of tribal governments. Tribal governments have various structures, and it's really important to understand how their representatives work. You've heard many of their representatives today who specialize in this field, and so therefore they have very significant contributions to make to any policy, whether it's in healthcare, social services, environmental justice, so on and so forth. So we bring in what we call tribal subject matter experts to share if we're in a particular subject matter. So for this area, we would bring in tribal subject matter experts in water, cultural practices, and historical treatment of, like these people have shared with you today. Those need to be shared with people who are making things happen or not. And we can enhance that experience with tribal communities simply by sharing the history and culture and traditional practices, as many of the people have done today. And we can consolidate that and provide that for you on a timely basis. We're ready to do that. So
Thank you.
yes, we can do that. Thank you.
Sorry. Patricia Ray Franklin from Scotts Valley, followed by Linda Rosas, followed by Paula Brenton.
Hello. My name is Patricia Ray Franklin, and I'm a member of the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the beneficial uses definitions. So I'm going to go ahead and read what my tribe has sent for me to read. At the World Fair in 1939, the Pomo basket weavers were acknowledged as some of the most renowned weavers. They showed their skill of working within their surroundings to make what we needed. Those weavers showed their ability to create beauty, but what they didn't show was the way that knowledge has been passed down through generations. That the very act of going into the water provides an opportunity to teach about our history and learn more about our future. We are trying to find a way to explain why we need tribal definitions. The fact is, we have been under the impression that everyone is clear about the differences between us, and unfortunately, it is not clear. We are not talking about a father and son going down to the local fishing hole to hook a trout. We are talking about a father taking his son to a traditional fishing spot to talk about how you harvest for the winter, to tell the stories of our creation and our place in this world. We are talking about a mother taking her daughter to gather roots or tules and talk about how to make a skirt when she becomes a woman, to show what plants are used during sickness, to gather sticks to make the cradle which protects the baby. We are saying that as people directly from this land, we are drenched in its waters, and we continue today to use the water for our cultural uses. I also just wanted to share that in our tribe believes that, one of the things that the eldest elder in our tribe shared with us at a very young age was that, whenever we're going through hard times or troubles, that we go to the water. And when my aunt shared that with me, I've done that ever since. So we really do hold water sacred. So just thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for coming. Ms. Rosas?
For having us. My name is Linda Rosas, and as you can tell, I have a cold right now. But I work for Habemado Pomo of Upper Lake, and we like that the definitions are coming up and that they are, it's a process, but we're willing to be a part of that process. But on a personal note, this is my daughter. This is Melissa, and it is my job as her mother to teach her her culture. And she is the consumer, if you will, if that's what you want to call it, but she is the end product. She is our future. She is who I teach the traditions to. She is the reason why I stand up here today. And so I ask that you allow us to continue with the beneficial uses. And I ask that you pass the beneficial uses for her sake and for the sake of all our other kids. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing her. Ms. Britton.
Well, here we are again.
Here we are again.
For allowing me to speak. Thank you for the privilege of working with you guys in this process. It's been very long and promises to be more of the same, but it's good. Working with the state has been difficult at times in a number of the processes that we've been in, California Water Plan, and all the players that I have worked with. I want to thank you, especially all the tribes that I've worked with over the years. It is extremely gratifying to see everybody here and to hear these stories and the support. That being said, I want you to bear with me for a minute because I was thinking about this coming all the way in while I was driving. And there's such a barrier, and I think I addressed this at one California symposium with how we think, or how I think, and how non-natives think. And Chuk said it right there. He just doesn't get it. And neither do I sometimes. I'm thinking, what is the problem with adopting this beneficial use? I mean, really, it's a tool. Do we possess what we need to use this tool in this system, which isn't the way we think or even our own system? It's something that's been forced upon us. You know, science, we can see it. We can be out in the field and we're in tune with what's going on, which led me to thinking even more about things as I was coming in. Imagine that you're very small and you're bobbing up and down like a cork in the bow of a boat. And you'd come out from underneath where you were sleeping and you're on the ocean and your parents are there with fish. They're catching salmon. You get out of your boat and you pull up to shore and they're stripping it down and getting it ready to smoke. You know, and you're eating it. You're eating it on a campfire. Fast forward a couple years. You're out in the desert. You're 6 years old. You're watching people pull up to your school and they have cream cans, like the old time ones. And they're opening a faucet and they're getting their water. And you ask, why are they doing that? And they said, because there's no running water. But you're fortunate, you have running water. Fast forward a couple more years. You're in North Dakota and you are on the Standing Rock Reservation. And you're gathering mushrooms. Your parents are fishing. You're eating deer meat. Your brother is hunting ducks. Your mom makes a comforter out of the duck down, which protects you when the power is out for 3 days and you don't freeze to death. And then they come and put in a big dam and everything is flooded. You have no river bottom. It's hard to get fish. There are trees growing out of there. That snag your friends, drowned a couple of them. And you think about all this. So I'm talking about myself. I have been very fortunate to work for tribes across the nation and live across the nation. But the big thing in all of these things is water. When you have that connection with the water, the happiest times of my life have been on the water in Hoopa, when I met my first husband, catching fish in the middle of the night, capsizing. That was kind of fun. But managing to retain all our fish and get them up on shore and then cooking them right there at 2:30 in the morning and eating them. I don't think if you don't have that connection with nature as a child, that it's that near and dear to you. And I was thinking about what is the commonality here? It's like if you grow something from the garden, which I would imagine you all have, and eaten it, and it always tastes so much better because you grew it. You know, it's ripened to where you want it to be. I think for Indian people, I can't speak for everybody, but for myself, the most joyous moments of my life are living like that, consuming like that, consuming what you need, using what you have. And all my memories are tied to things like my brother catching trout and we're frying them up right there. Those types of things. Those are the best memories in the world. So for me, my whole family connection and my whole Indian connection, no matter where I am, is tied to that water and all the ceremonies that we use it for across the nation. I brought this with me because I can't speak as a California native, although I work for them and I'm pledged to protecting their interests no matter where I work. This is a medicine wheel. This is my cross. It denotes the world. Each one of these colors means something. The directions, the seasons, the emotional, physical, spiritual, there's another one, but being of you. It's the world. And my culture says, we are all related. That means not just humans. That means everything in this world is interconnected. Water systems, everything. I remember the first time I was at DWR and I thought, what? They manage groundwater differently than they manage surface water? Who the heck designed that? All these things they were so foreign to me, the concepts, and they still are. I can't imagine, one more little thing, why you wouldn't allow us to have this tool. I mean, it's just a tool. And so with that being said, I'm speaking to you, as they would say in my tribe, Kante washte, be of good heart. And I would hope that you find that commonality in the humanness of what I'm talking about, to use your heart when you are addressing this issue, because it is of great commonality to all of us. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and for all the years of effort, translation, and guidance. I have a few things to say, but I want to turn to my colleagues. Steve went with me on one of the consultation meetings, even though it was not with tribal leaders, but it was a consultation.
Thank you, Chair Marcus, and thanks to everyone for your heartfelt and insightful comments, and please know that you are being heard. Going back to just our program and how things have transpired, we've spoken about this. Other states have recognized cultural uses. We mentioned Washington, I think, was one example, and then state of Maine is looking at it. But also our water boards have adopted the cultural use in the North Coast Regional Water Board. And I'm just curious, I would like to, for everybody's benefit, for staff, you could describe how that's been implemented to date, how a state board potential action could strengthen that work, and and just give folks a sense of what value added in our day-to-day work, doing permits, considering dredge or fill proposals, or stream restoration work. How does the beneficial use designation benefit and strengthen our program to protect these real uses that are going on?
Yeah, so for the North Coast, at this point, it's been only designated on the Klamath there. But I think...
And the Klamath, is it the entire water body in the state of California? Is it certain reaches?
Yes.
Okay, so it's for the whole water body.
And in general, I think one of the things that's important about beneficial use definitions is they really are the cornerstone of water quality protection. Everything we do under water quality flows ultimately from beneficial use definitions and the designation of water bodies. It is truly the foundation stone of this program, because out of those develop eventually water quality objectives, and then, as you said, Mr. Moore, the actual regulation that flows from that, whether it's permit, dredge and fill. So to recognize timing, immersion, modes of ingestion, to recognize those as uses will allow the water boards to go forward and develop programs that are appropriately protective. So I think that is the value added, really, is while, yes, we can cobble together protections now with our current beneficial use definitions, it's just a lot cleaner and much easier to communicate both to the general public and to the tribal governments and the tribal members that we recognize these things as important uses of water and that there's a nexus to water quality. Really is an important piece, I think, and a missing piece in our regulations.
Thank you. That was well stated. Then also going forward, if the state board were to eventually adopt proposed uses, then there would be a process that would follow, because not all water bodies would all of a sudden have these uses. How would interested parties, tribal representatives, others, approach the water board system to make specific recommendations in the state?
Generally, for this, we anticipate this would be primarily the realm of the regional water boards, because they are the primary people who implement on the ground in their regions, while we do statewide policy, as you well know, coming from the regional board. The rubber really meets the road there for most of our programs. So generally, I anticipate that it would be through their triennial review process of prioritizing their work that this would happen, and requests to do it would happen during that. It's not exclusive that somebody has to wait for a triennial review. Of course, people can, as here, speak during public forums and request that the board consider making it a priority outside of it. But generally, for planning purposes, the prioritization happens during those triennial reviews.
And then, thank you. And then subsequently, once uses are adopted, and you mentioned water quality objectives, which can be narrative, but also be the numeric endpoints, as many are looking at, then there would be subsequent discussion at the regional board level. Let's say the issue of subsistence fishing, and then, in a specific river or lake, the interested parties would engage in really detailed discussions about what's a reasonable level of dietary intake and what range of numeric endpoints in salmon tissue or other specific species. Those kind of discussions then come later and are in a public process.
Right. All this happens through a public process. I think that's the perhaps the frustrating things at times, but also I think just the way our system is built, which is a good thing in that none of this happens in a back room. It all happens in open public forums. And sometimes, of course, that means it takes longer than we'd all like at times. But yeah, it all happens. And especially I think as we move forward to hearing, that things happen and are place important, that those are the discussions that need to happen. And that's why I think the regional boards are the place for those to happen. You are a backstop, of course, should a regional board fail to act. This board does have additional planning powers as well.
Good. And also, in terms of the experience we do have, it's limited. As you noted, North Coast Water Board established a similar use. It's more of the cultural side, not as much the subsistence side.
They adopted a subsistence use, but it has not been designated anywhere.
Okay, yeah, and so I just want to clarify for the audience also, to the extent we've opened the door in our state, we really haven't taken it to the level of water quality standards, numeric standards, or permit conditions that are explicit. It's really just a foot in the door in terms of the North Coast experience.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for also taking the time to help.
Well, I'll just say this has been very helpful to hear from the tribes and to better understand. I think that, one the commenters in particular said, really what's needed for state agencies, federal agencies is training just to be, just to better understand the cultural uses. And I appreciate what little we picked up on, here today and in previous board meetings on this. But I have to say that I remain a little confused. And I know staff has been very patient with me. I've had a lot of questions about what exactly does this mean. And it's interesting that we've got this matrix with the, the outcome of stakeholder meetings, and it's just replete with, the language is unclear, it's ambiguous, people don't really understand what it means. And I think that it's really important in going forward to have a better understanding of what exactly does this mean for all parties. I'd be concerned if I were a member of a tribe that if I have a certain expectation about what this means and then later on the board adopts it and then I find out it doesn't give me what I was hoping for. And so I would be concerned about it from that perspective as well as the perspective of a stakeholder that ends up with what they consider to be a beneficial use that comes in conflict with this new beneficial use or this clarified beneficial use. There probably are lots of situations where then a regional board would have to weigh in a balancing act about, where do you go forward? Do you protect one over the other, or do you somehow make a change in the basin plan so that both can be protected? And those are not decisions that we can make at this level, but I'd be concerned in particular about a situation where there is a conflict. So just what comes to mind here, sitting here today thinking of a ceremony or ceremonial use and a beneficial use to protect water body and the need to the need to release a chemical for the protection of public health. And so, I really don't know. I don't know what this would result in. And so I think there does need to be some further dialogue. I like the idea of having a technical workshop. I'm a little concerned that for those that attended the meetings, and I was one that really pushed for more outreach, I'm a little concerned that they didn't show up. So they raised concerns at these meetings, but then they didn't show up. And I think what might be going on is that maybe they don't want to show up and challenge a beneficial use because they don't want to offend people. They don't want to offend the tribes that legitimately want to have recognition of the beneficial use. And so I'd just like to see, staff noodle on how do you go forward to have some further dialogue? Clearly people don't want to offend anybody, but at some point that may happen at a regional board where maybe they would wish that we had provided some further clarification.
Right. And you raise very valid points, and the regional boards deal with conflicting beneficial use protection on a regular basis, and you highlighted a perfect one actually, which is the application of aquatic pesticides to control various things, which by definition will frequently impair an aquatic life beneficial use for a short period of time. And so we do frequently have conflicting beneficial uses, and that's why the board does it through a public process to determine how you balance that, and it really is a balancing act. And I don't envy board members for doing it. As a staff member, I can give you all the pros and cons that we can come up with, but ultimately it is the board that does that balancing. I appreciate doing the stakeholder outreach. We've been doing it really in this enhanced mode in many ways since Felicia came on board, and challenged staff to stop working so much in a dark back room and doing sort of
Or that open cubicle so far from the window.
so far from where we actually do it. Even though we always did various meetings, but to do that focused stakeholder outreach has been very beneficial. It adds 4 to 6 months to our process just because getting people's schedules balanced. It just does, but it's a valuable 4 to 6 months. I want to say that. We will continue to engage. This information item really is just that, an information item for you all, and opportunity to provide comments, questions, direction to staff. We will continue on. There is a staff report that's being written we're pushing that as fast as we can to get it to a point where we can release it. And we will. And, we can entertain the idea, of an additional workshop and or additional meetings. I have staff that either love me or hate me when I say this. I'm not sure which, because they won't tell me. But I am open to meeting with anybody at any time on any of our projects. So if any of these agencies we met with once or twice want us to meet again as we move forward, I'm happy to hold additional meetings as well as any, sort of broader stakeholder. I think it would be beneficial at some point to hold something called a workshop, whether it's a staff workshop or a board workshop, especially once we get the staff report together. And that, by necessity, will also include the fact that we will at that point have Mercury water quality objectives for the protection of human health and aquatic life in place as well, are proposed. So we are waiting for peer review comments, just to update you on that. They're due, I think, at the end of this month. You see coming through on schedule. We hope to see something soon. And then we'll be able to actually move forward with the staff report and getting to the point where we start doing sort of more of the official public outreach. But again, anytime anybody wants to meet with staff regarding any of our projects, I'm happy to do it.
Yeah, great. That's all very helpful. So then the last piece, I would just say that the reason I was asking questions about tribal consultation, I don't feel that I fully understand, what triggers it, what's required, what the tribes would request. Right. So to the extent, that you can incorporate that as well.
Absolutely.
I think it'd be great. I thought about this after the commenter sat down, but I can't find her now. She's the person that talked about tribal consultation. But what about inviting stakeholders to participate in those discussions as well? Maybe it's not tribal consultation.
Yeah, then it would not be tribal consultation. Yeah, and that would be a broader
opportunity, right? As an opportunity to get the stakeholders that might be impacted by this to better understand the cultural practices.
Correct, and I think that's where again this information item I had hopes that a broader, considering all the rest of the items you had on the agenda, that a little broader audience would be here for the information item.
They may be listening.
And they may well be listening, absolutely.
I'm hoping they're listening, because otherwise we're going to get every single person to come back and do that again.
Yeah, no, and I'm happy.
I should say I know some have. I heard from one that said, Tess Dunham said she wasn't able to be here, so.
Right, sure, but, and we'll staff are open to fitting in a workshop somehow into our tight time schedule at this point. But we'll work on that, absolutely. Because I agree, we are doing tribal consultations for our projects at this point. AB 52 now requires for all planning processes, because they are a CEQA process, that we reach out to tribes that have requested that we consult with them. And so we are sending out those letters now, just for your information. And in fact, just this week we had a pre-consultation meeting with one of the tribes on the toxicity project. So we are reaching out to the tribes.
I'm happy to spend some time with you on it. We've actually had quite a few consultation meetings around the state over the years now, using in some part the Regional Tribal Operations Committee of US EPA, just because it pays to have people travel to a place, as well as particular site visits that folks have arranged for us. And we've done some tribal training for staff.
Yep.
And I think everybody should actually have it just so that we're not making rookie disrespectful errors, but understanding the relative roles, the executive order, et cetera. We should spend a little bit of time on it and the history. I just spent years on it, the federal government, which is a different relationship, and it was wonderful to come to the state of California and have a governor who actually would say the C word, which really means respectful engagement and talking to people. But it is complex because no one can speak for their tribal government, just their tribal government. So we do have to do a fair amount of work, and that's why it has taken a long time, and we've tried to have so many conversations with the tribes before even getting to this point when we would launch our usual engagement process. But the idea of having some sort of I don't know if you call it a technical workshop or whatever, to explain what it means, what it doesn't mean, would be helpful, because I do think people have blown it up into something they fear. And the issue isn't saying something that is a beneficial use that exists isn't a use because you're afraid of what might happen down the road. It's calling it a beneficial use, particularly so that tribes even get called into the conversation and considered in the regional planning. It's a seat at the table. It's a conversation starter. But I know it would be better to be able to have conversations about it. But as I opened up, the issue is how do you reflect the reality that we face? It doesn't mean that there's a foregone conclusion on anything. It just means that we're not ignoring a beneficial use that exists and has existed for centuries, and we then try to figure out how to deal with it. And I appreciate the patience that so many tribes have had with our system and how laborious and artificial and kind of wacky it can seem to some people, and try and help us figure out a way to respect each other's concerns, because we also can't wave a magic wand and go outside of our authorities and our ability to act. So it has been a whole process of learning how to listen to each other. But I understand the need for more conversation, but
Just for
absolutely
what it means and clarification if needed.
Yes, exactly.
And already this has been helpful, because I think in the matrix you've shown there has been some misunderstanding based on the plain language of what we're talking about, and so we can do some. This is water quality beneficial uses, which is a different legal term than water rights beneficial uses. Correct. For instance.
Right,
and
that's
so,
an issue all its own.
Yeah.
It's an issue all its own, yes.
And so this process, I think, has been useful to lay to rest some concerns about what the focus is here.
And as Daniel mentioned during his presentation, the development of the frequently asked questions document has not happened for any other project coming out of focused outreach, because for most of the other focused outreach, it's been very specific sort of comments on the project. Why are you doing a monthly sampling requirement for POTWs? We think it should be quarterly. Those sort of things. Whereas because we haven't touched beneficial uses as a state board really since 2001, when the continuing planning process document was put forth for EPA, which was the last time that they were officially listed. They weren't developed at that point. They had already been developed. But that's as close as we've been to beneficial uses as a state board really, is 2001 with the continuing planning process document. So it's something we haven't done in a long time, and even the regional boards haven't done much of it. So there were a lot more questions about what does it mean. So that is really why I directed staff to do the frequently asked questions document, because when they came to me with the compilation of just the raw input from all the stakeholder groups, and we had more questions in some ways than just specific input on the actual project, a lot of process stuff, it just made sense to do it. So I'm hopeful that document is helpful. It took longer to get to a place where we were really happy with it than we had hoped. But I think it's, again, another piece that will help answer some of those outstanding questions that are because we just don't do this very often.
Yeah, it's a good thing to do. I have just on managing where we are, I have one question that's come in that I want to ask you. I have one more speaker who sent in a card late who'd just like 2 minutes, and then I have a couple of thoughts. So let me go to the question, and you already started to answer. It was just a little bit more on next steps and the obviously, one of the next steps is thinking about what other meetings to have, the technical workshop or conversation, other meetings, and we'll have a conversation, I think, about the consultation issues that were raised, and then how the Mercury Plan development will work. What's the kind of timing that people are
Right.
looking at?
So
it seems like you answered it, but I'm going to give you another chance.
Right. So we are in the process of we will be finalizing some draft regulatory language on Mercury, as well as continuing the dialogue with folks on additional tweaks we might want to make for clarity and on the definition piece. So we're hoping to get a draft staff report that would, again, explain more of the who, what, when, where, why of the project out on the streets this fall. So we're really looking at like in the next month and a half.
Okay.
Luckily, my attorney is one far away because I think it's
suffering, hardworking attorney.
Yeah, I think it's going to make that schedule is going to take a lot of us locked away in rooms to really work through getting it out. So there's a lot of hard work ahead. We are looking at spring of 2017 to bring it forward. Crunching the numbers, April looks nearly impossible at this point, but we're still shooting for it. EPA has to have wildlife numbers for Mercury promulgated under a consent decree by June 30th, I believe it is, of 2017. So we are trying to not have them promulgate on top of us, and I'm working directly with EPA staff so that they propose what we're proposing. There's not a disconnect. So that's sort of our push there. So we are looking at spring of 2017 for ultimately the formal comment period, board hearing, adoption meeting process to all fit into that April-May timeframe. So probably you're looking at a formal comment period, roughly starting sometime probably if it all works well, in January of 2017.
All right, and you've been doing a lot of separate outreach meetings on the Mercury
Correct.
itself.
So we've had multiple sets of focused stakeholder outreach meetings on the Mercury project as well. And so actually, it probably does make sense as this all gets merged to do at least a staff workshop on the whole project, shall we say, because it will become then a single project.
Yeah, and maybe some focused smaller meetings for people who are more comfortable in a smaller meeting.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As
I
I
think
said,
that
if
works for
you call me,
tribes,
I'll
that
set
works
up a
for
meeting.
others, works for all kinds of people. All right, thank you. Amanda Ford, couple minutes. Okay.
And sorry about that. I thought I had actually submitted the comment card, but I don't know what happened. I thought I gave it to Gita in the hallway. So I apologize. It got lost somewhere. We were talking. So maybe.
That's okay. That's okay.
But anyways, I am Reverend Amanda Ford. I'm from the Environmental Justice Coalition for Water. And I just wanted to submit and speak from the environmental justice perspective on this and just let you know that we fully support everything that the tribal members and their representatives said today. And we just wanted to note that despite claims by some that these beneficial uses are already protected under the Clean Water Act in Port Cologne, they are not. The beneficial uses of sports fishing or commercial fishing presume a lower consumption rate per individual and thus a lower risk of the health effects from exposure to mercury, PCBs, and other bioaccumulative pollutants. Over and over again, this has translated into cleanup goals for impaired waters that will protect those who fish for relaxation or recreation, but not those most impacted. I will submit this letter as it was prepared by Andrea Ventura from Clean Water Action. I won't read it in its entirety because I think we all want to go, but there are some important points in here that echo the organization's 3,000 Californian members. And I also want to state that I'm from Michigan. My father and my family are Ojibwa, and we face similar issues in Michigan, and people are looking to California to set the record for how other states can do this.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, thank you for that update, and thank you all for taking the time to come. I mean, it's a privilege to get to listen to you and for you to spend the time helping us, and a privilege to actually hear you, having spent in my other life a lot of time with tribes, and having spent part of a week, just a week and a half ago, at an international forum I'm a part of, where we have a tribal of elders and other experts, and where one of the top priorities of the 3 environment ministers of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico is to figure out how to bring traditional ecological knowledge and Western science, or whatever you put it, and figure out how we make it work together versus it constantly colliding. And it was one of the most inspiring and meaningful of those meetings I've actually been to, with folks speaking about how they have figured out in places how to do this. I didn't presume to speak about what we're trying to do in our small way, but I really appreciate the spirit with which you, and it hasn't been easy. It's taken a long time, because I know some of our rules seem insane to people in terms of common sense, and yet it is the world within which we work, and it makes sense to those of us who work in it. And so the trick is figuring out how to bridge that and respect where everybody's coming from, so that our common aim, which is healthier people, healthier water, healthier agriculture, all of that is something we can work on together, working past each other. So I really do appreciate the time that everyone is willing to share with us, when I know you have so many other things to do, and some of you have shared hours and hours and hours with us on this, and there will be many more hours to come, and many more people to help understand what we're trying to do, what we can do, what we can't do. So this was inspiring, but also a lot of food for thought about how we can be more effective. I also just want to put a bug, it's a note I have, that we probably should schedule some kind of a broader workshop on cyanobacteria, because it's a growing, we talked about it earlier today in the Drought, it is a growing phenomenon, not directly related to the amount of water in a given year, and there's a lot going on. I have to say that Ms. Ryan is one of the people who really flagged this issue for me, in addition to some of the algicide issue up on the Klamath, in terms of the work. Got me to start asking our staff about the work they were doing. It did kind of make my head explode as I tried to read the PowerPoint. I do think there's probably a need, with the great interest in cyanobacteria and other related things, to do something on that. It's not when, I don't know, because we have so much going on, but we should start thinking about doing that, because she's ahead of her time. So with that, thank you very much. It's not an action item, and we'll move to the next item, but let me simply close just by thanking you all. I know we have a lot more work to do and a lot more conversations, and that is as much about what we talk about as how we talk about it. So thank you for engaging in this process of ours, and we look forward to meeting with you again in the field. Thanks a lot, and thank you, staff, for all the time. All right, I think, Mr. Loffer, today went longer than we thought. We still have item number 10. We're scheduled to do a closed session, and I can probably talk to you on the phone. I had a meeting with Fran, and I do have a hard stop at 5, because I have to go. So do we want to let our closed session folks go, or do we want to try and do a bit of closed session
I think that is up to the board. I mean, let me give you 2 possibilities here. First, there is already a closed session scheduled for next Monday, and it could all just simply roll to that. Alternatively, the board does have the ability under the Bagley-Keene Act, and especially since this wouldn't affect anybody since it's a closed session item, to formally continue the board meeting until tomorrow morning, but that is all dependent upon the availability of board members. I know Mr. Howard and I have conflicts in the morning that would make it difficult for us to be there. I'm not sure if there are any decisions that need to be made in closed session prior to next Monday.
Do you mind, while we're sitting and just ask the staff? There are some issues on motions. I don't know if there's anything that, as a hearing officer,
let's not discuss them publicly. What? Let's not even opine publicly as to what they might be.
Yeah, I don't know. I won't. But just see if they actually need a decision today. I think we can, in the meantime, hard to look at our schedules. I could make it work, but you can't make it work. But see if there's a critical mass. I can make it work at 9 if I don't have other people coming to that meeting. So
There have been some schedules changed for tomorrow, given that we're not going to have board workshops. So, my calendar's filled up a bit.
yeah, we might have filled.
So, but to Mr. Loffer's point, if we can handle closed session matters next Monday, I want to give staff who's prepared for item 10, that, for what it's worth, I'd like them to have the opportunity to present. How long is that
Fine
item?
waiting until Monday.
Okay, good. Okay.
How long?
Good.
So we'll just let the record reflect that there will be no closed session today, and all the staff that are listening are free to go about their other business.
You're sure they're all listening? They were listening to figure out when they needed to get here. Okay, good. Got it. I know that they hang on our every word all day long during a board meeting, but all right, item number 10, and I really, really, really want to thank staff for letting me do the family hold back, given how many people we had here. I hope you found that educational and interesting.
Oh, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Chair Marcus, members of the board, I'm Karen Larson, Deputy Director, Division of Water Quality, and I'll be kind of teeing up this item as one of the divisions who has drank the Kool-Aid in terms of the efficiencies we want to be realizing with respect to implementing our Lean Six Sigma projects. Here with us today we have Poonam Patel, who will tee us off from the Government Operations Agency. We have Jean Bandura from Division of Water Quality. Actually, I should say our green belts on the Lean Six projects from 2016. So Jean Bandura from Division of Water Quality, Justine Herrig from Division of Water Rights, and Tiffany Donahue, formerly of Division of Administrative Services. She has since taken a promotion at CalRecycle. However, she was so dedicated to the project, she finished it, and she's back to tell you what the results were and make sure that she passes the baton to her successor to make sure that her project is implemented. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Poonam to give kind of an overview. Oh, and I should ask, we can streamline these quickly and just start with objectives and go straight to outcomes. If you'd like us to move it a little quicker, it's up to you.
However you want.
Okay, well, we'll start with Poonam.
All right, well, thank you for letting me be here today. I was actually here last year, so I'm just going to give you a quick refresh on our Lean Six Sigma program that we started in partnership with the Government Operations Agency. I'm actually part of the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, and we originally started this initiative to tackle permitting projects, to streamline them, make them more efficient. In our research, we had come across Lean Six Sigma as a means to do that. And if you're not familiar with the methodologies, Lean was started by Toyota in the manufacturing world, focused on improving efficiencies, reducing waste. Six Sigma by Motorola, and looked at improving the quality of a workflow process by reducing defects through the proper use of data and metrics. So you are going to hear a lot of what our Greenbelts in this last round did, a lot of their hard work that they achieved, but I wanted to give you just kind of a big picture, holistic view of what we've set up in the state with the Government Operations Agency. Since its inception, this program's inception in 2015, we've now have a total of 59 projects. 7 of those have been from the Water Board, so we're very thankful for the support of the department executive members and the participants since then. And really what's been born out of that now is the California Lean Academy that the Government Operations Agency has started. Some of you are shaking your head, so maybe you have heard of that. They have implemented a white belt and a yellow belt training focused on lean concepts to acclimate people to this new way of thinking in government, and has also now adopted within it our green belt program with the inclusion of Six Sigma. What's unique about our program is we actually don't just send people into a training setting. We attach it to a project. So something that we wanted to make sure that we did was see significant results and be able to implement improvements in real time. A lot of what the Greenbelts worked on and got trained on was statistical and analytical tools to help them understand the root causes in their workflow processes. So you can think of this as a scientific investigation and in identifying what the problems and issues are, whether it's backlogs and delays in a workflow process. So we're really excited about our next round. We're going to have another round of Lean Six Sigma. We already started accepting applications, and we've met with the Water Board staff here who are going to be submitting proposal forms to us, so that's really exciting. And I just wanted to let you all know that the original vision that we had of this program is actually coming to life now, and it's exciting to see. We have Caltrans and the CDCR Healthcare Services Division who have taken this on steroids essentially, and they've implemented a series of Greenbelt projects within their own district offices and divisions, and that's really the idea of this program, to institutionalize it within the departments so that departments can be self-sufficient in continuous improvement and carry it on forward. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the actual Greenbelts. You're going to hear a lot about what they've actually achieved and their plans going forward. And please know also that, once Greenbelts graduate from our program, we don't just leave them out in the cold. We follow up with them to check in on the project, see how they're faring. As part of their control plan at the end, they're instructed to make sure they have a measure to go back and constantly assess how their project is faring. So I will leave that to them to explain to you all. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming, and thanks for your patience. Thanks for the program.
Thank you, Poonam, and board members, for your time. I'm Jean Bander with the Division of Water Quality, and in light of the time and we have little ones to pick up, we're going to cut this down a little bit. So we're not going to present every slide that we have here today. We're going to state the objectives of our Lean Six project and how we revised our process to make it more efficient. So you'll see me flipping a little bit here. I apologize for that.
No, that's great. We can look at all the slides. We will.
Okay. And we're available if there's questions, right, of course. So the process that I evaluated was the water quality certification process. So we looked at the amount of time it takes to issue certifications from the moment we receive an application to certification or denial. And the problem with this process is that it takes too long, an average of 273 days to issue a certification. So after understanding that process and then analyzing the key process inputs leading to delays, we revamped and revised our process. And the major way that we did this was by front-loading our information requests. So by engaging with the applicant much earlier in the development of their projects, before an application's even submitted, we're engaging in a more meaningful moment into time in the development of projects. And the way we're doing that is by submitting a standard comment letter for draft CEQA documents. And we're also asking them in these standard comment letters to engage with us and initiate early pre-application consultations, not only with us, but with other agencies, to have an early conversation about project-specific requirements and draft mitigation plans. And we're holding those conversations prior to an application even being submitted. So those are the highlights of the improvements. There's many more that I'm not going to touch on today, but it's really just bringing ourselves to the table much earlier than we currently were was the highlight of our change. And we'll move.
And on that, I mean, you mentioned it's not trivial in terms of engaging the other agencies, because this type of program involves working with the Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife. Sometimes NIMFS or U.S. Fish and Wildlife gets consulted. So, I mean, this is exciting because I'm a true believer on the pre-application process. I used to write 401s I used to get 401s, so I'm all over this. So this is great. Just we'll be interested as this unfolds, as you being the green belt on this and the others, how that effort to engage the other agencies in this process is working, and whether we need GoBiz to help, bring them along. Because this is an area that it's wonderful when it works. I've seen it work, but it's hard on folks when it doesn't. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Justine Herrig. I'm with the Division of Water Rights, and our Greenbelt project focused on reducing the time that we needed in order to make a decision regarding select minor protested water right applications. So our problem we focused on is the protest resolution process. Any water right application can't be protested when we notice it. So our minor water right applications, those that are protested, it's been taking quite a long time to resolve those protests and ultimately move forward with making a decision on that application. So our objective became that the State Water Board will make a decision on select minor protested water right applications within 180 days of the date that the State Water Board elects to intervene in the protest process. So the problem that we were dealing with is that our average amount of time to process protest resolution was taking 6 years, with at least one taking up to 19 years. So it was taking quite a long time just to resolve these protests. Multiple other factors are involved because it was a 20-year sampling period, so different policies and stuff could have factored in. Our old process was a straightforward linear pathway. However, there were multiple levels of rework loops with alternate activities that were left to interpretation, which led to our non-value added steps taking much longer than they should have. So our improved process map is now a uniform, clean, and concise pathway for all projects that fall within this scope. Non-value added steps have been reduced, and the ones that remain have been enhanced. We have multiple things involved to ensure that this process will meet our goal of 180 days. Some of the key things are bringing key participants early in the process to limit rework loops, and also creating timeline milestones to aid in accountability of staff to meet the 180-day objective. And yeah.
Wait.
Does this relate to Bob Gore's comment on the 40-year backlog?
Well, I mean, sometimes it's just we haven't had any staff to do it. We finally have a few, but the issue of thinking it through and how things just kept swirling in a loop, and then you move on to separate ones. It helped me. I'm more familiar with the 401 conversation from talking to people. I've heard a little bit about this one. I mean, was there a prime arena where you could see that by reducing the loops from that one with all the feedback and making it smaller, not just on a chart, but in practice, was there a kind of thing that was holding up projects more than other things that you could then expedite? Or is it just having folks focused on a batch of these, what you, as you call, select?
Yeah, we're focusing on specific minor water rights, because some water rights do need more time. We acknowledge, for whatever reason, the protestants are like, we need a year-long study, so we acknowledge they need that time. Other instances, the protestants are just at a standstill and they won't do anything until we decide to step in. So our process was littered with lots of different variables that affected everything on our side procedurally and from their standpoint. So basically, we were limiting variables across the board and just trying to make it so that the people who needed to be there were there, and also to dedicate time so that these projects were focused on when everybody was updated. Some of these projects would linger, staff would turn over, you have to update, review, and bring any new members on board or new staff. So a key point is to dedicate time to bring it to the end of that process.
So a key having that team, so that things aren't seriatim going around that team sitting on somebody's desk, because you can actually make a decision, because you don't have to make another appointment to talk to somebody else in water rights, because you're all sitting there doing it as a team.
Yeah, actually, you hit on point to one of the key aspects to our improving our process. When we recognize that minor application needs to go through this process, we send out appointments and reminders to the deputy director, the legal attorney that needs to be involved, any of the key staff that need to sign off and approve that. They are made known of this at the beginning of the 180-day process, and they are brought in the middle to make sure that the direction that staff are moving with is in agreement with them, so that when it finally gets to the approver's signature, there's not the question of like, I didn't hear about this, go back, do it again, and rework. So we brought people in earlier on.
Oh, that's great. And presumably you're also keeping track now of your timeline, so you're aware of a bulk of these things that you want to move out. So the simpler things you can just deal with, and then not turning everything. What would be the equivalent at the state level of turning something into a federal case? No, right, because if you just, so those are all smart things.
Yeah.
But are you actually doing it now?
No, so we have to go through and evaluate all the pending minor water right applications we have right now. We're going to kind of do it in segments because we have quite the backlog, as everyone is well aware. So we don't want to burden our staff currently with trying to do a lot of data collection. So we're doing an implementation plan to go through and figure out what current pending minor water rights that are protested could be a candidate for this process. And then we're going to roll through and figure out, which ones can go through, and also, this is a small section of what the whole Division of Water Rights does in permitting. So we're not going to try to let them all run through and create a bigger backlog. So we're going to kind of slowly roll them out one at a time. And within hopefully this time next year, we might have, actual data to show how our process is doing.
Bad Bob Gore's not here. I can't believe you didn't stay with us all day.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Donahue, and I'm here representing Division of Administrative Services. I was the greenbelt on this project, and the project scope was to reduce the time that it takes the water board to execute contracts. Water board's contracting process is pretty significantly long and can be pretty complex, difficult to navigate, and in some instances it has impacted the water board's ability to fulfill mission critical work, and there's even been some situations in which contract funding has been lost at the end of the fiscal year due to the lengthy process. The goal of the project is to execute exempt standard agreements within 45 calendar days. During the scope of this project, we determined that the current process is taking on average 145 days for that category. Fast forwarding to the new and improved process. The current process has roughly 32 process steps. The improved process has been reduced to 5 main process steps.
Can I just say, I'm really glad we did this after we did the beneficial use discussion, because if folks had sat through Money Day and then these charts, they might not have stayed to talk to us anymore. We understand this and how this is streamlining, but.
I mean, this is elegant. I mean, that was inspirational. This is inspirational too. I just want you to know.
It is.
I thought theirs was more inspirational, I have to say, but.
There is that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Anyway, so in the new re-engineered process, what the team did is they took some critical factors in the contracting process, which is the scope of work, the budget, both pieces of the contract, and a contracting out justification, which are significant delays in the current process. And they are taking control of those inputs into the process by re-engineering 2 major steps in the process, which are the first and second steps. And they're going to take control of those inputs by utilizing face-to-face meeting with customer groups within the divisions and the regions, and utilizing working group meetings to gather information to complete forms, finalize scopes of work and budgets, and to make sure that we're fulfilling our statutory requirements, and then in turn having a legally defensible contract put in place. We did do a sampling of contracts through this process to determine what the new capability would be, and we determined on average we're looking at 33 processing days. So that is a significant win for the water boards once this is implemented. Thank you.
Are you handling contracts at your new position?
I am.
Oh, Maybe we can steal her back.
This, we had in public comment today, Pat Higgins was here, that he has a few war stories on contracting, and we talked about this during the briefing, just how we struggle sometimes with sole source challenges. But when we talked, you indicated that, this type of early intervention in scoping out these type of contracts and using this process, it would probably be able to benefit those kind of folks, like at the Eel River Recovery Project, trying to get cleanup and abatement funding. Am I right?
I think that would be accurate, and I also think that this new process would be beneficial because you have the acquisition or the contract experts controlling the process, gathering the technical information in those face-to-face meetings from the technical experts, so they can be freed up to do their job while the contract experts fulfill the statutory requirements to get the contract in place.
Interesting.
Yes, this would be and really the regional board in that case, in my example, was a regional board that was struggling with the contracting process. It's not something they do every day. And so, to the extent that this process can be fed to our regional board staff that are grappling with contracting challenges, certainly value added.
So I'll serve as cleanup hitter.
I'm glad you're doing this. This was going to be my question, so perfect.
Yeah. So as you know, this is the third year that we've participated in the Lean Six Sigma process. We have 4 other projects that have gone through in 2014 and 2015. They're listed here with just a brief summary of their outcomes. I won't go through each of these, but just you can note that we have 4 divisions, all 4 of our divisions participating in the process: financial assistance, water quality, administrative services, as you just heard, and water rights, also as you just heard, as well as one of our regional offices. So we are spreading the wealth of the gospel of Lean Six, if you will. One of the things, what I'll just note here is that I think one of the lessons that we've learned is that we could do a better job of collecting the data that we need to do these kinds of evaluations. You asked about the data each time one of these green belts talked. So certainly balancing, though, the need for the data and the workload. So that's always a balancing act. But I think what we also have learned is that there are very valuable yet possibly intangible benefits that comes from just doing the analysis itself and scoping out some of the improvements that I think you heard a theme throughout each of these is early consultation, early coordination among the parties involved with whatever the process is important and may not be necessarily measurable in its improvements, but certainly valuable. I do just want to quickly say that speaking from Division of Water Quality's perspective, and I think the other division chiefs that have been executive sponsors for these projects, that this is a valuable process that we would encourage the water boards to continue to participate in and continue to implement not just the projects we've done previously, but look at other ways that other processes that we could utilize this system, this analysis tool, to improve our processes. We are looking at this coming year. Poonam mentioned we're going to put in a project. The one that's solid is the Environmental Lab Accreditation Program, which actually has pretty well-defined processes. I think it'll be a good, having been in charge of that program for a little while, I think it'll be a good candidate for improvement. So more to come on that. I think I just want to note that one of the 3 big benefits I see are process improvements through consistency, documenting processes so that new staff know what they're supposed to be doing when they come on board. When you do that and when you look at your business processes and streamline them, it's a natural fit for IT and data systems and developing those when you have a consistent process, putting on another of my previous hats from Office of Information Management and Analysis. And finally, informing some of our policies. You heard about the 401 project, the consistency that will be needed in implementing that project fully will be realized when we have our dredge and fill procedures adopted. So it informs all aspects of what we do here at the water boards, and it's valuable, and I encourage us to continue to implement and be part of this process. So with that, questions, or we can be done.
You know, one of the agenda items for our Water Quality Coordinating Committee this year, which is where all the regional board members get together with the state board members. One of our items was, you know, basically doing more with less. You know, understanding that there's challenges out there, our jobs are getting more complex, and the need to create efficiencies. One of the topics that we'll talk about the regional board's members are interested in is using third-party certification type processes as a path to compliance. That's one area. But we also were encouraging, you know, our Lean Six Sigma folks to plug in and at least introduce our regional board members to these approaches of process improvement, of doing more with less. So are you plugged into that, and do you also see some value in terms of getting our decision makers plugged in at the regional board levels?
Yeah, I do. I think understanding what the delays are and how we can do better with the staff and resources that we have, and having our decision makers understand that, I think that is valuable. And yes, I am plugged in and will participate in that conversation.
Thanks. As a veteran of reinvention in the federal government, I'm going to pull out my hammer, my Al Gore hammer, from a air quality permitting process improvement we did. I mean, one of the beauties of it, I'm sure, and I am sorry that we shortened your time. I hope you understand the choice I made there. Is that it's a pain in the butt to do and actually think about everything you do in that process. But once you do it, it makes your lives better too. So there's a beauty to taking the time to doing it. It really does take focus and intellect, and I'd say heart too, to do it. So I just want to thank, I'm sorry Tiffany had to leave, but I just want to thank you for taking the time to do it. It's a real gift to your colleagues and the rest of us, and just let us know how we can be supportive in you doing it as often as you can with the incredible workload that I know we just add to all the time. I'll speak for myself, but I am suspecting from what I know of my colleagues, we all do. So really appreciate the good, hard-working thing. It lets us focus on the substance of what it is we're trying to do, and in the most efficient way we can. So this is really great.
This shows
thank you.
This shows a real commitment, and I support your recommendation, Karen, to continue it. And I think it shows a good faith effort on behalf of all the water boards to follow through on those questions we even heard earlier today about fee setting and the need to show transparency, commitment to continuous improvement, really doing the more with less. And by being more efficient, we really can minimize the amount of fees that are necessary to support our programs. So it does relate to what we talked about earlier.
Terrific. Thank you. I know we'll be hearing more. We'll try and schedule first the next time you come. Thank you all very, very much. All right. Back to the agenda. Item number 12 is board member reports. Mine and Dee Dee's are exceedingly simple, but there's always something. And Tam's too. Who wants to start? Anything? Fran, anything?
Well, I just, for the maintenance and all, I spoke at the CASQA conference, and so we got to talk about watershed management, and that was last week on September 12th. I attended the regional board meeting at San Francisco Bay Region on Wednesday the 14th, and they did pollution prevention awards. And then on September 15th, I attended a drinking water related event that was by the City of Willows in the North State. They were dedicating a groundbreaking chromium-6 treatment facility that Cal Water Service Company is pioneering there, and will be able to use that type of technology, which was funded by a DWR grant to evaluate many different technologies and processes to come up with the most efficient process for a community like Willows, which is disadvantaged, and also to be able to take this technology and in their Cal Water Service areas such as Dixon, Salinas, other places that are struggling with Chrome-6, and the standard that only state of California has adopted, you know, as an MCL. It's not a national number. So this is a nice story of challenging public health goal that's based on the latest science, coupled with state funding to support coming up with the most affordable technology we can come up with, and then you know, using that as a technology transfer opportunity. So I thought it was worth attending that and supporting them and letting Willows know that we're paying attention and proud of what they accomplished.
I just mentioned the recycling symposium Friday that Max had a hand in starting up, but Debbie Davis-Franco and her team at OPR put together. Some of you were at. It was actually really inspiring because we were hearing from state-of-the-art agencies, state-of-the-art scientists and thought leaders about how do we make this happen in all its glory on the ground, not just the exhortations of recycling is good versus recycling is not good. It was how do you actually make this work in the different ways that different communities might, and it was great. I just want to say it was really great. All right, item number 13, Executive Director's Report. I don't have any specific questions.
No, unless you have some
Lighter,
questions.
you know, than it used to be, which is.
That was the idea, but it's got a lot more information packed into it.
Yes, it's dense. Yeah, it's good.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the amount of information. It answers a lot of questions about a lot of programs.
Really saves a lot of time asking questions to have it. Inspiring too. All right, well with that, it's been quite a day. Fascinating. And so I suppose it's time to bid adieu and adjourn this meeting. What? Oh, you need signatures? Okay, here we are. All right, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all for your attention.
Oh, Joan's got it.
Diane's looking a little different today.
Yeah. A little weight on it.
What's that?
You were in the whole.
Wait, did you not have to speak up at all?